Section 1 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Philippine Islands and Their Environment. A lecture delivered before the National Geographic Society, December 8, 1899. By Hon. John Barrett, late United States Minister to Siam. In accepting the invitation of the National Geographic Society, I am not unmindful of the honor conferred or of the responsibility resting upon me to tell the truth about a portion of the world which has such an important bearing now upon our national welfare. It will be my simple purpose to consider within the limits of time at our disposal the Philippine Islands as seen and known by me in times both of peace and war, including such description of their environment or of neighboring countries as will best indicate the commercial and strategic value of their location. This discussion will be no effort at oratory or rhetoric, but an honest endeavor to tell you what I learned with unprejudiced eyes. The invitation to speak under the distinguished auspices of the National Geographic Society suggested that the treatment of the subject should particularly include the material and geographical features of the Philippines and their environment. It would not be wise, therefore, to enter upon any extended argument of the moral problems involved in our occupation of the islands, although they are important, except insomuch as they are interwoven with our political status in the Pacific, which in turn is closely associated with commercial and geographical considerations. During 5 years' residence in the Far East, 4 of which it was my honor to be the United States Minister to Siam, it was also my privilege to travel not only well over Siam, which today is making more progress than any other Asiatic land except Japan, but also in greater or lesser degree through China, Korea, Siberia, and Japan on the north, and Burma, the Malay Peninsula, Cambodia, Java, Borneo, and the Philippines on the south, going first to the latter without any thought of their ever coming under the American flag. An extended trip through the Philippines some years ago in times of peace, and a protracted stay again later in times of war and insurrection from May 1898 to April 1899 will, I trust, enable me to bring forward a few facts that will be of interest. Importance of location. First, let us consider the location of the Philippines and of Manila. The great importance of this point is too often overlooked in the discussion of the islands, though nothing can have a more direct bearing on their practical value to the United States. We have often thought of the Philippines in a general way with reference to the Far East, and we perhaps have read extensively about their resources, physical characteristics, and people, but we have not given sufficient attention to the remarkable position which they occupy in relation to other lands. The map of trans-Pacific countries is a most fascinating study. What it reveals is a series of impressive facts. From Melbourne in Australia on the south to Vladivostok on the north is a magnificent coastline which reaches away for 8,000 or 9,000 miles, and upon which debouch over 500 millions of people. Without consulting the map, we do not always remember how closely connected Australia is with the continent of Asia. This coastline, of which the Philippines are one of the chief outposts, is only broken here and there by very narrow straits, while everywhere it is indented with harbors and bays, upon which, especially in Asia, there are located great cities or commercial interports. As we travel up and down from Australia to Japan, we find that the Philippines are the very ideal center of all these lands that face the Pacific. The more one studies the Far East, the more is he impressed with the importance of this location with reference particularly to control of the commerce and politics of the future. Already the foreign trade of Asia, the East Indies, and Australasia amounts to the grand total of $2 billion, of which the United States at the present time has a small proportion. That trade, although large in itself, is small in view of the total population of that part of the world, and is yet in the infancy of its development and possibilities. If it is $2 billion now, it will surely go on within the near future to $3 or $4 billion, of which America should eventually have the controlling share if she will hold the great advantage which she now possesses by the occupation of the Philippines, where she can have a distributing and receiving point to come in close contact with these millions of people and of commerce. I contend that Manila occupies a position of immeasurable opportunity in comparison with the other great ports or cities of the Asian and Australian coastline. That you may obtain a concrete idea of what I mean, let me picture how Manila stands with reference to neighboring points. Let us draw a circle on a radius of 2,000 miles with Manila as the center. As we swing it around, we find that this charmed circle takes in such distantly separated points as Yokohama, Vladivostok, and Tientsin on the north, and Port Darwin in Australia, and Batavia in Java on the south. It reaches east to include Guam and the Carolines, and west to include Bangkok in Siam and Rangoon in Burma. A similar circle drawn around any other port does not include so many important points. I would not imply that Manila will ever take the place of Hong Kong, Shanghai, or Singapore, or even equal them in the race for commercial and political supremacy, because they already have a wonderful start. But there is abundant reason why Manila should become a great trade center to divide their business, and at least be the chief point through which America shall carry on her growing transactions with Asia's millions. It must be remembered that we have only recently entered this vast arena with any prospects of being the chief factor in trade. When we finally realize and improve our opportunities, then we should build up a great American city at Manila, as the English have prosperous ports at Hong Kong and Singapore, the Dutch at Batavia, and the French at Saigon. Manila Bay opens on the South China Sea, which is teeming with the commerce of the Orient, as the Great Lakes of America are busy with the trade of our interior. But more than that, there pass up and down through this sea, within hail as it were of Manila, the mighty fleet of ocean craft that crowd through the Suez Canal and pass Singapore to and from Europe and the Far East. Formerly these vessels never thought of stopping at Manila or having regular connections. It was always Spain's policy to keep the Philippines in the background. They were enshrouded in mystery, and even at Hong Kong, only 630 miles away, with her great trade of $250 million per annum. There was no just appreciation of the opportunities in the Philippines. The growing fleet of merchant vessels that ply between China and Australia are finding that Manila is on their direct route and are already stopping both coming and going. The time must soon come when the majority of the steamers that cross the Pacific from our own shores will make Manila their terminal point instead of Hong Kong, or provide themselves with the best of connections. Then there are unlimited possibilities for the development of coasting trade, with Manila as the base, and Yokohama, Kobe, Port Arthur, Chifu, Shanghai, Amoy, Hong Kong, Saigon, Bangkok, Singapore, Batavia, Port Darwin, and Sydney as objective points. Vast neighboring opportunities. Moreover, in all the attention that we have been giving in recent years to Japan and China, we have overlooked the mighty opportunities of southern Asia and of the rich East Indian archipelago, which in turn rests, as it were, upon growing Australia. Everyone knows what a great future awaits the latter country. Just north of it, and near neighbors to the Philippines, are such countries, undeveloped but possessing splendid resources, as Papua or New Guinea, Borneo, and Sumatra, any one of which is larger than Texas and California combined, and yet containing a very small population. They may be intended by a wise Providence for the overflow that must come some day from the continent of Asia. Only 1,500 miles to the southwest of Manila, and just below Borneo, is Java, commonly called the Garden of the East, where the Dutch have worked wonders. A more peaceful and prosperous land, taken as a whole, cannot be found in the wide world. This island, of the same area as Luzon, and yet not so resourceful, supports a population of over 20 millions, and has a foreign trade that amounts to $260 million per annum. How few people in America realize that Java is covered with a network of railways and has large, prosperous cities, whose harbors are frequented by the merchant vessels of all lands. Here we have a lesson as to the possibilities before us in the Philippines. The occasional insurrections that occur in certain parts of Java and Sumatra are tolerated or allowed by the Dutch largely for the purpose of having a reason for maintaining an army and navy. It is a well-known fact in the Orient that Holland could end all possibilities of local wars there if the officers of her army and navy were so inclined. Only 1,300 miles southwest from Manila is Singapore, Britain's proud gateway to the Orient, which has an annual commerce of $180 million. Just north of Singapore are the protected Malay states, which again prove to us what we can do in the Philippines with the natives when we once establish peace, order, and good government. The Filipinos are a branch of the Malay race and closely akin to the people living in the Malay Peninsula as well as to those in Java. A little farther to the north, at the head of the Gulf of Siam, is Bangkok, the prosperous capital of the progressive kingdom of Siam. This is one of the unknown lands of the world, but yet one of the most interesting and resourceful. With a population of 8 millions, it already has a foreign trade of $25 million, which will soon grow to 5 times that amount. With a king who now ranks as one of the ablest statesmen of all Asia, and with material improvements and political reforms being made throughout his entire domain, Siam has a brilliant future before her. Just across the South China Sea and east of Siam are the French possessions of Cambodia, Annam, and Tonkin, where even the French, who are not generally regarded as successful colonists, have established peace and prosperity among 20 millions of people and developed a foreign trade despite their closed-door methods of $50 million per annum. Its capital, Saigon, is a beautiful city, a little Paris in the Orient. China's Great Field. Having now noted the importance of the environment of the Philippines on the south and west, which means so much for the future prosperity of the islands, in the same way that the prosperity of any American city or state depends largely on the surrounding states and cities, their population and resources, let us now look to the north. The distance from the Philippine coast to China on the northwest is only 600 miles. Formosa is barely more than 400 miles away, and has in itself a great material future from which Japan hopes to reap a decided benefit. Hong Kong, which has always been the chief point of approach to the Philippines, and is only 630 miles from Manila, is a monument to British enterprise. Its annual trade exchange is now passing the $250 million mark. The day I left there to return to America, I counted over 60 merchant vessels loading and unloading in her harbor. We stand now looking upon the great empire of China, which affords America the most tempting field of trade expansion yet undeveloped in the world. Here is a vast land of 4 million square miles, greater than all the United States, with a population commonly estimated at 350 million, or 5 times that of the United States, and which has only 350 miles of railways. This one point to me is a complete description in itself of her possibilities. It is difficult to imagine the extent of the material development that must follow the early construction of extensive trunk and branch lines of railway. There is crying need now for 25,000 miles of railroads, which means a safe investment, including what goes with such construction, of $500 million. To impress upon you further China's possibilities, let us look at what may be the limits of her trade when once she has good government established and her interior is opened up. We will obtain our conclusions by comparison with Japan. Japan, which under ordinary conditions would not have a greater buying and selling capacity than China, has built up in 20 years a foreign trade from $30 million to $240 million. The present population of Japan is 40 millions, giving a trade of $6 per capita. Now let us apply the rate of $6 to a most conservative estimate of China's population, 250 million, and we have a possible annual trade of $1,500 million. If you divide this in half for the imports, you have $750 million. If you look over the list of Chinese imports, you will find that 2/3 of them can be supplied by the United States if she will enter into earnest competition with other countries. Already we have shown what we can do by developing in northern China within a few years an annual trade of $10 million in manufactured cotton goods, and in southern China of $6 million in flour. In both lines our sales were inconsiderable 10 years ago. If anyone says that China has not a great buying and selling capacity when she is opened up, he must remember the experience of the Yangtze Valley. Some 40 years ago, 1 or 2 ships and $500,000 represented the trade of that mighty stream. Today you can go up the Yangtze 600 miles from Shanghai to Hankow in finer steamers than those plying between New York and Albany, and the annual trade of the river is estimated at nearly $75 million. From this you can conceive what must come when the vast interior sections of China are covered with railways, and the same development follows that has characterized the Yangtze River. It is not discouraging that Chinese trade is now only $250 million a year, or $1 per head. It rather shows what great opportunities remain yet to be developed by the United States and other lands. That same argument might have been advanced against Japan 20 years ago. In the limits of time at my disposal, I cannot discuss Japan specifically, beyond saying that there never was a time in the history of our relations when we were closer to that country in commerce and trade than now. Korea is just opening to us, and is providing fields of exploitation which we must not neglect. In Russian territory to the north, there are also opportunities which we must fully realize in considering the value of Oriental trade. Already we are doing much there which is encouraging for the future. Before closing my references to China, I cannot refrain from emphasizing the importance of our government's efforts to maintain the open door of trade and preserve the integrity of the Chinese Empire. The open door simply means that we shall have the same rights of commerce throughout all China as are possessed by any other country and as guaranteed by the treaties. We have everything to lose and nothing to gain by the division of the Chinese Empire. Now we can look forward to controlling the larger portion of her trade in successful competition with other nations. But if China is divided or the door is closed, whatever country has the predominant influence in a certain portion of China will establish such regulations, directly or indirectly, as will prevent our exports from competing successfully with its own. Material value of the Philippines. Now, what shall we say of the Philippines themselves in their material aspects? We have already shown their geographical, strategical, and commercial relations to the rest of the Orient. Under depressing Spanish influences, there was developed in the Philippines an annual trade of $33 million. Under American control and with American enterprise and capital, this surely must be enlarged within the next 10 years to $150 million. If the British, Dutch, French, and other nationalities have been successful in accomplishing the results already shown in dependencies less resourceful than the Philippines, it is a confession of weakness if we cannot outstrip them in this work. The Philippines are blessed with an unusual number of great staple products, of whose possibilities I took careful note as I traveled through the islands. Chief among these are hemp, tobacco, sugar, copra, or the dried meat of the coconut, and rice. The raising of and the trade in these staples have been developed in their present status with practically the same methods and conditions as existed many years ago. New methods and additional capital will quadruple the output and bring so much more wealth to the country. The lesser products of the country include coffee, cocoa, coconut, vanilla, pepper, and other spices, indigo, and a great variety of fruits characteristic of the tropics. There are sections where Indian corn thrives, while strawberries and blackberries have been grown with success in the northern plateau. There are, of course, many other products of the soil, but here I am only calling attention to the principal ones which attracted my eye in passing. The tobacco is grown in the northern section of Luzon, in the valley of the Cagayan River; rice in the provinces between Manila and Dagupan, in the center of Luzon; and hemp in the southeastern portion of Luzon. In the Visayan Islands, as well in parts of Mindanao, sugar is the chief product, while the pearls that please the vein would come from the Sulu group. Thus it will be seen that the products of the islands are well distributed throughout their entire extent. The wealth in minerals and metals is not fully known yet, but there are sufficient indications to enable us to conclude that their resources in these lines will be worth careful development. There are numerous outcroppings of coal and iron ore, with indications of copper, lead ore, tin, and platinum. Also there are found sulfur, mercury, alabaster, jasper, and marble. The more precious product of gold undoubtedly exists in paying quantities, while there are some favorable signs of silver. On the extensive ranges of mountains in Luzon and in Mindoro and in Mindanao are to be found forests of most valuable woods. The variety is surprising. It includes everything from soft palm and bamboo to ebony and ironwood. There is abundant material on the one hand for furniture and cabinets, and on the other for shipbuilding and heavy house construction. Land conformation and area. As I traveled from Aparri on the north end of Luzon, south through the island, thence through the Visayan group, then to Zamboanga in Mindanao, I was impressed everywhere by the marvelous intermingling of well-watered extensive valleys with broad fertile plateaux and high forested mountains. The conformation of the land impresses the traveler as being suited not only for unlimited cultivation, but for the support of a great population. The number of rivers and lakes navigable for small craft during a good part of the year is large. No other group of islands in the world possesses so many harbors and bays suited for inter-island traffic. The separation of the group into many islands has a most distinct advantage which we do not fully appreciate. It provides highways of water which are always there, and permits frequent and easy communication with all important points. The Philippines are more valuable to us divided as they are than if they were one broad extent like Borneo. This breaking up will also be of great assistance in preventing serious insurrections in the future. The area of the Philippine Islands, 115,000 square miles according to the best surveys, is more fully appreciated when we say that it is approximately equal to the 6 New England states and New York. Luzon would cover the state of New York, while Mindanao would hide the state of Maine. The Visayan Islands, with Palawan, Mindoro, and the Sulu group, would equal Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Connecticut. As the possibilities of railway construction showed what may take place in China, so likewise do they teach us the extent of the field of development in the Philippines. In this area of 115,000 square miles, with a population of 8 millions, there are only 135 miles of railway, or between Manila and Dagupan. According to the best European experts who have traveled through the islands, there is immediate need for the building from 1,000 to 1,500 miles of railway, a safe investment, including accessories, of from $50 million to $75 million. For instance, the great Cagayan Valley of Luzon should be tapped by a line from Manila, while other roads could be built in various directions where there are freight and people to carry. Down in Mindanao are valleys as large as the state of Connecticut, which can only be developed properly by the construction of railways. A score of similar opportunities could be named on a greater or less scale. Conditions of climate. As to climate, it can be said that the dangers of the tropics are grossly exaggerated by those unfamiliar with them. After a residence of 5 years in the very heart of the tropics, I will say that men can keep well and vigorous there if they exercise ordinary moderation and care, and absent themselves at reasonable periods in northern climes for rest and change, as men do in our American cities during the heat of summer. The Philippines contain most favorable conditions to offsetting the disadvantages of mere tropical location. At various points up and down the entire length of the islands are lofty mountains, on the higher slopes of which one can reach at any time of the year an atmosphere that is practically temperate and always most refreshing and invigorating. Within near distance of Manila are mountains which can be utilized for hotels and barracks, which our government officials, officers, and soldiers can seek for change and rest during the brief period which is oppressively hot. As soon as means of communication are established between Manila and such points, it will be surprising to witness the effect upon the foreign inhabitants. What an army experiences in the severe tests of warfare in the tropics is not a just measure of the conditions of ordinary life. No one, I think, would contend that the Philippines are an ideal home for the American laborer, but they afford broad opportunities for men who occupy managing or directing positions. The natives and the Chinese will provide the ordinary day labor in abundance. The people of the islands. Of the people who inhabit the Philippine Islands, I can say after extended acquaintance with them, that their good qualities far outweigh their bad qualities. When they are not misled or misguided by ambitious leaders in regard to America and the American people, they will become peaceful subjects of our government. When once order is fully established, there will be little or no spirit of insurrection manifesting itself, except where now and then, as in any land, some headstrong, unscrupulous leader may endeavor to resist the government. The majority of the Filipinos are far above the level of savages or barbarians, and possess a considerable degree of civilization. It is the small minority that are wild and untamed in life, habits, and system of government. It is my honest opinion that we shall be able to develop there a large degree of autonomy in the interior provinces and towns, and gradually from year to year make the islands approach nearer and nearer to a coalition of self-government, something like that of Canada or Australia. It may take a considerable period of years, but the people are naturally quick to learn, and among them there are undoubtedly many able men to hold the more responsible posts. Too much credit cannot be given the Philippine Commission appointed by President McKinley, consisting of President Sherman, Admiral Dewey, General Otis, Colonel Denby, and Dr. Worcester, for their labors and for the wisdom of their report. If the methods they recommend are followed closely, there is little doubt that the ends desired will soon be accomplished. Aguinaldo and his power. Of Aguinaldo I can say that he is undoubtedly a man of much executive capacity. He has also a degree of personal magnetism, mingled with sufficient persistency, energy, and shrewdness to be a successful leader of his people. He does not, however, impress me on possessing stability of character. It is difficult in conversing with him to catch and hold his eye. His glance could be called shifting. He dresses with remarkable taste and neatness, and makes a favorable impression on those who meet him, but he does not inspire confidence among foreigners. Were temptations to personal power removed from him, I believe that he would be a greater influence for good than for wrong, but under ordinary circumstances his personal ambition controls his motives and methods. Having known him first at Hong Kong, before he returned to the Philippines, and later at Cavite, Bacoor, and Malolos, I speak from extended acquaintance, in which I was able to note carefully his characteristics. Having been familiar with what passed between him and Admiral Dewey, and having discussed the matter repeatedly with both of them, I can say in utmost frankness and honesty that Admiral Dewey never by written or spoken word gave Aguinaldo any assurances whatsoever of independence. He simply and only treated him as a friend fighting a common enemy. Aguinaldo, however, with natural shrewdness, saw the opportunity to impress upon his people the fact that he was supported by the American government, and so told them. Otherwise it would have been difficult to secure their general support in forming a government and in mobilizing an army. This fact was often impressed upon me by the Filipino leaders who were not entirely in sympathy with Aguinaldo, but understood his methods and plans. When men declare that we are shooting independence into the Filipinos, or are establishing a government without the consent of the governed, they must bear in mind first that Aguinaldo's government was established almost entirely by the use or show of force, in that he organized an army at Cavite and then sent garrisons to all important points from Apari to the north and Zamboanga on the south, everywhere impressing the people, who had no modern arms, with his strength and compelling them to acknowledge his authority. Second, that never have 1/4 of the people at large in the islands been in active sympathy with Aguinaldo, and not that number would have supported him had he not exhibited so much armed force and allowed them to be misled in regard to the intentions of the American government. Third, that if an American army of 5,000 men had been landed at Cavite at the same time Admiral Dewey destroyed the Spanish fleet, it would have been received by the people with joyous acclaim, and would have been able to go through the entire length of the islands, heartily welcomed by the people with no thought of resisting us. Several Filipino leaders admitted to me, in the presence of some of our army officers, that there would never have been active resistance to the United States government, and we would hardly have heard of Aguinaldo except as a former leader, if we had been in a position to send our garrisons where Aguinaldo sent his at the beginning of our occupation of the Philippines. Our government, however, cannot be blamed for not doing this, because it was a physical impossibility to have landed an army at Cavite when Dewey arrived there, and in those days we did not dream that Aguinaldo's fighting the Spaniards meant the long warfare with him which has since followed. False education of the people. It is well to bear in mind that there has at no time been any serious resistance to us by the people in any part of the islands where the Tagalog garrisons or Tagalog army had not already been located or had not operated. A most extensive system of false education, which is not generally known in America, was also carried on among the Filipino masses during the long period between the fall of Manila in August 1898 and the outbreak on February 4, 1899. By a pernicious system of circulars, letters, and newspapers printed from the presses of Manila and Malolos, the people were taught to believe most misleading reports about the American people and the American government. Men, women, and children were exhorted to distrust us, and lies without limit were told of our own government to men and women to make them fear and hate us. I have in my possession many illustrations of this lying literature. Added to this was the constant hope of the Filipinos, inspired by matter that came from America, that the turn of political conditions here would cause the United States to withdraw from the Philippines and establish Aguinaldo at the head of an independent government. Their leaders never lost an opportunity to exhort their army and people to the belief that the American people would force their president to haul down the American flag. This is well known to every man who, like myself, came into close association with the Filipino army and people. In considering the favorable account that I give of our opportunities in the Philippines and in surrounding countries, I would ask all those who are skeptical about both the present and the future to bear in mind that my conclusions are not post bellum opinions, adapted to the minute or to be in line with public sentiment. Before I ever dreamed that the American flag would fly over the Philippines, I outlined in official reports, in letters to chambers of commerce, and in magazine articles America's great opportunities for the extension of her trade and influence in Far Eastern countries, including the Philippines, and hammered away year after year, endeavoring to arouse greater interest than existed. At that time I went on record as saying that after having traveled through all the Asiatic lands, I believed that in proportion to area and population, the Philippines surpassed them all in variety of resources and undeveloped opportunities. What I say now is simply in confirmation of former contentions. If you were to ask me to give some of the necessary immediate influences that would assist in making America forever the paramount power of the Pacific, I would enumerate: first, permanent sovereignty over the Philippines; second, construction of the Trans-Isthmian Canal; third, preservation according to the treaties of our trade rights throughout all China; fourth, the laying of a trans-Pacific cable. Further considerations of immediate importance are the early sending of a commission to fully investigate and report on Asiatic markets, as outlined in the forceful message of President McKinley, the upbuilding or reasonable subsidizing of our merchant marine, and a new but important proposition, the extension of our parcel post system of mails to the Far East to compete with similar European systems. Effects of Dewey's victory. In concluding, I can give you no better argument in favor of our meeting our responsibilities bravely and successfully in the Philippines than the experience there of the representatives of the United States government before and after Admiral Dewey sailed into Manila Bay and destroyed the Spanish fleet. Prior to May 1, 1898, there is no denying that the American prestige, influence, and commerce among Asia's 500 million were at a low ebb, despite the best and faithful labors of ministers and consuls. In Japan, in China, in Korea, and in Siam, the United States was regarded as a second or third-rate power. While we ministers were treated with differential and patronizing consideration, we were not potent factors like our colleagues from Great Britain, Russia, Germany, and France. In trade, the agents of our business houses were endured, but not welcomed by the heads of great European and native firms in the Far East. With the Battle of Manila Bay, there came a mighty and marvelous change, of which I cannot speak in too strong terms, and the truth of which will be confirmed by every American who was familiar with the situation. There seemed to sweep up and down this 5,000 miles of coastline, and far into the interior, a tidal wave of American prestige, which left its trace and influence not only in the capitals of politics and trade, but among the masses of distant provinces. And all at once ministers and consuls found themselves the representatives of a first-class power, and standing shoulder to shoulder with the representatives of European nations, if not even leading them in influence and importance. In other words, we became, by the Battle of Manila Bay and the occupation of the Philippine Islands, the first power of the Pacific, for the control of which we seemed to be destined by the great influences which shaped the politics of the world and developed nations for mighty responsibilities. If we bravely perform our duty in the Philippines, establish peace and order, give the people a large degree of autonomy, spread the influence of our free institutions, and hold there a position of commercial and strategic advantage for the advancement and protection of our vast growing interests in the Pacific and Far East, we shall be forever the first power of the Pacific and of all the world. If we are laggards now, we shall be laggards until doomsday. If the war and occupation of the islands costs us hundreds of millions of dollars now, another war which would inevitably come in the future if we should try to regain the position lost by withdrawing from the islands and to lead in the merciless race of nations for material and moral supremacy, would cost us 10 times as many millions of dollars. The use of the North Sea and Baltic Canal by ocean-going vessels is slowly but steadily increasing. The entries during the month of October numbered 2,669, with an aggregate tonnage of 385,176, as compared with 2,436, with a total tonnage of 330,843 in October 1898. End of section 1.
Section 2 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by AldenWilliams. The Cape Nome Gold District by F. C. Schrader, United States Geological Survey. On arriving at St. Michael late in September 1899, at the close of the field season's work in the Yukon country, we found that ocean transportation from St. Michael to Seattle could not be obtained before about October 10th, when the NATNT Company's steamship Roanoke would sail. The interim of a couple weeks' waiting was accordingly improved by repairing to Nome, for the purpose of collecting such geologic and topographic data of this new district as time, circumstances, and climate would permit. As our boats, tents, and camping outfits had been left in the Yukon country, our party was dependent for such accommodations at Nome, or from the miners on the creeks and in the gulches. The topography was in charge of Messrs. T.G. Gerdine and D.C. Witherspoon, while the geology and topography were done by Messrs. Brooks and Schrader. The latter, with knapsacks of sleeping bags and provisions, made a several days' trip into the mountains and gulches to examine the formations and gold diggings. On account of the snow, cold weather, and freezing up of the creeks, most of the gold claims had been closed down early in October, and operators had departed. Wherever the miners were found to be still present, however, their hospitality was generously extended, notably by Mr. F. P. King, members of the Pioneer Company, and other miners on Anvil Creek. The Cape Nome district is situated on the northwest coast of Alaska, on the northeast arm of Bering Sea, at the entrance of Norton Sound. It is the southern promontory of a large peninsula, extending westward toward Siberia, between Kotzebue and Norton Sounds, and largely separates Bering Sea from the Arctic Ocean. Westward, this peninsula terminates at the 168th meridian in Cape Prince of Wales, the most westward extension of the American continent, which is here separated from Asia by Bering Strait, almost 60 miles in width. The promontory, on which the Nome district occurs, has long been known on nearly all Alaskan maps by the name of Cape Nome. The district lies about 100 miles northwest of St. Michael, and just outside of the Fort St. Michael military reservation. By ocean steamer route, it is nearly 2,700 miles northwest of Seattle, and about 750 miles from Dutch Harbor, Unalaska. The Cape Nome region, as known at the present, extends from Cape Nome, and the apex of the promontory some 30 miles or more northwestward and about 20 miles inland to the north. In the middle of this shoreline, at the mouth of the Snake River, the thriving city of Nome is situated. From Cape Nome, for 30 or more miles westward, to near Sin Rock, the shoreline is, comparatively, straight and smooth. But lying back of the shoreline, between it and the base of the mountains, occurs the well-known tundra. This consists of a strip of treeless, moss-covered marine gravels, forming a coastal shelf, which, along the beach, is about 30 feet above sea level. From here it slopes gently upward until, at the base of the mountains, some 4 or 5 miles from the beach, it attains an elevation of 150 or 200 feet. During the summer it is usually wet, soft and boggy, and is dotted here and there by a few ponds, and is traversed by the Snake, Nome, and Cripple rivers, and other smaller streams which carry out the drainage from the mountains. Along the north edge of the tundra, at the beginning of the mountains, the topography is low and rounding, with the floors of the main valleys rather flat and from 1 to 3 miles in width. 7 miles north of Nome, crude gravel terraces, seemingly marine, were observed to the height of about 1,500 feet. These seem to mark successive stages of land elevation still going on. Further northward, 20 or 30 miles from the beach, the mountains become more rugged and rise, in some instances, into seemingly permanent snow peaks, but probably nowhere exceed 3,000 feet in elevation. The nearest harbors, for deep sea or ocean vessels, are Port Clarence, 60 miles northwest of Nome, and Golofnin Bay, the same distance northeast. It is not unlikely that one or both of these harbors will be connected with the Nome district by rail, should the district prove to be as rich as present prospects indicate. Port Safety, a small harbor to the east of Cape Nome, will admit vessels not drawing over 8 feet of water, but it is not adequate for the accommodation of deep-sea going vessels. In front of Nome, the sea is so shallow that the larger vessels cannot approach the shore, but are obliged to discharge their cargoes by means of boats and lighters, a method which is very precarious on account of the combers and breakers that usually sweep the coast. Mountains thus far examined are composed of mica schists and limestone, alternating in layers and beds with each other. They are thin, or medium-bedded rocks, and strike and trend northeastward and southwestward, and dip southeastward at an angle of about 45 degrees. The limestone is bluish-gray, and comparatively fine-grained, and more or less well metamorphosed, often becoming a crystalline marble. The mica schist is sometimes slaty, but it also shows considerable metamorphic action and is garnetiferous. Locally, the rocks are sometimes folded and traversed by quartz veins and veinlets of both quartz and calcite, with also some iron and copper pyrites. Pyrites are also disseminated sporadically in the schists. The quartz veins and veinlets traversing the rocks are supposed to be the source of the gold. Far back in the mountains, granite is said to occur, but may be represented merely by granitoid dikes, some pebbles of which occur in the beach gravels. The tundra is composed of apparently marine gravels, derived from the rocks in the mountains, and is almost exclusively mica schist and limestone. Toward the mountains, the gravels are often coarse, carrying boulders of considerable size, but along the beach they have been largely reduced to fine gravel and sand by wave action. It is in this reduced material that the beach gold occurs. The first discovery of gold in the Nome district was made in September 1898, when a party of Swedes found it on the creeks and in the gulches. But not until July 1899 was the discovery of the beach gold made. In the gulches around the edge of the mountains, the diggings are coarse gold, the largest nuggets found being about $350 each. Here, the gold occurs on the bedrock under the creek gravels, which are 6 or 8 feet in thickness. Along the beach, the gold is quite fine, having been reduced by wave action along with the gravel and sand to the size of birdshot, or even finer. Its occurrence here is for the most part under 2 or 3 feet of gravel and sand, on a bottom layer of clay or argillaceous sand, called bedrock by the miners. Thin layers of ruby sand, interstratified along with the gravel near the so-called bedrock, are also found to be richly auriferous. Beach diggings have been operated during the past summer and fall for about 30 or more miles, from Cape Nome to near Sinrock. Coarse gold is being mined in Anvil, Glacier, Dexter, and Osborne creeks, and along Penny and Cripple rivers. The production of the region for the past season of 1899, as near as can be estimated, amounted to $2 million, of which 1/2 has been produced by the beach. Discovery Claim and One Below on Anvil Creek produced $225,000, while Snow Gulch, a very small tributary of Glacier Creek, is reported to have yielded over $200,000. In the gulches the work is carried on by stripping, sluicing, and to some extent by rocking, while on the beach the method of extracting the gold has thus far almost exclusively been by rocking. Here, the water used for rocking is generally that of the ocean. In a few cases, however, the seawater has been raised by steam power and sluices constructed along the beach. In the rocker, the gold is caught on blankets and to some extent on copper plates coated with mercury. In many instances, where the supply of copper plate could not equal the demand, the bottom of the rocker was covered by the United States silver coin, principally $1 pieces, and these coated with the mercury which caught the gold. During the latter part of summer and in the fall, it is estimated that an average of 2,000 men were working along the beach, and that they took out an average of about $20 per day per man. In many cases, the amount taken out was much greater. The tundra between the beach and the base of the mountains has also been prospected to some extent, and has not infrequently yielded from 10 cents to 30 cents per pan. Capital, however, will doubtless be required to handle the tundra with profit. Also, the benches above referred to, in the lower region of the mountains, have been found to be auriferous and have largely been staked. The country about the head of Solomon and Bonanza rivers, 40 miles northwest of Nome, reports good prospects. In the Golofnen Bay country, on Fish River and its tributaries, coarse gold was taken out during the past summer. On Ophir Creek, one of the chief tributaries, a single claim is said to have yielded $75,000. Prospects have also been reported on the western shore of Norton Bay. Late in the fall, it was rumored that gold had been found at Cape York by a native employed in herding the government reindeer. These rumors have since been more than verified by Captain Jarvis, who visited this region with the U.S. revenue cutter Bear, and by a recent number of The Alaskan Miner, issued at Juneau, which reports the country rich and that more than 9 square miles of it were staked late in November and in early December. There seems good reason to infer that substantially the entire southern half of this large peninsula, covering more than 8,000 or 10,000 square miles, is gold-bearing, and much of it very rich. It lies in the Great Yukon Gold Belt, extending from the Klondike westward, and probably continues across Bering Sea into Siberia. It seems more than probable that the Siberian coast will be visited by enterprising American prospectors before another season has passed. There is no timber in the Nome district. The nearest approach to it is a scanty growth of very stunted willow or elm along some of the waterways, wholly inadequate for ordinary camping purposes. A growth of moss, which furnishes abundance of food for reindeer, covers the surface except in upper slopes of the mountains. There is, however, a sufficient growth of grass to sustain horses and cattle during the short summer months. Mr. F. V. Coville attributes the absence of timber to the rigors of the Arctic climate. Prior to the discovery of gold, there were a few natives, all Eskimo, scattered along the coast from near Cape Nome northward, and a small village on Sledge Island during the sea fishing season. At Port Clarence, which has been the headquarters of the United States reindeer industry in Alaska, is a mission with good schools. The great movement of the white population toward Nome began early in the summer of 1899 and continued until the middle of October, building up a city of over 5,000 people on a previously barren beach. Nearly every boat which descended the Yukon from Dawson and other points on the river was loaded to its fullest capacity with passengers, while many came from the southeastern districts of Alaska and the Pacific coast of the United States. The rapidity and growth of the city of Nome has probably never been precedented, especially in so remote a region. 1,000 or more unsuccessful prospectors descending from the Koyukuk district, and an equal number from the Kotzebue Sound and Koak River district, arrived at St. Michael in a financially stranded condition, but hearing of the diggings of Nome, a majority soon found their way thither, and in a few days' work on the beach had rocked out sufficient gold to place themselves in moderately comfortable circumstances and pay their transportation back to the United States. The principal trading companies operating at Nome are the NAT&T Company, the AC Company, and the AE, or Alaska Exploration Company, all with fairly well-stocked warehouses and plants and abundant supplies for the next spring. Of newspapers there are, at the present time, the Nome News, the Nome Gold Digger, and the Nome Herald. The Nugget, with printing press and equipments from Dawson, went down in a gale on Norton Sound in September, while a smaller outfit bound for Nome from the United States went down on the Laredo at St. Lawrence Island a few weeks later. A company is now being organized with a view to constructing a deep-water pier for a temporary harbor to be extended far out into the ocean, whereby deep-sea vessels may be unloaded. Until more definite arrangements can be perfected, the United States Post Office is endeavoring to send the mails to Nome semi-monthly during the present winter by way of White Pass, Yukon River, and the Unalaklik and St. Michael route. On account of ice in Bering Sea, Nome cannot be reached by ocean vessels earlier than some time in June, though Nome coast is free from ice later in the fall and earlier in the summer than the coast about St. Michael. The climate of Cape Nome is mild, and for the most part moist or rainy during the summer, but cold and severe in the winter season, which extends from late in October to May. The climate, however, is healthful. During the past summer, the only difficulty the population of Nome seemed to encounter was typhoid fever, and this, it seems likely, would not have occurred with a good drainage system and a wholesome water supply, which may be readily obtained with a little care and labor. Several hospitals were organized and equipped, and all did excellent service to their fullest capacity. Other patients were shipped down to the United States in nearly every returning vessel during the latter part of the season. There are probably about 3,000 people wintering at Nome today, and judging from the present indications, it is not unlikely that the next summer the population will amount to about 25,000 or 30,000. Living wages during the past months has been very high. Board and lodging, $6 per day, and with room, $10 per day. The price of an ordinary meal was from $2 to $3, while wages ranged from $12 to $15 per day. Wood gathered from the driftwood along the beach cost $40 to $50 a cord. Coal, $125 per ton, and lumber, $125 per 1,000 feet, and other necessaries almost in proportion. The population, though considerably mixed, is preeminently American, and contains a good business element and law-abiding people. The government is a self-organized municipal government, giving good order throughout. A police force is on duty, and there is also located here a detachment of United States soldiers under Lieutenant Kriege, who did much in the earlier stages of Nome toward the preservation of order and the securing of individual rights. End of Section 2.
Section 3 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Idaho and Montana Boundary Line by Richard U. Goode, United States Geological Survey. The United States Geological Survey has completed the survey and marking of the portion of the boundary line between Idaho and Montana corresponding to the 39th meridian west from Washington, or 116 degrees, 3 minutes, 2.30 seconds west from Greenwich. The remaining portion of the boundary line follows the crest of the Bitterroot and Rocky Mountains, and as this crest is for the most part sharp and well defined, see illustration page 26, it was not considered necessary to place monuments along this portion of the line, nor would it have been possible to do so under the appropriation, as the available funds were exhausted on the part of the line first mentioned. From a geological standpoint, but hardly from a practical one, however, there is another reason why monuments should not be placed on the summit of the Bitterroot Range, as marking the boundary between Idaho and Montana. There is abundant evidence that the summit is what is known as a retreating or migrating divide. In other words, the waters tributary to the Bitterroot River in Montana are continually capturing by erosion those of the Clearwater River in Idaho, so that the divide is slowly being shifted to the westward, thus adding to the territory of Montana and diminishing that of Idaho. The existing divide is uniformly from 6 to 8 miles from the irregular line representing the original divide, if the latter may be accepted as having passed through the highest points of the range, which seems probable. Points near the meridian line were located by triangulation from the Spokane base of the U.S. Geological Survey, this base being referred for its initial latitude and longitude to 2 astronomic piers in the courthouse grounds at Spokane, the latitude determination having been made by the U.S. Geological Survey and the longitude determination by the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey. After the point on the crest of the Bitterroot Mountains corresponding to its intersection with the 39th meridian had been located, this location having been determined by traverse from the triangulation station divide, see diagram of triangulation on page 25, a random line was run northward to the international boundary by transit and stadia, horizontal and vertical distances being measured. Direction was controlled by frequent observations for azimuth. The line was further checked in azimuth as well as in distance by connection with the triangulation at 4 points. It was not practicable to establish a triangulation station near the line at its intersection with the international boundary, so from the most northerly location by triangulation, the distance to this point of intersection was measured with a steel tape and was also checked by stadia. It may be noted that no monuments were found marking the international boundary near the point of its intersection with the Idaho-Montana boundary line, and it is believed that there are large sections of this important line which are not marked and have never been marked in any way. Considerable work was done by the Northwestern Boundary Survey, but just how far this work proceeded is not known. The State Department, in answer to an inquiry on the subject, makes the statement that the Department has no report of the western portion of the Northwestern Boundary Survey from the Pacific coast to the summit of the Rocky Mountains. It is suggested that under these circumstances, a commission similar to the one which recently served in connection with the survey and remarking of the boundary line between the United States and Mexico west of the Rio Grande might be appropriately appointed. There was found, however, among the records of the Northwestern Boundary Survey, in the manuscript room of the State Department, a list of positions determined, and in this list was given the position of the Mui Trail Monument as follows: latitude 49 degrees 0 minutes 1.3 seconds, longitude 116 degrees 14 minutes 59.2 seconds. This monument was identified on the ground about 8.5 miles west of the Idaho-Montana boundary line, and its position determined by triangulation with reference to the Spokane base and astronomic position as follows: latitude 49 degrees 0 minutes 1.51 seconds, longitude 116 degrees 14 minutes 19.48 seconds. The check-in latitude, 21 feet, was considered very satisfactory, and even the discrepancy in longitude, about 2,647 feet, was not more than might be expected, considering the lack of telegraphic facilities by the Northwestern Boundary Survey. The point determined as the true one for the intersection of the international boundary and the Idaho-Montana boundary was located with reference to the latitude of the Mui monument, so that there may be no discrepancy when the international boundary is ultimately traced and marked, it being assumed that the work already done by the Northwestern Boundary Survey will be accepted and utilized. The random line northward having been run, as previously stated, and the adjustments having been made connecting the line with the triangulation, the true line was then established from north to south, and the monuments were placed. The line going northward starts at an elevation of about 4,850 feet and, descending from the summit of the Bitterroot Mountains, crosses the Clark Fork of the Columbia at an altitude of about 2,220 feet, then climbs to the summit of the Cabinet Mountains, reaching at this point an elevation of 6,670 feet. Continuing from this locality, it intersects many canyons tributary to the Kootenai River and crosses the latter, touching the platform of the station house at Leonia, a station on the Great Northern Railroad, at an elevation of 1,824 feet. Thence it ascends another high ridge, the Yak Mountain, reaching an altitude of 6,585 feet, whence there is a gradual descent, crossing, however, many lateral streams to the international boundary, at which point the elevation is about 4,500 feet. The country traversed is extensively trenched with canyons of considerable depth, and the sides of the mountains are in many places very precipitous. The profile shows a total rise and fall of about 63,000 feet. The line is for the most part through a heavily timbered country, and there are few roads or trails, so that the question of transportation was a rather difficult one. The length of the line surveyed passes through a latitudinal interval of 1 degree, 1 minute, 24.65 seconds, or about 70.5 miles. Previous to the work herein referred to, no attempt has ever been made to locate and mark the Idaho-Montana boundary line, but the Northern Pacific and Great Northern Railways had estimated the points at which it crossed their line and established marks according to this estimation. The accepted crossing on the Northern Pacific was found to be about 1/4 of a mile west of the true line, and that of the Great Northern about 1 mile east of the true line along the railway line, but only about 1/2 mile east thereof in direct longitude. Kootenai County, Idaho, spent a considerable sum of money in grading a road up the mountain from Leonia toward Silvernight, which, when the boundary line was located soon after, was found to be in Flathead County, Montana. The monuments used along the meridional portion of the line are of two kinds, stone and iron. The stone monuments are of granite, 6 feet in length and 10 inches square, undressed, except for spaces sufficient to permit of the cutting of the words Idaho and Montana on opposite sides. These monuments are placed in the more prominent localities and are monolithic in all cases when it was possible to transport them in one mass to the proper position. Otherwise they were cut in 10 sections so that they could be carried on pack mules and were bolted and cemented together when established in place. The monuments at the international boundary and at the summit of the Bitterroot Mountains, these being the terminal points of the meridional portion of the line, are of stone made from sections as described, and monoliths are placed near the points at which the boundary line crosses the Northern Pacific and Great Northern Railways. The iron monuments are hollow posts of wrought iron, 6 feet in length and about 4 inches in outer diameter, covered with a coat of asphaltum tar. They were flared at the bottom to a width of 12 inches, so that they might be more securely planted in the ground. These posts are set to a depth of 3 feet below the surface of the ground, 3 feet remaining above ground, and a conical mound of earth is raised around them to a height of 2 feet. On the top of the posts are riveted bronze caps, on which is cast appropriate lettering, and the number of the monument and the distance from the international boundary in miles are stamped in large figures. In addition to the 4 stone monuments referred to above, 89 iron monuments were placed. The sites for the monuments were chosen with reference to the topographic features of the country instead of being placed at even miles, as has usually been the custom on boundary lines, but there are no intervals greater than a mile between monuments. They were placed generally on summits or near streams, roads, or trails. Between the monuments the line is thoroughly cut out and adjacent trees are blazed, so that the line can be readily recognized in any locality. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Goldburn. The Copper River Delta by E.D. Preston. The entrance to the Copper River has become, within the last few years, a region of great interest and importance, and in order to develop its geography, a coast and geodetic survey party has been sent there for the past 2 seasons. Landing in the vicinity of Orca, Mr. H.P. Ritter, under whose direction the operations were conducted, immediately began a triangulation of the surrounding country. His party consisted of Mr. E.B. Latham and Mr. H.C. Denson, both of the Coast and Geodetic Survey, with a foreman and 8 hands. The following information has been taken from the reports of Messrs. Ritter and Denson, which have just reached Washington. Astronomical observations were made at several points, notably at Orca and Cokenhenny. The work comprised a survey of the delta and its vicinity, roughly embracing about 1,000 square miles. The triangulation, of which the base was in the vicinity of Cokenhenny Astronomical Station, covers the entire delta, and many observations were taken on the mountains lying to the east, north, and west. This work served to locate their position and determine their heights. Hydrographic examinations were made at the mouth of the river and at other places. The plane table work covered the shoreline, positions of sloughs, reefs, etc., and the tidal observations were used in reducing the hydrographic work. Meteorological observations were also made, as well as magnetic observations at Orca and at a point in the middle of the delta. A large part of the topography was executed by application of the phototopographic method. A map on a scale of 1 to 80,000 was prepared for the results of the season's work. The longitude depends on the transportation of chronometers, determining a sea rate of observations at San Francisco and Seattle, and a land rate after having carried the chronometer ashore and made sufficient observations for this purpose. Tidal observations were carried on at all stations occupied by the party, namely Orca, Cokenhenny, Pete Dole Slough, and Eyak River. These observations were made in such a way that the series for consecutive stations overlap, thus fixing the relation between the tides at the 2 stations. At both Orca and Cokenhenny, magnetic observations were made, at the former place in May and at the latter in June. The phototopographic camera was continually used, and the necessary developing accessories were carried along, so the negatives were largely developed in the field. Owing to the general unfavourableness of the weather, no systematic scheme could be carried out, although a large amount of valuable data was obtained. 180 views were taken with the topographic camera, and 88 with an ordinary view camera. The country in the vicinity of the mouth of the Copper River, as seen when approaching it from the sea, has the appearance of a vast snow-peaked mountain range whose tops are covered with perpetual snow. Innumerable glaciers move down from the mountainsides and fill the deeply cut canyons. From the head of the delta to the ocean reef is a distance of about 25 miles. The delta is 50 miles wide, and the mountains range from 1,000 to 8,000 feet in elevation. The flats at the mouth of the river are cut up into numerous islands by the many tidal sloughs and small streams flowing from the glaciers. Many interesting features may be noted in regard to this particular locality, among which may be mentioned the violent winds which begin during the month of September and last through winter until early spring. They are of such violence that it's impossible for anyone to cross the delta while they prevail. The body of water intervening between the flats and the ocean reefs is navigable to boats drawing from 3 to 4 feet of water, and is in places navigable to these only at high tide. By the receding tide, an area of about 250 square miles is completely drained, and the surface presents one unbroken expanse of mud. The currents during the rising tide are extremely swift, as the ocean reef acts as a barrier until the water rises over it, when it flows in with great rapidity. The average temperature of the delta during the months of June, July and August was found to be about 50 degrees Fahrenheit. During the month of September, it is 10 degrees less, accompanied by freezing weather during the nights. The vegetation is very marked. On the flats are found flowers and marsh grass. On the sand dunes are alders, berry bushes and cottonwood trees, while on the mountainside hemlock and firs grow in abundance. From the head of the delta to where the river leaves the marsh and spreads out over the mud flats, it flows nearly south, is about 5 miles wide and consists of numerous changeable channels, varying in depth from 5 to 20 feet. The river breaks through the mountain range about 30 miles from the coast and is here flanked on the east side by Miles Glacier and on the west by Childs Glacier. In this vicinity are the rapids, which form an insurmountable barrier to all kinds of upstream navigation except canoes. The most westerly branch of the delta is known as the Allegnick Slough, being the most extensively travelled and important branch of the river. Its length is about 15 miles and it varies in width from 1/2 mile to 1 mile, with depths from 5 to 15 feet, depending on the stage of the tide. This branch is a tidal stream. The average tide at the lower end during the stay of Mr. Ritter's party was about 10 feet, while at Allegnick at the upper end, the tide was from 2 to 3 feet. The navigation of this branch is facilitated by the fact that during flood tide, the direction of the current is east, while at ebb tide it is west. This effect is felt as far as Allegnick. On the Copper River Delta are 2 large canneries, one at Orca and the other at Odiak. The fishing season begins about May and ends with July. During this time, each cannery turns out about 30,000 cases. E. D. Preston. End of section 4. Section 5 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Goldburn. Our New Possessions and the Interest They Are Exciting by O. P. Austin. The intense interest which is felt throughout the United States regarding the islands which the events of the past year have brought into closer relations with us is indicated in many ways, but especially in the large number of inquiries which are being received by the various departments of the government for information along these lines. 2 editions of the monograph Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Hawaiian, Philippine and Samoan Islands, issued by the Bureau of Statistics of the Treasury Department, have been entirely exhausted, and a 3rd edition, containing much additional information received from government officials in those islands, as well as from other sources, has just been issued, and the statistics of their commerce brought down to the latest possible date. The study of this latest information regarding these islands leads the Bureau of Statistics to the conclusion that their present consuming power is, in round terms, $100 million, about equally divided between agricultural products and manufactures, but that this can and will be greatly increased by the introduction of modern methods of production and by the creation of roads and railways by which the uncultivated area can be opened, consuming power being dependent upon producing power. Only about 2 millions of the 35 million acres composing the island of Cuba have, it is estimated, ever been under cultivation, and a considerable percentage of this is now uncultivated owing to the devastation of the recent wars. In Puerto Rico, while there is already a dense population, the productive capacity of the island can, it is believed, be greatly increased by the construction of railways and roads in the interior of the island, which has now few wagon roads at any distance from the coast capable of use for transporting agricultural products. In the Philippine Islands, conditions are quite similar, and the introduction of railways and wagon roads would enable the cultivation of large areas of extremely productive land, which have not up to this time been brought under cultivation. In the Hawaiian Islands, a considerable increase is being made in the productive area by irrigation from artisan wells. In the Samoan Islands, which are also discussed, the cultivable area is comparatively small, and especially so in the single island of Tutuila, which falls to the United States under the new treaty between Great Britain, Germany, and the United States, the chief value of this island being its harbour, which is undoubtedly the finest island harbour in the South Pacific and perhaps the entire Pacific Ocean. All the products of these islands are of a class which the United States is constantly required to import in great quantities. The annual importation of tropical products into the United States averages fully $250 million in value. And as this large importation is composed chiefly of sugar, coffee, fruits and nuts, fibres, spices, drugs, dye and cabinet woods, and other tropical growths, all of which can be produced and are now being produced in greater or less quantities in these islands, it seems probable that their new relations with the United States may lead to the expenditure in them of most of the money which our people are compelled to send abroad for tropical products, and that in return we shall furnish them the increased supplies of foodstuffs and manufactures which their increased earnings will lead them to demand. O.P. Austin. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in September 2023. The Total Eclipse of the Sun, May 28, 1900, by F. H. Bigelow. The path of the shadow of the approaching total eclipse of the sun, May 28, 1900, begins at sunrise over the Pacific Ocean just to the west of Mexico, extends thence northeastward over the southern states from New Orleans, Louisiana, to Norfolk, Virginia, crosses the middle portions of the North Atlantic Ocean to Portugal, and terminates near the northern end of the Red Sea at sunset. The location of this track in the United States is remarkable for its convenient accessibility to a multitude of people, who, with a minimum of trouble, can easily view the wonderful phenomenon of the solar corona. The track passes over New Orleans, Louisiana, centrally, touches Mobile, Alabama on the southern, and Montgomery, Alabama on the northern edge, passes just to the north of Columbus, Macon, Milledgeville, and Augusta, Georgia, a few miles south of Atlanta, Georgia, a little north of Columbia, South Carolina, just south of Charlotte, North Carolina, and quite centrally over Raleigh, North Carolina, and Norfolk, Virginia. It is easily computed that more than 500,000 persons will see the total eclipse, of more or less duration, from their homes, and it is not unlikely that many more will take advantage of the opportunity to see the event of a lifetime. Educators ought to encourage their students to go to the track at some point of it, and thus arouse in them a practical interest in solar physics. Transportation companies should find an opportunity, quite equal to an exposition, a yard race, or a grand parade, of enticing many to make such an excursion. The fact that the track, instead of falling on the inaccessible places of the earth, is so near to suitable hotel accommodations will make the event one of unusual popularity in the United States. The U.S. Weather Bureau has been conducting a cloud survey of the region near the track during the seasons of 1897, 1898, and 1899, with the object of determining the localities which have the least tendency to cloudiness at that time of the year. The result is that near the Atlantic coast and extending back into North Carolina, the prevailing cloudiness at the morning hour of the eclipse, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., is about 40%. In the states of Georgia and Alabama, the percentage falls to less than 20%. Near the Gulf of Mexico, in Mississippi and Louisiana, it rises again to more than 30%. Hence it follows that the chances for fair weather are about twice as good in Georgia and Alabama, that is, on the highland of the southern end of the Appalachian system, as near the coast in either direction. Unfortunately, the duration of the totality on the central line increases from 1 minute 13 seconds near New Orleans, Louisiana, to 1 minute 42 seconds near Norfolk, Virginia, so that astronomers would naturally select stations as near the Atlantic coast as possible in order to secure the longest look at the corona. Since the probability of cloudiness is a maximum at the very part of the track where the duration of the eclipse is greatest, there must be some balancing of chances in selecting the sites of the observing stations. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Census of 1900 by Dr. F. H. Wines, Assistant Director of the Census. The census impresses the imagination of the American people as something vast and mysterious simply because of the magnitude of the numbers with which it deals and the extent of territory which it covers. The elements that go to make up a census are very few and very simple. The whole subject divides itself into two parts: collection of data and handling of data collected. The Census Act prescribes what inquiries shall be undertaken and, in large part, what questions shall be asked. These questions are asked of every individual, of every owner of a farm, and of every manufacturer in the United States, all of whom are required to answer under penalty of law and are liable to prosecution if false answers are given. For this purpose, a small army of investigators is essential, numbering in the aggregate 50,000 people. The country is divided into 300 districts, each of which is put under the control of a supervisor, and for each subdivision an enumerator is appointed, who is expected to make a return for from 2,000 to 4,000 of population. The statistics of manufactures are severally collected by special agents. The enumerators are all required to complete their work in 30 days from June 1, 1900, while more time is given to collectors of statistics of manufactures. All these facts are reported on schedules, which constitute what may be called the raw material with which the Census Office has to deal. Second, the Census Office itself may be regarded as a great manufacturing establishment in which this raw material is collected into printed books. Referring only to the population, it may be said that this conversion involves 4 distinct processes. In the first of these, the facts recorded on the schedules are transferred to cards, 1 card for every individual enumerated, in which holes are punched according to various possible answers to questions contained in the schedule. There are on each card 240 distinct positions which any particular hole may occupy. The position of the hole shows its significance. The second process is that in which these cards are counted by electricity. The electrical counting machine used in the last census is the invention of Herman Hollerith. It is so contrived that needles passing through the punched holes on each card form electrical connections which operate clock-faced dials, showing numbers corresponding to each individual fact or combination of facts. The third process consists in entering the number on result slips and combining them in tabular form as copy for the printer. The final process is the setting up of the type and the preparation of the stereotyped plates for the press. All this is very simple in theory and in practice, but it involves an enormous amount of work. The work done in the last census was equivalent to between 6,000 and 7,000 years for one man. The weight of the cards used was 200 tons, and of the schedules returned by the enumerators, 150 tons. There is not a day during the continuation of the census work in which it is not necessary to handle 4 or 5 tons of paper, while the number of clerks and other employees in the office is about 3,000. To organize and govern a force like this, for the most part untrained and collected almost at hazard from the general population, requires far more than ordinary intellectual and executive ability. The Census Act directs that this immense undertaking shall be completed in its main outlines by the 1st of July, 1902, or a little more than 2 years from the taking of the census. It may be doubted whether Congress knew what is implied in this requirement, but the director and his assistants are determined to comply with it, if possible. In order so to do, certain conditions are essential, namely, a sufficient number of clerks, competent clerks, a proper house in which to carry on the work, and non-interference on the part of senators and congressmen with the government and discipline of the office. A building in which each of the above processes will be conducted in a single room on the ground floor, lighted by skylights in the roof, has been constructed in a convenient location for the especial use of the census. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Geographic Nomenclature by E.W. Hilgard. Mr. R.T. Hill's discussion of Puerto Rico or Puerto Rico raises a question which should be settled on a rational and permanent basis as quickly as possible before the usage of tourists, newspapers, and their reporters is more widely claimed as making precedent and constituting authority in the spelling and pronunciation of the geographical names of the countries that have lately come under the United States flag. Mr. Hill, whose excellent volume on the West Indies could scarcely have been written without a competent knowledge of the Spanish language, can hardly be serious in alleging that Puerto is unphonetic and unpronounceable by English-speaking lips. Still less seriously can he believe that the rules of the Geographic Board are intended to imply the adoption by all nations untranslated of such politically significant and often temporary compound names as the United States, any more than they would require the German Empire to be called Das Deutsche Reich in this country. That the supposed difficulty is largely imaginary is plainly shown by the fact that in California far more troublesome names than Puerto are spelled as in Spanish and are yet correctly pronounced by all but newcomers to the state. That during the late war the popular pronunciation of Santiago and San Diego were almost identical merely proves the great need of reform in English spelling. It certainly does not argue either that we should adopt the mistake or change the spelling of either name. Long before there was a board on geographic names, the American missionaries in the Hawaiian Islands solved in a simple and sensible fashion the almost insuperable difficulty of spelling the native names and language so as to have them correctly pronounced by English-speaking people and the world at large. They simply adopted for the vowel sounds the letters consistently representing them in Spanish, Italian, and German, and Sanskrit languages, which are also current in the Orient in the case of the lingua franca. Although this has been disregarded by the English in India, and thus given rise to endless mispronunciations of the geographic names of that country. The question now before us is whether we are to repeat this blunder in our new possessions instead of adopting the sensible expedient of the New England missionaries above referred to, thus gradually working toward a popular understanding of phonetic spelling. We might then hope to get rid by degrees of the present orthography, or rather cacography, of the English language. Those who fondly hope to see English become the world language can hardly expect to realize their dream so long as the present inconsistent spelling is continued, since it not only constitutes an obstacle to the learning of the language by foreigners, but wastes an enormous amount of precious time in our schools in spelling exercises whose intrinsic educational value is about equaled by that of interconversion of medieval weights and measures and coins so long constituted a favorite and long protracted theme in our school arithmetics. With the necessity of more language study in our schools, in order to conform to the requirements of the new territorial acquisitions of the Pan American commerce as well, our people will soon use their practical common sense with good effect upon these questions, and will find out that what has been possible in California and Hawaii can as well be done by the nation as a whole, even if our British brethren should persist in further mutilating the geographical names of their possessions. I trust that whether in the future we write and say Puerto Rico, Portuguese, or Puerto Rico, Spanish, the policy of the Geographic Board to conserve to the utmost extent possible the native pronunciation and spelling of names will be maintained as the only means of avoiding the most dismal and discreditable medley on our maps and in our official documents, and the indefinite aggravation of the evil which unprogressive jingoism, whether English or American, would impose upon ourselves and especially upon posterity. E. W. Hilgard, University of California. End of section 8. Section 9 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Puerto Rico, Not Puerto Rico, by John Hyde. The controversy over the name of this island has been brought to a highly satisfactory termination by the President of the United States, who has decided that the official spelling shall be Puerto Rico, on the ground that it is the form in use by the people of the island themselves. This decision was rendered in response to a letter addressed to the President by the chairman of the U.S. Board on Geographic Names, in which reference was made to the embarrassment arising from the non-uniformity of spelling prevailing in the executive departments. The President's decision is gratifying, not only as the final settlement of a question into the discussion of which an astonishing amount of feeling and even some misrepresentation have been imported, but also and especially for the reason that it is founded specifically upon the fact that Puerto Rico is the form in local use, thus sustaining that important feature of the policy of the Board, which makes local usage the principal factor in the determination of the official spelling of geographic names by the government of the United States. That the official form will speedily come into general use can scarcely be doubted. That rich legacy of Spanish names, so euphonious and so full of meaning, which constitutes a large part of the geographic nomenclature of California and the states and territories of the Southwest, has been accepted by the American people without question, as have also the Indian names so common in many parts of the country. There is no demand for the tendency toward the simplification of names far more difficult, both as to spelling and pronunciation, than Puerto Rico, and the proper spelling of the name of our new island possession will undoubtedly commend itself to the country at large. J. H. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Geographic Literature. Hawaiian America, Something of its History, Resources, and Prospects by Caspar Whitney. pages 357 with maps and illustrations. New York and London, Harper and Brothers, 1899. This is a history of the islands and a description of their present industrial, social, and political condition, written in an easy, entertaining style and profusely illustrated with admirable half-tone cuts. It contains 5 maps, 4 of which are somewhat detailed charts of the islands. H.G. The Newborn Cuba by Franklin Matthews, pages 389. New York and London, Harper and Brothers, 1899. This is the story of the early stages of Reconstruction in Cuba, a page of history not yet a year old. It tells of the installation and working of the military government, of the sanitation of the towns, the relief of the starving, and the attitude of the people toward the future. The author sums up his conclusions at the end of the preface as follows. Cuba's future, it is safe to predict, will reveal and justify the wise and beneficent acts of the American officials during the most critical part of American occupation, namely its beginning and early growth. Whatever may be the result of later complications, American occupation of Cuba assuredly was started right. The book is beautifully illustrated with half-tone cuts. H.G. Practical Exercises in Elementary Meteorology by Robert Decore Ward, Instructor in Climatology in Harvard University. Pages Roman numeral 13 plus 199. Boston, Ginn & Company, 1899, $1.25. This special attention of teachers should be called to this important publication, which is simply a manual for their guidance in teaching meteorology in high schools and academies. It is in fact an orderly publication of the many results of the wide experience of Professor William M. Davis and Mr. Ward in teaching meteorology during the past 15 years at Harvard University. It may even be described as the natural outcome of the methods of teaching this subject that the present writer inaugurated in 1881-82 for the guidance of the pupils of the Normal School at Washington. Our ideas with regard to education in meteorology, as in every other branch of science, have now come to agree on one fundamental principle, viz., that personal experience, laboratory practice, and individual work are infinitely superior as methods of instruction to the old-fashioned study of textbooks. School boards and parents must demand, and teachers must be able to give this higher sort of instruction before it can become common in the schools. To this end, Mr. Ward's practical exercises will powerfully contribute. Mr. Ward begins by requiring the pupil, and why not also the teacher, to keep his own personal record of the weather. At first, no instruments are to be used, but afterward the thermometer, anemometer, rain gauge, psychrometer, and barometer are successively introduced. Eventually, the nephoscope, thermograph, and barograph appear. The use of these instruments, of course, implies that the observer shall have a general understanding of their methods of action, the errors to which they are subject, and the application of the numerical corrections that are given in the tables also published in Mr. Ward's book. It is not designed or desired that the classes for which this book is written should go very deeply into the complex problems of meteorology. As Mr. Ward says, complicated matters should be left to later years. The teacher who has a fairly good knowledge of one comprehensive modern textbook of meteorology will find himself sufficiently well equipped to answer the questions that will be put by the class. The first care of the teacher must be to stimulate good habits of observation and of careful generalization. The search for hidden causes and true explanations must come later. The interest of a class can easily be kept up throughout a school year by means of a progressive system of observations. The study of the weather should begin in the lower, if not the lowest grades of the ordinary grammar school. It is therefore necessary that teachers should have studied the subject previously in their normal schools, a fact that the employees of the Weather Bureau have for 20 years past been constantly emphasizing. Mr. Ward believes that the higher instrumental observations, such as the barometer, psychrometer, and nephoscope, may be profitably undertaken in the high school years, if not in the last year of the grammar school. Chapters 4 through 6 deal with the weather map, its construction and use. Chapter 9 with the direction of the wind in its relation to the gradient of pressure, and Chapter 10 with the velocity of the wind. After this follow the chapters on cyclones and anticyclones, methods of studying the winds, the weather sequences, the temperatures of the air at different heights, the diurnal variation of direction and velocity of wind. Finally, the observation and formation of dew, frost, and clouds completes the book, which is full of good suggestions to both teachers and scholars. Fortunately, meteorology may be studied in city schools quite as satisfactorily as in the country, as has been abundantly demonstrated by everyday experience in Brooklyn. The strong point of the present handbook is that it does not attempt to handle difficult scientific problems. It is adapted to everyone's capacity, but it requires that the pupil acquire habits of accurate observation and logical reasoning, instead of the inaccurate and illogical processes that so commonly prevail. We believe that it will exert a strong and beneficial influence in the grammar and high schools of the country. Cleveland Abbey. End of section 10. Section 11 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Correspondence. Royal Scottish Geographical Society, Queen Street, Edinburgh, November 30th, 1899. The Editor, The National Geographic Magazine, Washington, D.C. Dear Sir, in your November number, opposite page 449, you reproduce our map of Northwest Canada and Southwest Alaska, and this map is adduced as a proof that, even after the Joint High Commission had been agreed upon, the best informed British cartographers had not become aware of any conflicting claim, referring to the boundary between British territory and Alaska. First of all, I must admit that the map is very badly printed in our magazine. Nevertheless, if Mr. Foster had examined it attentively, he would have seen that the pink coloring representing British territory extends to the west of the line claimed by the United States. Indeed, owing to bad printing, it extends over some of the islands belonging to the United States. Of course, the copy in the National Geographic Magazine does not show this, being in black and white only. We do not discuss at length political questions, but as shown by one or two notes on page 488, volume Roman numeral 11, we are quite aware of the questions in dispute relating to the boundary, and should not publish a map that was erroneous in this respect, unless due, as in this case, to bad printing. Yours very truly, W. A. Taylor, Acting Editor, The Scottish Geographical Magazine. End of section 11. Section 12 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Miscellanea. The Russian government is making preparation for the construction of a new railway from southern European Russia to Turkestan. This will considerably shorten the route from the commercial centers of Russia to Central Asia. On October 24th, the government of General Castro announced to the representatives of foreign nations its exercise of governmental functions throughout the Republic of Venezuela. It was recognized as a de facto government by Great Britain on November 18th and by the United States on November 21st. The first grain elevator ever constructed in the Netherlands has just been completed at Amsterdam by the municipal government. Its total capacity is from 16,000 to 18,000 metric tons. Its maximum receiving capacity of 440,920 pounds per hour, and its discharging capacity on the harbor side 220,400 pounds per hour. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Some geographic features of southern Patagonia with a discussion of their origin by J.B. Hatcher, Princeton University. In the following pages, I shall attempt to describe in as clear and concise a manner as possible the principal geographic features of that part of Patagonia lying beyond the 46th parallel of south latitude, as they presented themselves to me during my travels in that country the past 3 years, while engaged chiefly in paleontologic and geologic researches in behalf of Princeton University. I shall also give a brief description of the geology of the region as a basis for a more extended discussion concerning the agencies which have contributed to produce the existing somewhat unusual, not to say unique, drainage systems of Patagonia. I shall not attempt an itinerary of my explorations, in the progress of which I crossed and recrossed the southern extension of the continent in many directions, nor shall I undertake to describe in detail the geography of any particular part of the region. The attention of the traveller in Patagonia, if he is endowed with any of the instincts of a naturalist, is first attracted to the long line of cliffs that everywhere on the eastern coast rise boldly from the sea to a height of from 300 to 500 feet. While still far out at sea, this is discernible to the experienced eye of the navigator, though to the landsman it may appear as a low cloud or fog bank, to either which illusions its usually unbroken summit and dull grey colours freely lend themselves. As the vessel approaches some one of the few harbours of this coast, commonly located at the mouths of rivers, its true nature soon becomes apparent, and it develops as a great sea wall stretching far away on either hand until lost in the northern and southern horizons. This line of bluffs extends throughout the entire eastern coast of Patagonia, with but occasional interruptions at the mouths of the few rivers that, flowing eastward from the Andes across the plains, discharge their waters into the Atlantic. The rocks forming the cliffs consist of alternating layers of sandstones and clays, approximately, though not entirely horizontal, of a prevailing light brown or grey colour, and everywhere remarkably free from any faults or other disturbances. Although the colour and lithological characters of the rocks are quite similar throughout the entire coastline, yet there is a decided difference in their age and origin, as shown by the fossils contained in them. Toward the north, the entire series of strata belong to the Patagonian beds, of middle tertiary age and marine origin, and contain in great abundance the fossil remains of oysters, pectins, brachiopods, bryozoans, etc., together with occasional bones and skulls of whales, dolphins, and other cetaceans, all bearing unimpeachable evidence as to their marine nature. These marine beds attain their maximum development in the region of San Julian, where they show a thickness of 900 feet. From this point, they dip very gently to the southeast, as is demonstrated by the fact that the succeeding strata gradually disappear beneath the waters of the Atlantic as we proceed southward along the coast. So slight, however, is this southerly dip that for more than 100 miles only the Patagonian beds are seen in the bluffs. But at a point about 40 miles south of the Santa Cruz River, a second series of rocks of somewhat lighter colour and composed of usually softer materials appear at the summit, conformably overlying the Patagonian beds. This second series of strata constitute the Santa Cruz beds of lacustrine and Aeolian origin. It contains the remains of that rich and unique assemblage of fossil birds and mammals concerning the age and relations of which there has been such wide discussion. Continuing southward along the coast, the rocks of the Santa Cruz beds dip gently to the southeast, so that in the region of Coy Inlet their lowermost strata have reached the water level, while the entire series forming the Patagonian beds are here submerged beneath the waters of the Atlantic. South of Coy Inlet, as far as Cape Fairweather, the bluffs are entirely composed of the Santa Cruz beds. At Cape Fairweather, another series of rocks appears at the summit, unconformably overlying the Santa Cruz beds, and designated as the Cape Fairweather beds. They are of marine origin and contain in great abundance the remains of marine invertebrates. I should also add that throughout the entire extent of this coast, the uppermost crest of the bluffs is composed of from 20 to 30 feet of unstratified boulders and clays, constituting the great shingle formation of Patagonia, distributed somewhat uniformly over almost the entire surface, and of probably combined ice and aqueous origin. With this hasty survey of the eastern coastline, let us proceed into the interior. Ascending the bluff, we emerge upon a broad elevated plain, stretching westward to the base of the Andes, and abruptly terminated on the east, as we have seen, by the lofty escarpments of the sea. Its surface, with a thin veneer of soil, vainly endeavouring to conceal the rocks beneath, is scantily covered with grass. Occasional bushes, seldom attaining a height of more than 5 or 6 feet, appear in specially favoured localities. Bands of guanaco, or South American camels, and flocks of rheas, the so-called ostrich, feed here in great numbers, and provide the chief sustenance of the Patagonian traveller, as also of the Patagonian Indian. Scattered over the surface of the plains in considerable numbers are great depressions, or rather excavations, frequently several miles in diameter and from 100 to more than 1,000 feet in depth, as observed in some instances near the base of the Andes. The bottoms of these depressions are usually occupied by small saline lakes. In periods of drought, which occur annually in this region, usually from December to April, the volume of water in such lakes is much reduced by evaporation, and beds of almost pure salt are precipitated, occasionally attaining a thickness of several feet. An examination of the depressions occupied by such lakes reveals the fact that the bluffs on one side are always much lower than those on the other sides, and, further, that the lower side always lies toward the present drainage system of the particular region in which the lake is situated. All this leads to the inference that these are residuary lakes, left as confined bodies of water at the final elevation of the land above sea level, and, further, that the depressions are remnants of former drainage systems existing prior to the last submergence and corresponding approximately, though not entirely, with those of today. Other features to be noticed are the broad, deep, transverse valleys that cross Patagonia from west to east and form the chief drainage systems. These are all true valleys of erosion, and along their bottoms, in most cases, still flow the streams by which they have been eroded, though in some instances, like the Desire and Coy rivers, there are now only intermittent streams, while in the valley of San Julian no stream at present ever flows, the waters of the original stream having been captured long since at a distance of about 100 miles from the coast by a northern tributary of the Santa Cruz. The latter, considering the volume of its waters, is much the most important of all the rivers of the plains of southern Patagonia. Another feature characteristic of these plains is the series of escarpments, often several hundred feet in height, that terminate a succession of terraces encountered at varying elevations as one proceeds from the coast inland westward toward the Andes, or also in crossing from north to south any of the great transverse valleys. Such escarpments have a general trend somewhat parallel with that of the present coastline, but extend inland for many miles along either side of the valleys of all the more important watercourses, as do also the present bluffs of the sea. They are perhaps remnants of bluffs formed along the coast at different stages during the former depression and late elevation of the land, which would appear to have been intermittent, and of which we have exhibited in the present bluffs of the sea the last stage. Between each successive escarpment, a narrow level plain extends, gradually increasing in altitude to the westward. In many places over the plains, the sedimentary rocks are covered with sheets of lava, which have usually had their origin in local dikes or volcanoes. Many of the latter rise high above the surrounding plain as imposing landmarks, serving alike to guide the traveller and lend variety to a rather monotonous landscape. These lava fields are most abundant over the central interior region, midway between the Andes and the coast, where they cover thousands of square miles. In some instances they present a broad level surface of almost illimitable expanse, covered with highly vesicular scoriae, while at other times the surface over large areas is carved into a confusing labyrinth of deep, almost inaccessible canons. In either case they present a most serious obstacle to the traveller. While these lava beds are most frequent over the central interior region, there is an important outlying area near the coast, between the mouth of the Gallegos River and the eastern entrance to the Straits of Magellan, with several extinct volcanoes and resulting lava streams, which appear to have been ejected at a comparatively recent date. In some few instances, the lavas of the great interior region extend westward quite to the base of the Andes, but as a rule the surface of the plain, for a distance of some 30 to 40 miles eastward from the base of the mountains, is free from lava. It has either never existed there, or has been entirely swept away or covered over by glacial detritus, as has been observed in some few instances. That region lying between the western border of the lava beds and the foothills of the Andes is by far the most fertile of the Patagonian plains. Its surface, covered to a considerable depth with glacial deposits, presents a series of ranges of low, rounded hills, left as terminal moraines by the receding glaciers. Such ranges of hills have a trend parallel with the base of the mountains, and are usually separated by broad stretches of meadowland, with numerous small glacial lakes, either occupying slight depressions in the meadows, or, as more frequently seen, embraced by the low, rounded hillocks of the terminal moraines. These conditions are especially characteristic in this region over the bottoms and slopes of the great transverse valleys, but they extend also in many places out over the surface of the higher pampas. The rolling surface of this western plains region, abounding in wide pasture lands dotted over with sparkling lakes of pure sweet water, presents a pleasing contrast to the semi-arid region near the coast, and affords a welcome relief to the traveller after a journey across the black, absolutely barren lava beds of the central plains. Its modest, unobtrusive beauty but emphasizes the grander scenery beyond, indications of which already appear in the distant ranges of the Andes, whose summits, buried deep in fields of snow and ice, are seen brilliantly white against the intensely black background formed by the storm clouds of the western sky. Entering the confines of the Andes, numerous rivers, deep rocky canons, broad open lakes of beautiful clear water fed by glaciers that descend from the snowfields at the summits, and all the other features characteristic of an intensely rugged, mountainous region, thrust themselves upon the attention and excite the wonder and admiration of the traveller. The country lying along and within the foothills of the Andes is in many respects the most interesting region in Patagonia, whether considered geographically or geologically, taking advantage of any of the numerous valleys that extend westward from the western border of the Patagonian plains and penetrate not only the secondary but also the main range of the Andes, finally emptying into the Pacific. Many facts may be observed not only bearing directly upon the structural and historical geology of the Andes, but also throwing much light on the agencies which have contributed to the peculiar topography and determined the unique position of the continental watershed at present existing in southern South America. I say unique, for I believe it has no parallel elsewhere. That its true position was quite unknown and entirely unsuspected, even at the beginning of the last decade, is clearly demonstrated by the unfortunate boundary dispute at present existing between Argentina and Chile. This dispute, which even within the last year seriously threatened the peaceful relations of these two South American republics, but is now happily approaching a peaceful settlement through friendly arbitration, arose from an attempt by joint commissions appointed by the two governments to establish and properly mark an international boundary line extending northward from the 52nd parallel of south latitude. In their work of delimitation, these joint commissions were to be guided by the text of a treaty entered into by the two governments in 1881, which stipulated that a line connecting the highest peaks of the Andes and dividing the waters of the Atlantic from the waters of the Pacific should constitute the international boundary line. An attempt at a practical application of the conditions of this treaty soon demonstrated its impossibility and developed the fact, previously unsuspected, that the continental watershed throughout the entire extent of Patagonia, excepting only a small area about the source of the Santa Cruz River, was not formed by the main range of the Cordilleras, but lay far to the eastward, and in many instances extended even beyond the lowermost foothills of the mountains. It was clearly impossible, however good the intentions of the respective commissions might be, to comply with the conditions imposed upon them by a treaty based upon supposed geographical conditions, which in reality do not exist. For no line can be drawn complying with the evident intentions and literal conditions of the treaty. But while the joint commissions did little toward tracing the boundary line between their respective domains, yet they have done much to increase our knowledge of the geography of the interior region of central Patagonia, which until the last 2 years remained almost entirely unknown. The least frequented, and therefore least known, portion of Patagonia lies between the Santa Cruz River on the south and the 46th parallel on the north, or approximately between the 46th and 50th parallels of south latitude. I visited this region in the summer of 1896 and 1897, accompanied by Mr. O. A. Peterson. At that time, neither the Argentine nor the Chilean Commission had entered it, the labours of both having been confined to the more easily accessible districts to the north and south. A glance at any of the current maps will demonstrate how little indeed was then known of its interior. The few travellers who had previously visited it contented themselves with a journey up the Santa Cruz River to the lakes about its source, or at most with a trip over the old Indian Trail leading from the mouth of the Santa Cruz River up the River Chico to within about 60 miles of the base of the Andes, and thence bearing almost due north over the plains to the head of the Senguer River and down the latter stream to the Chubut, never entering the mountains at any point on their journey. The whole was, at the time of my first visit, practically an entirely unexplored region, abounding in undiscovered and unnamed mountains, lakes, rivers, and glaciers, many of them of great size and exceeding beauty. In connection with my work, it became absolutely necessary to give names to some of the geographic features discovered, especially in my field notes. Some of these names I afterwards published with sketch maps showing their location, accompanying preliminary papers relating chiefly to the geology of the region. I endeavoured as much as possible to avoid any attempt at a detailed geography of the region, realizing at the time the speedy completion of the infinitely more accurate and detailed geographic work of the Argentine Limit Commission in charge of Dr. F.P. Moreno, to whom more than any other person we are indebted for all that is at present known of the geography of the interior of southern South America. I am pleased to see that my expectations have already been partially met by the publication in the Geographical Journal of a paper read by Dr. Moreno before the Royal Geographical Society of London, accompanied by a sketch map giving most of the more important geographic features and promising a larger map with more details in the near future. I was not only gratified to see that the few names given by me have been adopted by Dr. Moreno, but I am also confirmed as to the wisdom of my forbearance to enter the field of the professional geographer, which might very easily have resulted in a confusing synonymy of important geographic names. Since Dr. Moreno's paper is doubtless easily accessible, I shall not attempt a detailed description of this interesting region, but shall briefly discuss the factors which have contributed to produce the existing unusual drainage conditions. I am the more easily impelled to this course, since some of the theories advanced by Dr. Moreno in explanation of certain features described by him appear to me untenable. At any rate, they are not supported by most of the observations made by myself during the past 3 years. A study of the southern Andes at any point reveals the fact that they are composed of 3 distinct parallel ranges, separated by 2 deep, narrow, longitudinal valleys. The middle of the 3 ranges is everywhere much higher than the 2 lateral ranges, and may be reckoned as the principal range of the Andes. The western lateral range is at present partially submerged beneath the Pacific, but is still distinctly seen in the chain of islands extending all along the western coast. The western of the 2 longitudinal valleys is at present throughout the greater extent of Patagonia entirely submerged beneath the sea, and is now represented by the narrow system of rather deep channels that separates the islands from the mainland and offers an almost continuously navigable inland waterway extending from the southernmost point of the Brunswick Peninsula to the 42nd parallel of south latitude, or throughout more than 12 degrees, a distance of over 700 miles. The eastern lateral range of the Andes is seen in the foothills that rise somewhat abruptly from the eastern plains to a height in places of some 6,000 or 7,000 feet. They are composed almost entirely of secondary and tertiary sedimentary rocks, with occasional layers of intrusive basalts, the whole thrown up in a somewhat complicated system of folds, of usually monoclines or anticlines, terminating towards the west in a lofty escarpment, the crest of which overlooks the deep, narrow, and irregular eastern longitudinal valley that separates the eastern lateral range from the central main range of the Andes. In this eastern longitudinal valley there is located a series of the most beautiful mountain lakes, extending northward in a somewhat broken chain from Lake Argentina at the head of the Santa Cruz River to the northern limits of Patagonia. At some distance to the south of Lake Argentina, the bottom of the valley has not been sufficiently elevated, and it is here occupied not by freshwater lakes, but by numerous narrow arms of the Pacific, as seen in Last Hope Inlet, Obstruction Sound, Sky Ring and Otway Waters, and Useless Bay, opposite Sandy Point, in the Strait of Magellan. In many places, important streams enter this great longitudinal valley from the eastern plains and discharge their waters into the lakes, which in turn are emptied into the Pacific through rivers intersecting the main range of the Andes. This is true of all the lakes of this region, with the one noted exception of Lake Argentina and its affluents. The upper courses of the great transverse valleys of Patagonia are always directly opposite some of the larger of these tributary valleys, so that at such places the continental divide is exceedingly low and inconspicuous. This condition, together with certain glacial phenomena, has led Dr. Moreno to advance the theory that formerly all the lakes now found in the eastern longitudinal valley discharged their waters into the Atlantic, and that their diversion to the Pacific has been due to the damming of their eastern outlets with glacial drift. A careful examination of all the facts does not, I think, justify such an assumption. I have examined with considerable care several of the low continental divides about the eastern extremities of some of these lakes, and have never found the original rocks there covered to any considerable depth with glacial detritus. The great terminal moraines left by the former ice cap could always be seen crossing the transverse valleys some distance to the eastward of the continental divide, where I have observed them to have a thickness of more than 300 feet, as displayed in the bluffs of some of the streams which have cut their way through these moraines in their course to the Atlantic. A more plausible explanation, it appears to me, is afforded by a consideration of the features at present existing throughout Patagonia and Tierra del Fuego, in connection with a proper understanding of the relative land and sea areas that existed there during late tertiary times, with an appreciation of the greater elevation which has taken place over northern than over southern Patagonia in recent times. From the present distribution of the rocks forming the marine Patagonian beds, we know that during middle tertiary times, the entire southern extremity of the continent, excepting the higher peaks of the Andes, was submerged beneath a shallow sea. That this sea was nowhere very deep is shown by the character of the fossils, which are everywhere extremely abundant and all belong to shallow water and littoral forms. The accumulation of the 900 feet of rocks now forming the Patagonian beds, containing throughout the fossil remains of characteristic shallow water forms, can only be explained by assuming that this region was undergoing a subsidence sufficiently gradual to just keep pace with the sedimentation going on over the bottom of the sea. After a time, the rate of subsidence became less rapid or ceased entirely, and the shallow sea was gradually converted into a series of estuaries, lakes, and dry lands, in and over which were deposited the Santa Cruz beds of lacustrine and aeolian origin. For a long period, extending over late Miocene and early Pliocene times, this region was elevated above the sea. During this long period of late tertiary elevation, the surface of the land was subjected to erosion, and the courses of all the more important valleys and drainage systems now existing were then determined. Toward the close of the Pliocene, this entire region was again submerged beneath the sea for a short period, but sufficient for the deposition of the marine Cape Fairweather beds. During this second period of submergence, the Andes would appear as a long archipelago of high mountainous islands. At the close of the Pliocene, there began over this region a process of elevation, which, as has been shown, was much more considerable toward the north than in the south. This difference in the amount of elevation accomplished in the northern and southern regions has determined the presence of the series of freshwater lakes now found in the north in the same relative positions that are occupied farther south by the fjords and inlets from the Pacific. I have obtained absolute proof that this elevation in the north along the Andes has not been less than 5,000 feet, and that it has been much greater in the north than in the south, and far greater along the Andes than over the plains. As this elevation proceeded, each of the transverse valleys, which, as we have already remarked, had their origin previous to the last submergence, would appear successively first as straits connecting the two oceans, and next as valleys, with deep bays along the coast. The Strait of Magellan is the last or most southerly of these great transverse valleys, and still exists as a strait connecting the two oceans. Turning now to the eastern longitudinal valley, it will be seen that as the elevation progressed, it would at first be broken up into a series of fjords and inlets toward the north, still communicating with the Pacific through the deeper channels intersecting the main range of the Andes. In time, such communications would be severed, and the heads and arms of the fjords would be left as lakes to discharge their waters into the Pacific by the last and deepest of the connecting channels. We have thus represented between the Strait of Magellan and Lake Argentina every stage in the development of the present lake systems of the southern Andes. A glance at one of Fitzroy's charts of the Magellan Strait instantly reveals the fact that it is much deeper in its western than in its eastern course. In fact, it is extremely shallow throughout its entire course from Useless Bay eastward to Cape Virgin, and only a comparatively slight elevation would here suffice to bring its bottom above sea level and convert it into a valley connecting Tierra del Fuego with the mainland, and changing Useless Bay first into a fjord and later into a lake as the elevation increased, sending its waters to the Pacific by way of the much deeper western channels of the straits. The same conditions that exist today in the Strait of Magellan have existed at some previous time over all the great transverse valleys of Patagonia, and an elevation similar to that which has taken place more to the northward would produce conditions along the course of this strait identical with those now existing further north. So also an elevation of the region south of Lake Argentina, similar to that which has taken place north of this lake, would convert Last Hope Inlet, Obstruction Sound, Sky Ring Water, and Otway Water from marine fjords connecting directly with the Pacific into a series of freshwater lakes, discharging their waters into the same ocean. At present, Otway Water is separated from Cabeza del Mar, a small bay extending inland from the eastern extension of the Magellan Strait, by a narrow neck of land only 8 miles in width, and with a maximum altitude of perhaps less than 100 feet. Notwithstanding this low altitude, the low bluffs extending along the heads of both of these bays are largely composed of sedimentary rocks covered over with only a thin layer of glacial detritus, proving conclusively that the former connection that doubtless existed between these two bodies of water has been broken not by a damming up by glacial materials, but by an elevation sufficient to bring the sedimentary rocks at the bottom above the water level. From the observations and conditions already referred to, and many other facts bearing directly upon these questions, I believe that the longitudinal valleys separating the main range from the two lateral ranges of the Andes, and also the great transverse valleys crossing Patagonia from east to west, had their origin previous to the last submergence, which took place over this region in late Pliocene times and continued only for a relatively short period. This submergence was greater over the western than over the eastern Andes, thus rendering the western channels much deeper than the eastern. Toward the close of the Pliocene there began over this region a process of elevation which, though general over the entire region, was greatest along a line approximating that of the axis of the eastern lateral range of the Andes, and was also greater over northern than over southern Patagonia. As the elevation proceeded, the general surface of the land would be brought above water level, while the longitudinal and transverse valleys would remain submerged and appear respectively as channels from the Pacific and as straits connecting the two oceans. This condition may be termed the first stage in the process of elevation and is now seen in the Magellan Strait. After a time, a second stage would be reached, in which the transverse valleys would no longer appear as straits, but as land valleys, while the channel of the eastern longitudinal valley would be broken up into a series of fjords extending inland from the continuous channels of the deeper western longitudinal valley. This second stage is now seen in the region lying between the Strait of Magellan on the south and Lake Argentina on the north. A third stage appears when the amount of elevation accomplished is sufficient to sever the connection existing between the east and west longitudinal valleys and reduce the fjords entering the eastern valley to a series of lakes discharging their waters by rivers into the channels of the western valley, still submerged beneath the sea. This third stage is seen in the region north of Lake Argentina, while a fourth stage, in which the bottom of the western longitudinal valley is brought above water level, appears in extreme northern Patagonia and the region to the northward, where it embraces the principal agricultural lands of Chile. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kite Work of the Weather Bureau by H.C. Frankenfield. U.S. Weather Bureau. As early as the year 1895, Professor Willis L. Moore, Chief of the U.S. Weather Bureau, determined to undertake at the earliest practicable moment a study of the meteorological conditions existing in the free air over the United States. The data to be obtained from automatically recording instruments attached to kites. Independent observations at single stations have been made previously by private individuals, notably those under the direction of Mr. A. L. Roch of Blue Hill Observatory, Massachusetts. But observations from a single station, while extremely valuable in themselves, are useless when comparative results are sought. It was the hope of the Chief of the Weather Bureau in establishing a chain of kite stations that it would be possible to construct daily synchronous charts of pressure, temperature, and wind velocity from the data thus obtained for different elevations up to at least 5,000 feet, and that from a study of these charts, a marked advance could be made in the present system of weather forecasting. An immense amount of time, labor, and experimentation was necessary before the kite apparatus could be brought to a high state of efficiency. The observers properly instructed, and the stations established, and it was not until the spring of the year 1898 that the work was fairly launched. In all 17 stations were established, mostly in the Great River valleys and the Upper Lake region. The standard kite used was constructed largely after the Hargrave model, with various improvements suggested by actual trial and experiment. At some stations, the kite contained 68 square feet of surface. At others, a smaller kite of 45 square feet was used. And at still others, a slightly larger one of 72 square feet of surface was occasionally used. The meteograph, an instrument for recording automatically the pressure, temperature, and relative humidity of the air, was devised by Professor C.F. Marvin of the Weather Bureau. The mechanisms were enclosed in a light aluminum case, the whole being suspended within the framework of the kite. It was soon discovered that the hope of a daily synchronous chart of the conditions existing at high altitudes could not be realized. On many days, ascensions were impossible, owing to the absence of sufficient wind to sustain the kites. Neither could they be flown in stormy weather. They were made only 46% of the total number of ascensions which would have been possible had wind and weather conditions been favorable. The percentage varied from 75 at Dodge City, Kansas, to 12 at Knoxville, Tennessee. When by chance ascensions were made at a majority of the stations on any one day, varying wind conditions necessitated their being made at different hours, thereby destroying the synchronism of the observations, without which aerial observations would be of little assistance to the forecaster in his work. However disappointing the results obtained may have been, when viewed from the standpoint of weather forecasting, they were very far from being so from another. An immense amount of data was obtained from 1,217 ascensions and 3,835 observations, particularly in reference to temperature variations with increase of altitude, and it is believed that our previous knowledge of this subject has been materially increased. Briefly summarized, the results of the observations were as follows. There were considered in all 3,835 observations, of which 603 were at 1,000 feet elevation, 906 at 1,500 feet, 928 at 2,000 feet, 746 at 3,000 feet, 423 at 4,000 feet, 182 at 5,000 feet, 38 at 6,000 feet, 7 at 7,000 feet, and 2 at 8,000 feet. Of the 2 at 8,000 feet, one was obtained at Washington, D.C., and the other at Dodge City, Kansas. In the Mississippi Basin, except on the slope of the Rocky Mountains, high ascensions were impossible, as the average wind velocity was but 6 miles or less per hour. The mean rate of diminution of temperature with increase of altitude was found to be 5 degrees for each 1,000 feet, or only 0.4 degree less than the true adiabatic rate. This is strictly a mean value, obtained from observations taken at all elevations, from 1,000 to 8,000 feet, and under varying conditions of weather and at different hours. The largest gradient, 7.4 degrees per 1,000 feet, was found up to 1,000 feet, and thence up to 5,000 feet there was a steady decrease to 3.8 degrees. The rate of decrease varying inversely with the altitude. Above 5,000 feet, there was a tendency toward a slow rise in the gradient, but the lack of a sufficient number of observations above 6,000 feet prevents a positive assertion to that effect. The morning gradients were also greatest up to 1,000 feet and least up to 5,000 feet, and the rate of decrease was about the same as that of the mean, the curve showing a very close agreement in this respect. The average morning gradient was 4.8 degrees per 1,000 feet. The afternoon gradients were larger, but not decidedly so, the average value being 5.8 degrees per 1,000 feet. The greatest rate of decrease is still found at 1,000 feet, and the least up to 5,000 feet, if the few observations at 7,000 feet are not given equal weight. The morning, afternoon, and mean gradients for the different elevations from 1,000 to 8,000 feet are given in the following table. Decrease of temperature for each respective 1,000 feet of altitude. Table. Morning, 1,000 feet, 7.2. 1,500 feet, 5.5. 2,000 feet, 4.8. 3,000 feet, 4.0. 4,000 feet, 3.7. 5,000 feet, 3.7. 6,000 feet, 3.9. 7,000 feet, 3.4. 8,000 feet, 3.0. Mean, 4.8. Afternoon, 1,000 feet, 7.5. 1,500 feet, 6.4. 2,000 feet, 6.0. 3,000 feet, 5.5. 4,000 feet, 4.9. 5,000 feet, 4.3. 6,000 feet, 4.5. 7,000 feet, 3.5. 8,000 feet, 4.9. Mean, 5.8. Mean, 1,000 feet, 7.4, 1,500 feet, 5.8, 2,000 feet, 5.2, 3,000 feet, 4.4, 4,000 feet, 4.0, 5,000 feet, 3.8, 6,000 feet, 4.1, 7,000 feet, 3.4, 8,000 feet, 4.0, mean 5.0. A grouping of the stations according to their geographical locations disclose the fact that the mean rate of temperature decrease with increase of altitude was much greater in the central Mississippi watershed than in the upper lake region. The central west, or the extreme east, is represented by the single station at Washington. In the afternoon, however, the differences were very small, the maximum being only 0.7 degree per 1,000 feet. The morning, afternoon, and mean results for the various districts are shown in the following table. Gradient per 1,000 feet. Table. District. Atlantic Coast. Morning 3.4. Afternoon 6.0. Mean 3.6. District. Central Mississippi Watershed. Morning 5.8. Afternoon 6.1. Mean 5.8. District. Upper Lake Region. Morning 4.5. Afternoon 5.4. Mean 4.5. District. Central West. Morning 4.3. Afternoon 5.6. Mean 4.7. It will be at once remarked that there is a very close agreement between the means of the Upper Lake region, those for the Central West, and the grand mean of 5.0 degrees, as well as a marked deficiency on the Atlantic coast, amounting to 1.4 degrees per 1,000 feet. Negative gradients of temperature, or inversions, were quite frequent during the morning hours at a number of the stations, and they, of course, bear a direct relation to the amount of cloudiness and the velocity of the wind. At Washington on June 21, 1898, the temperature at an elevation of 866 feet was 14 degrees higher than at the surface, and 10 degrees higher at 1,700 feet. At Dodge City, Kansas on October 23, 1898, there was an inversion of more than 11 degrees at an altitude of over 5,000 feet. As a rule, however, the amount of inversion was less at Dodge City than at Washington, on account of the prevailing higher winds at the former place. The central fact of importance which the study of inversions developed was that they were most pronounced with radiation of relatively warm southeast to southwest winds, the marked cold at the surface and the higher warm air, presenting a marked contrast, which was not so apparent when the upper air blew from a cold and northerly direction. Inversions were sometimes caused by cloud formation in the early morning. Below the clouds there would be little or no temperature change, while above there would be an increase on account of the direct action of the sun's rays. On October 1, 1898, a marked case of this character occurred at Dodge City, there being a rise in temperature of 11.5 degrees within a few minutes after the kite emerged from the upper surface of the clouds. The most remarkable instances of inversion were found in Duluth, Minnesota. Nearly one half of them occurred in the late morning and early afternoon, during cloudy weather, and were due to the easterly surface winds from Lake Superior. The warming effect of these winds being sensible at times to the height of nearly 6,000 feet. During these inversions, direction of the upper air current would be almost or entirely diametrically opposite to that at the surface. On June 3, 1898, there was an inversion of 2 degrees at an elevation of 5,372 feet, and on September 20, 1898, one of 1 degree at an elevation of 5,714 feet. The effect of the presence of clouds upon the temperature gradient was quite uniform, though not at all times decided. In a great majority of instances, there was a decrease in the rate of temperature fall, frequently amounting to a complete arrest, and less frequently to an inversion. After the kite emerged from the clouds, the rate of temperature change would be diminished. In a number of instances, the clouds appeared to have no effect whatever, and in a few rare ones, there was a fall in the temperature as the kite came in contact with the clouds. As a rule, the temperature gradients were greater in clear than in cloudy weather, although exceptions were quite numerous. The relative humidities at and above the surface of the earth differed but little, and, except at 2,000 and 8,000 feet, the upper air percentages were the lower. The mean results obtained from all the observations was 60% at the surface and 58% above, a difference of 2%. There were, however, some marked differences at individual stations, viz., Washington, 14%, Omaha, Nebraska, 29%, Springfield, Illinois, 21%, and Fort Smith, Arkansas, 12%. The surface humidity being the higher, except at Fort Smith. At 13 out of the entire 17 stations, the difference did not exceed 10%, and at 9 stations it was 5% or less. For obvious reasons, as the altitude increased, the relative humidity decreased whenever the winds were from north to west, particularly from the northwest, and increased with winds from east to south, particularly with those from the east. When the kite was in or near clouds, the humidity would almost invariably rise, falling again when the kite was freed from cloud influence. Vapor pressures were expressed in percentages obtained by the formula P over P to the 0 power, P representing the vapor pressure at any given altitude, and P to the 0 power that observed simultaneously at the Earth's surface. The mean thus obtained was 59%, and there was a steady, though by no means uniform, decrease with increase of altitude. The percentage at 1,500 feet was 82, and at 8,000 feet, 44. The decrease was most rapid between 2,000 and 5,000 feet, where it averaged 9% for each 1,000 feet. The lowest percentage, 52, was found at Omaha, Nebraska, and the highest, 77, at Pierre, South Dakota. A comparative statement of kite, balloon, and mountain observations is given below. In determining these results, the records of 1,123 kite ascensions were used. There were 4 balloon ascensions by Hammond and 2 by Hazen. It is not known how many observations were made by hand. Diminution of vapor pressure with altitude. Value of P over P to the 0 power for each respective 1,000 feet of altitude. Table. Character of observation. Kite, 1,500 feet, 0.82. 2,000 feet, 0.78. 3,000 feet, 0.70. 4,000 feet, 0.61. 5,000 feet, 0.52. 6,000 feet, 0.49. 7,000 feet, 0.39. 8,000 feet, 0.44. Mean feet, 0.59. Balloon, Hammond, 1,500 feet, 0.96. 2,000 feet, 0.96. 3,000 feet, 0.87. 4,000 feet, 0.68. 5,000 feet, 0.44. 6,000 feet, 0.59. Mean feet, 0.75. Balloon, Hazen, 1,500 feet, 0.89. 2,000 feet, 0.83. 3,000 feet, 0.80. 4,000 feet, 0.78. 5,000 feet, 0.67. 6,000 feet, 0.46. 7,000 feet, 0.44. Mean feet, 0.70. Balloon, Han, 1,500 feet, 0.84. 2,000 feet, 0.80. 3,000 feet, 0.66. 4,000 feet, 0.61. 5,000 feet, 0.60. 6,000 feet, 0.54. 7,000 feet, 0.41. 8,000 feet, 0.37. Mean feet, 0.60. Mountain, Han, 1,500 feet, 0.83. 2,000 feet 0.81, 3,000 feet 0.80, 4,000 feet 0.66, 5,000 feet 0.61, 6,000 feet 0.58, 7,000 feet 0.55, 8,000 feet 0.47, mean feet 0.66. Differences in wind direction were indicated by the changes in the azimuths of the kites. These showed that, as an almost unvarying rule, the general directions above and at the surface were practically the same, the differences being confined to a deflection toward the right of the kite. This deflection frequently increased with the altitude, but rarely exceeded 90 degrees. In some few instances, the kite was deflected toward the left, but not to any great extent. When the deflection was toward the left, the wind velocity decreased with increase of altitude, as shown by the diminished pull on the kite wire. As a matter of interesting coincidence, and without intention of endeavoring to establish a direct relation of cause and effect between the two, it may also be stated that these deflections toward the left were quite frequently followed by thunderstorms within a few hours. At Duluth, Minnesota, there were occasionally wide divergencies of the kite toward the left due to the northeast wind from Lake Superior. This northeast wind was very often purely local, attributable entirely to the influence of the lake, and corresponding in a minor way to the sea breezes of the ocean shores. It developed upon investigation that these local currents were sometimes not more than 700 or 800 feet in depth, and rarely more than 2,000 feet. Hammond and McCaddy recorded a somewhat similar experience with the westerly surface winds at San Francisco during their kite experiments in 1896, and his paper on the subject. Mr. Hammond concluded that the strong westerly surface wind, which prevails on the Pacific coast nearly every afternoon, has a depth of only 800 to 2,500 feet. An extension of the aerial observations to other seacoasts would doubtless prove conclusively that the diurnal sea breezes are extremely shallow. After November 1898, all kite stations were closed except that at Pierre, South Dakota, where ascensions were made whenever possible during the year 1899, and still continue. No extended study of the observations made during this time has as yet been made, but a cursory examination of the winter temperature records discloses a condition of affairs radically different from that which prevails during the remaining seasons of the year. The inversions are very frequent and decidedly marked. Indeed, they are so persistent during the colder weather as to lead to the inevitable conclusion that during a cold wave, the belt of cold air is not much over 1 mile in height, and often but little over half a mile. On several days it was also noticed that there were at least 3 distinct air strata within very narrow vertical limits, a lower cold one extending upward about 1,500 feet, a warmer one extending to between 2,500 and 3,000 feet, and then a second cold one of unknown extent. The entire subject of aerial investigation offers a very attractive field to the student. The work has just begun, and future investigators must certainly bring to light many truths now concealed, which will prove of the utmost interest and value to themselves, the cause of science, and the world at large. End of section 14. Section 15 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Practical Exercises in Geography by W.M. Davis, Professor of Physical Geography in Harvard University. The graduate of a high school course in physical geography cannot be expected to have reached the stage of independent and original investigation in new fields unless he possesses unusual mental capacity. but he ought certainly to be able to recognize the outdoor occurrence of things similar to those that he has studied in school. This would be difficult if he had studied only a book, even if its text gave good presentation of names, definitions, descriptions, and explanations, supplemented by pictures and maps. It is probably for this reason that we find today an essential unanimity regarding the addition of practical exercises in some form to the lessons in physical geography based on a text. The reports made by the several committees of the National Educational Association, the Committee of 10, 1893, Committee of 15, 1890, and the Committee on College Entrance Requirements, 1899, all emphasize the importance of observational exercises in field and laboratory. And many progressive schools in which courses of high school grade in physical geography are given today are doing their best to solve the difficult problems that arise when the attempt is made to put these recommendations into practice. Attitude of teachers. The advantages that come from well-planned field and laboratory exercises in physical geography are so great that the difficulties in their way must be overcome in one way or another. Fortunately, there is today no more effective aid towards this end than the desire of the teachers themselves to gain it. This is manifested in many healthy ways. There is the frank recognition by the teachers of deficiencies in their preparation. There are strong efforts to make up the deficiencies by outside study or by attending summer courses in which laboratory work and field excursions are included, and I may say that no classes that I have ever had have shown a better spirit than those composed chiefly of school teachers in the summer vacations. Superintendents and principals manifest the same interest in progress by devoting specially assigned space in new school buildings to work of this kind, by making inquiry as to the necessary outfit, and by planning schedules in which hours for outdoor work have due consideration. Educational journals reflect the general interest in the practical aspects of geography by publishing a good number of articles that are devoted to this branch of the subject. The Journal of School Geography, for example, in the 30 numbers issued for 1897, 1898, and 1899, contains many articles bearing on field and laboratory methods, some of them being prepared by the editors in direct response to questions from the subscribers. Relation of practical exercises to textbook. It is desirable that the practical work of a course in physical geography in the high school should be closely parallel with the book work, for the reason that the main outline of the subject is best presented definitely and specifically in printed form. But it must be recognized that many obstacles stand in the way of the easy attainment of this ideal. In the first place, exercises on certain subjects must be very deliberately carried on, requiring even a whole school year for their proper inductive development. These must either anticipate the high school course, or they must advance independently of the text in which their equivalent is stated in printed form. The study of the weather finds some of its best applications in observation of storms and other special conditions at the time of their occurrence. These must be taken up in the order of their happening, and reference must then be made forward or back to their systematic treatment. Our climate is such that the open field season comes in the fall and spring, while many topics under the important heading of landforms will often be taught from the book in the winter, when field work is difficult or impossible. Indeed, even in fall and spring, an excursion well planned to illustrate the text in hand at the moment may have to be postponed on account of bad weather, thus disorganizing our best intentions. It is true that laboratory work may often supplement or replace field work, but not sufficiently to smooth out all the difficulties noted above. Simple parallelism between text and practical exercises is therefore out of the question, and we must be content if some effective correlation between the two is gained instead. In order to give specific indication of the character of various practical exercises and of the correlations that may be established between such exercises and book work, let me open the subject with some examples appropriate to the study of that interesting chapter of physical geography, which is often given a forbidding appearance under the name of mathematical geography. The Earth as a globe. It is seldom that justice is done to the opportunity of practical work under the heading of the Earth as a globe. The difficulties that stand in the way of various observational exercises may certainly be overcome if their accomplishment, rather than the maintenance of a set order of school periods, is made the object in view. Many series of observations that cannot and need not be made by a whole class may be made by scholars singly or in pairs. The avoidance of such exercises, because of the disorder that they may create, does not speak well for the discipline or for the spirit of the school. Several of these exercises are best performed under the name of nature study in lower grades than the high school. They are mentioned here because if, as is too often the case, they have not been performed in their proper place, they should be given place in the high school. But it is manifest that such a plan disarranges the high school course in physical geography and retards the attainment of the grade that it deserves. Shape of the Earth. The only observational proof of the globular shape of the Earth that is within the reach of young scholars is offered at the time of an eclipse of the moon. Such an opportunity should not be lost sight of. The edge of the Earth's shadow always having a curved outline, the Earth must be round, as Aristotle perceived 4 centuries before the Christian era. The time-honored proof afforded by the gradual disappearance of ships at sea is available only at the seashore. It is interesting to note that this proof was first mentioned by Strabo. Accepting the globular form as a fact, the horizon plane, touching the Earth's surface at the observer's station, extends indefinitely on all sides, the visible sky lying above, the invisible sky lying below the plane. As long as the Earth is thought of as a large body in comparison to the dimensions of the sky vault, it will probably be more or less consciously believed that the smaller half of the sky is above, and the larger part is below the horizon of an observer. But when the Earth is stated to be very small in comparison to the distance to the stars, the two parts of the sky, separated by a horizon plane, will be recognized as equal. The horizon planes of observers at different points on the Earth will cut the sky into different halves, as may be shown by the aid of a hand globe. The uneven border of the sky against hills should be called the skyline, not the horizon. All this is as much astronomy as geography, but it is all essential to the clear understanding of matters that are constantly taught in geography, such as latitude and the seasons. No safe entrance into such matters can be made without careful attention to fundamental concepts. The discovery, according to Eudoxus, that an observer, traveling north or south, sees that stars change their positions with respect to this horizon will be considered in connection with measures of the size of the Earth further on. The causes and consequences of the Earth's shape are better presented in the text than in practical exercises. Among the consequences are the essentially uniform value of gravity at all points on the Earth's surface, and the absence of immense ascents and descents that must occur on an Earth of any other shape. The nearly globular form of the actual Earth has been of enormous importance during long past ages in facilitating the migration of plants and animals from one region to another, and in recent centuries in permitting the migrations of mankind and the development of commerce. Rotation. The vague ideas in the minds of adults regarding the Earth as a rotating globe suggest that no good ground was provided in their school days for a correct understanding of this fundamental problem. The problem pertains equally to geography and to astronomy, but as it should be encountered before these two subjects are differentiated, it is naturally classified under the first and more usual school subject. Very simple apparatus suffices. A pointer, pivoted at one end and sighted at the sun at different hours through the day, enables the young observer to gain a definite idea of the sun's apparent daily movement across the sky. Actual sighting at the sun is not necessary when the pointer is held so that its shadow is no larger than its cross-section. It is properly directed. Record of successive observations may be made by setting up stakes so that their top shall just touch the end of the pointer in the successive sights at the sun. On the following day, the sun may seem again in the earliest position observed on the first day. The period thus measured being a natural unit of time, which civilized nations divide into 24 hours. It is important to notice that the sun's return to its original position has not been accomplished by going backward, but by continuous motion as if in a circuit. The idea of rotation is thus clearly presented in spite of the fact that much of the sun's diurnal path is out of sight. It should not be understood that these observations give school children their first knowledge of the movement of the sun in the sky. That they have long known. But the vagueness of ordinary knowledge on this point is now advanced to well-defined knowledge, and this is an important step. Regularity in the movement of rotation is easily shown by making observations at regular intervals of 1 or 2 hours and noting that equal angles are moved over by the pointer, or that equal arcs are measured between the stake tops in equal time intervals. It is, I believe, well understood by teachers today that no preparatory study of formal geometry is needed as a basis for inspectional geometry of this kind. A little more advanced treatment is given by making observations at irregular periods, noting the time intervals between them, and proving by a continued proportion that angles and times bear a constant ratio. The angle of complete rotation, 360 degrees, will be found to bear the same ratio to the time of a complete rotation, 24 hours, as that which obtains between partial angles and times. Hence, the movement of the sun while it is beneath the horizon must be at the same angular velocity as while it is within reach of observation above the horizon. Daytime observations of the old moon, about third quarter, and evening observations of stars at home may be used to extend the results gained from the observations of the sun. If the moon is studied, the teacher should be prepared to explain the questions that may rise if the difference in length of solar and lunar days is detected. The chief point to be determined by star observation is that a star must make a circuit of the sky in about 24 hours, because on the second evening it comes from the eastward to the position from which it departed with the westward motion the night before. An elementary matter truly, but one which is less clearly known to many civilized adults than it was to their barbarous ancestors. Axis and meridians. As a result of these observations, it is recognized that something must turn. Whether it is the earth or the sky that turns need not be decided at once, if the teacher has the patience to let this archaic problem really take possession of the pupils' minds. In either case, the fact of turning demands an axis on which the turning shall take place, and if the pupils have any serious difficulty in discovering and stating the attitude of the axis, the teacher may be sure that the difficulty lies chiefly in the form of her questions. But the problem is essentially easy to living boys and girls, however difficult it may seem when clothed in words to which they are not accustomed. When the slanting attitude of the axis of turning is clearly recognized, all problems of size, latitude, and longitude are greatly simplified. By whatever shortcut the teacher presents the conclusion, that the Earth and not the sky really turns, the axis must be conceived as passing through the Earth's center and as defining two significant points, the poles, where it comes out. The discovery of the North Pole of the sky near the North Star, really more than 2 moon diameters from it, toward the end of the Dipper handle, leads to a clearer understanding of the diurnal paths of the stars in smaller or larger circles. The shadow cast by a vertical pole on level ground by the midday sun shows us the direction in which one must travel to reach the North Pole. The prolongation of this line around the Earth gives a meridian circle. The meridians are standard lines of direction. The equator is the great circle that cuts all the meridians in halves, midway between the poles. A series of meridians drawn at equal distances apart at the equator divide the Earth into equal areas, conveniently arranged for measuring the relative easting or westing of places. A small hand globe may be appealed to in this connection, but constant reference should be made to outdoors as a part of the real Earth on whose surface the imaginary circles are to be traced. There, on a hand globe, is not so useful as there, pointing out the window toward the equator. The latter may arouse a live sense of directions, always useful in self-orientation, whatever is one's path in life. The former may leave the subject an unreality. Latitude, the determination of local solar time and of magnetic variation, may be introduced in this connection, but more important is the estimation of one's position on the Earth's surface with respect to the pole and equator. No mention of the term latitude need be made till this question is solved. It may be solved even in grammar school by means of the sun circle, marked out by stake tops, as above described. First, some general considerations. To an observer at the pole, the sun or the stars would travel around the sky once a day, in circles parallel to the horizon. The position of the star circles remains fixed wherever the observer goes and however much his horizon changes from the position that it had at the pole. As the observer moves along any meridian toward the equator, his horizon must progressively tilt from the position that it had at the pole, and the amount of tilting may be measured by the angle between the tilted horizon and any one of the star or sun circles. This is, in essence, the method of eudoxis, already referred to. A third way from pole to equator, the angle would be 30 degrees, halfway, 45 degrees, 2/3 way, 60 degrees, at the equator, 90 degrees. The rotation of the Earth is thus a great assistance in determining the relative position of places. Bearing these principles in mind, let the sun circle be determined and represented by a series of stakes in a schoolyard, as in Figure 1. Stand about 30 feet to one side of the stakes in such a position that the tops of all of them fall into a slanting straight line when the observer's head is lowered to the height of the highest stake. Estimate or measure the angle CAD by which the horizon is depressed between this slanting line. And as the angle thus determined is 290 degrees, so is the distance from the pole measured along a meridian from the pole to the observer to the entire quadrant of the meridian from pole to equator. Footnote: the pivot does not lie in the plane of the sun circle, and the slanting line does not measure the sun's noon altitude, except at the equinoxes. The noon altitude of the sun carries through the year, but the slanting line, the slant of the plane of the sun circle, is constant through the year, whatever the declination of the sun. In all this method of determining latitude, it is assumed that the motion of the sun in declination in a single day will not be detected by the rough methods of record here employed. End of footnote. Latitude is counted from the equator toward the pole. It will therefore be the complement of the angle just measured. It should be noted that latitude may be thus determined at any time of year and without knowledge of the sun's angular distance from the sky equator, declination. An interesting feature of this elementary method of latitude determination is its novelty to many teachers. It involves nothing that grammar school pupils who have learned by seeing and thinking, not by recitation, cannot easily apprehend if they are gradually led up to it by a well-graded flight of steps. The steps are not difficult and the flight is not long. The fear that they are so, on account of which many a teacher dreads to introduce fundamental work into her teaching, only goes to show the obscurity and confusion in which the chapter on so-called mathematical geography is often enveloped. Leave out this forbidding name. Teach slowly on the basis of gradually accumulated observations, and the imagined difficulties will disappear. The determination of latitude by the altitude of the pole star should always be preceded by a proof that the star is close to the pole. But even then, the sun circle method is to be preferred as being possible in the daytime. The measurement of latitude involving the sun's declination should not be introduced until the movement of the sun in declination has been followed in its greatest northing and southing, measured by a simple method given below. Size of the Earth. Nothing has yet been said of the size of the Earth. Observations at a single station will not serve to measure the size, but the essence of the method of measurement may be usefully initiated, and by correspondence between two schools, actual measurement may be made, much to the edification of the pupils. The relations of the local horizon to the plane of the sun circle, as involved in the measurement of latitude, enables the scholar to see, if not to demonstrate, that an angle of 1 degree must separate the local horizons of two stations on the same meridian, whose latitude differs by 1 degree. Similarly, if observations of the sun's midday meridian altitude were made at two such stations on the same day, the altitudes would differ by 1 degree. Then, measuring the distance along the meridian arc between the stations, a simple proportion gives the circumference of the meridian circle. 1 degree is to 360 degrees what length of arc is to circumference. This imitates the method employed by Eratosthenes. Two parties of scholars stationed at the ends of a short meridian are in a schoolyard or in an adjacent common, may each determine the noon altitude of the sun and measure the distance between their stations in imitation of the genuine method of earth measurement. And they may be convinced that if their observations were minutely accurate, the size of the earth could be estimated for even so short an arc as that which they can pace during a recess interval. If a hill rises near the school, the convexity of the hill may be taken to imitate the rotundity of a little earth. Two parties stationed out of sight of each other on the north and south slopes of the hill and on a north and south line may determine the sun's noon altitude with reference to the slopes of the hill, which imitate the curved, level surface of a little earth, and then measuring the arc between their stations. The size of a small earth to which such a hill would fit may be determined. In the absence of a hill, a useful substitute may be provided in a schoolyard by placing two tables or boxes in a north and south line, 50 or 100 feet apart, tilting their upper surfaces away from each other, and then proceeding on the pretense that the table surfaces are part of a little earth, whose convex meridian may be indicated by the tops of a row of stakes between them. The curved surface of a globe in a schoolroom may be used to explain the geometry here involved, but outdoor work should not be altogether replaced by such indoor substitutes. Nothing can so well give the sense of the real great earth as outdoor observations. Two schools can probably cooperate to measure the size of the earth. On a certain day agreed upon beforehand, the midday altitude of the sun is determined at each school. The length of the meridian arc between the latitude circles of the two schools may then be measured on a good map and the proportion of erythrocines again employed to find the unknown quantity. If each school determines its own latitude, the difference of latitudes replaces the difference of the sun's midday altitude on a given day, and then no agreement as to the day of observation is necessary. Why is it that nature's study of this kind, so appropriate to the inhabitants of a rotating globe, is not introduced in our lower schools? Is it because of the supposed difficulty, or the actual simplicity of the necessary observations, on account of a recognition or a neglect of their value? On account of a confidence in the innate ability of young scholars, or a mistrust of their powers, or on account of preparation or lack of preparation on the part of the teachers? To the best of my belief, this is merely one of the many cases in which the real mental activity of school children is benumbed by substituting recitations of words for live performance. Longitude, difference of longitude introduced under any name that is suggested by the pupils when talking freely of the relative positions of places on a rotating globe. The technical name to come in later can be determined between two schools in any one of three historical methods. As Strabo employed an eclipse of the moon to determine the relative easting or westing of certain points bordering the Mediterranean, so school children in different parts of the country may employ a lunar eclipse today to determine the relative positions of the meridians on which their houses are situated, previously determining their local solar time, and subsequently comparing the recorded time of any phase of the eclipse by correspondence. As governmental parties 100 years ago made chronometer expeditions between neighboring national capitals, so school children may today send a watch from one school to another by express, and thus make a very good determination of difference of longitude. As modern observers employ the telegraph for time comparisons, even if separated by the whole breadth of a continent or of an ocean, so school children may today delegate some of their number to go to a telegraph office and send time signals from their watch previously set to local solar time by their own observations to an expectant party at the other end of the line. The two parties may have to wait half an hour or so to get the line clear, but such a trifling delay should be no obstacle to success, and even such delay may be avoided if a long-distance telephone is used. Then the time signals may be counted aloud by one party and directly heard by the other. Surely it is not the lack of capacity on the part of the pupils. It is not the expense involved. It is not the difficulty or the uselessness of the work that keeps such practical experiments as these out of our schools. What is the real difficulty in the way of their introduction? Indoor exercises. Practical exercises of another kind on the earth as a globe may be performed indoors. Footnote: several of these exercises have been suggested to me by Mr. W. H. Snyder of Worcester Academy. End of footnote. A meridian section of the earth as a sphere and as a spheroid may be drawn to scale in order to show how vanishingly insignificant the polar flattening really is. Geographically, its value is negligible in a high school course, however important and interesting it is in astronomy, and however valuable it is historically as a proof of the Earth's rotation. The height of the highest mountains, the depth of the deepest oceans, the mean altitude of continents, the mean depth of seafloors, and the rate of increase of interior temperatures may all be shown on this Earth section. Comparisons of local and general distances and heights may be made by drawing them to scale. Several methods of map projection may be illustrated. First, the necessity for projection should be shown by the impossibility of smoothly laying a paper, cut to match a continental outline, upon the surface of a globe. The Mercator, or stovepipe and cannonball, the conical, and the Nome projections may be easily constructed. Their difficulties may be magnified if clothed in mathematical language or minified if talked about familiarly. After a network of meridians and latitude circles is drawn out, a continental outline may be plotted from a table giving the latitudes and longitudes of a number of points on the coastline. Greenland and South America on Mercator projection. Greenland on Mercator and conical projection. The margin of the unexplored areas in the Arctic and Antarctic regions on mnemonic projections all afford good practice for plotting. Comparison of distances on globes and on maps serves to detect the distortion characteristic of each kind of projection. A great circle sailing course between San Francisco and Yokohama, as determined on a globe, may be transferred to any projection by the latitude and longitude of a number of points on its path. The same may be tried on a polar mnemonic projection of the Great Southern Ocean for a voyage from Cape Horn to Tasmania. The results in the two cases are interesting and instructive. From my own experience with school teachers and problems of this kind, it is necessary to conclude that geometry must, as a rule, have been very badly taught to them. Terrestrial magnetism affords some interesting exercises, if time can be allowed to them. The local variation of the magnetic needle has already been determined. Charts published by the Coast Survey and elsewhere give, by means of lines of equal variation, the values of local variation at any desired point. Local values thus obtained may be copied off on the blackboard, and the pupils may then write in the values on a Mercator map of the world, of their own construction, if desired, or on an outline map of the United States. The values thus charted afford practice in drawing lines of equal variation. The accuracy of the work can be tested by comparing the results with the original chart. A variation on this exercise may be made by drawing arrows at various stations to represent the local direction of magnetic north. Extend the arrows, curving them if necessary, so that they shall not cross each other. They will then represent magnetic meridians. The North Magnetic Pole in the neighborhood of Hudson Bay may be thus discovered. The meaning of magnetic charts can hardly be made clear without performing exercises of this kind. The point that deserves special emphasis with regard to all the exercises thus far described is not so much their importance, although all are important, but rather their practicability. If the shape and size of the earth, latitude and longitude, and terrestrial magnetism are taught at all, practical exercises should replace recited definitions as far as possible. In all stages of the work, excellent practice in English composition is afforded by calling for written description of observations and for careful formulation of results. The atmosphere. The study of the atmosphere suggests a great variety of practical exercises, many of which are now familiarly introduced in our schools. Local observations, without and with instruments, are made and discussed systematically. They are correlated with the larger phenomena of the weather maps, but the work in this direction often falls far short of its possible measure. In this connection, I may refer to a recent book by my colleague, R.D.C. Ward, entitled Practical Exercises in Elementary Meteorology, in which the teacher and the pupil will find precise directions for the solution of a large number of problems that I am sure will be of great value in giving fuller appreciation of the treasures stored up in, but not always taken from, the daily weather maps. This guidebook being now accessible, I need here refer only to certain problems that are associated with the seasons. Here, as under the earth as a globe, it is too commonly the practice to learn definitions, instead of developing a real knowledge of the subject by the study of gradually accumulated observations. The need of plenty of time, only to be secured by carrying on observations during 1 or 2 years, is nowhere better illustrated than in this chapter of the subject. It is impossible to compress the necessary observations into the short time during which a high school course would be concerned with the atmosphere. Adequate attention to the subject can be obtained only when the work is distributed over a long period in the grammar school, associated either with geography or with nature study. The seasons. The procession of phenomena observable in the annual succession of the seasons is observable in early school years. The observations here described are intended to connect the simplest seasonal phenomena with their causes, which are to be found in the revolution of the earth around the sun, and in the reluctant northing and southing of the sun, or its movements and declination in the sky being the equivalent of geocentric latitude on the earth. Footnote. This word, geocentric, is inserted here in order to escape the criticism of the carping and captious. In oral explanation with teachers or scholars, I should omit it and accept the consequences. In printed statement, it is necessary to be more circumspect. If any member of a class should rise by his own exertions to an understanding of the difference between geographic and geocentric latitude, he would deserve and appreciate the fuller explanations that could be given in response to his questions. But to introduce into a first statement so fine a point as implied in the use of geocentric would unnecessarily and unwisely delay and complicate progress. End of footnote. The fact of seasonal change having been already recorded in a most elementary way, let a second record be made in connection with a search for the cause of change as follows. At intervals of a fortnight or a month, determine the midday altitude of the sun. At similar intervals, determine the time, and if possible, the compass direction of sunrise and sunset. Footnote. It is manifest that this requires observations outside of the school session and sometimes at rather inconvenient hours, but I would protest against the implication contained in objections to outside work, that lessons are so distasteful that none of the scholars will willingly give a little of their free time to such details as are here suggested. Early summer sunrise can be timed from sunset when it has been discovered during the winter that sunrise and sunset occur symmetrically before and after midday, or the moment when the sun reaches its highest altitude, meridian culmination. The general adoption of standard time introduces some confusion here, for it is desirable that sunrise and sunset should be recorded in local solar time. A watch kept to such time by observations of the sun at midday is useful in this connection. This is easily done when a north mark has once been established. The watch will then give the necessary correction for the steeple clocks and factory whistles, by which some scholars may have to make their morning and evening records. A pocket compass for measuring the direction of sunrise and sunset may be lent to those scholars whose homes give the best view of the horizon. Compass readings should be corrected for local variation of the needle to give true bearings. The direction of early sunrise may be determined from that of late sunset, when it has been discovered that the two are symmetrical with respect to the true meridian. End of footnote. Again, at similar intervals, have the scholars, or at least the brighter ones, note the star groups that appear in the east shortly after the time and opposite to the point of sunset. All the facts thus determined vary systematically and in correlation with one another. The discovery of this system of change and of the correlations in the system should, if possible, be reserved for the scholars. Their intelligence is only half developed if the discoveries that they can make are made for them. In such case, it may be claimed that time is saved and that the results reached are the same. But it should be seen, on the other hand, that the scholars lose much appreciation of the result if they do not find it for themselves, and that they will fail entirely to acquire the power and the habits of discovering if they have no practice in it. If American schools are developed on a truly democratic basis, as befits Republican institutions, one of their chief values will be that they aid in giving every boy and girl in the land a chance to emerge from the mass, where individuality is lost, and to reach a position in which they can do the most good for themselves, their homes, and their country. The cultivation of intelligence is as essential to this end as the acquisition of knowledge. The observations and correlations now in discussion may be made to contribute usefully to both these attainments. The sun's midday altitude should be tabulated, and the change in its value should be indicated graphically. Records thus kept are in themselves educative, not only in forming habits of accuracy and neatness, but still further in familiarizing the pupils with the several methods of record, each best for its own purpose. Graphic record may be made on a diagram in which horizontal measures represent time, dates, and vertical measures represent angular altitude. As the line connecting successive points of observation is seen to be not straight but curved, let expectation be aroused as to the probable results of further observations, thus developing the habit of thinking forward from a basis of observations in the past and present. Test the expectations by comparison with later observations, and thus develop the more important habit of not jumping at conclusions. The frequency of sun observation should be increased as the solstices are approached, in order to give good determination of those important dates. Few pupils will fail to await with interest the first observations after the Christmas holidays, or to continue observations with unflagging interest even into the hot weather of late June. It is conceivable that some children might even carry on observations of this kind through the summer vacation, in order to complete their curve for the year. A graphic bisection of the upper and lower culminations of the curve by lines drawn through the middle points of horizontal chords will give good determinations of the dates of the solstices. When the upper and lower limits of the curve are well determined, draw horizontal lines tangent to them, and draw a third horizontal line midway between these tangents. Lead up to the discovery that this middle line represents the sky equator, that the date of the equinoxes is given at the two intersections of the equator and the sun's path, and that the angular distance, declination, of the sun north or south of the equator can easily be roughly determined for any day of the year by measuring up or down from the equator line to the curved sun path. Then, and not properly till then, are young geographers ready to use the noon altitude and the declination of the sun in determining their latitude. When this stage is reached, better values of the sun's declination may be taken from the nautical almanac for the current year, accessible in the larger public libraries. If it is not accessible there, ask the librarian to get it. The teacher of mathematics should be able to explain how to use it in finding the sun's declination on any date. The year, the time and direction of sunrise and sunset should be tabulated and diagrammed. The correlation of the day's length, the direction of the sun at rising and setting, and the changes in midday altitude are most instructive. Each quantity affords occasion for prediction and verification of its future values. All the changes in these quantities are run in a period of 365 days, and in the same period the star group, first seen in the east shortly after sunset, is again seen there at the same hour. Now let the scholars try to explain this return to a previous condition, suggesting to them that a line may be imagined starting at the sun, passing through the earth and extending to the distant stars. This line has been found to sweep through the sky, pointing to one star group after another, and to return to the original group in the same period as that in which the noon altitude and its correlated quantities run through the variations. And the earth must go around the sun once in 365 days. The time unit, called a year, has long been familiar to the scholars. They have probably heard or read that the earth goes around the sun in a year, but those words are now fuller of meaning than they were ever before. Footnote: In order to give a better determination of the length of the year than can be obtained merely by general inspection of the eastern constellations after sunset, the following plan may be adopted. Observations in September and October will show that the stars occupy more and more western positions at a given hour on successive evenings. Let the more skillful scholars make record of the position of some recognizable star with respect to a roof or chimney at a certain hour on a certain evening, then ask them to discover when the star will again be in that position at that hour. It will be well to have records of this sort made on several different evenings, so as to lessen the possible trouble from cloudy evenings in the following year. And a footnote. The sensible constancy of the sun's diameter apparent, determined by letting a ray of sunlight pass through a pinhole in one sheet of paper and fall upon another sheet at a fixed distance from the pinhole, should serve to give a good idea of the form of the curve or orbit that the Earth runs around. Inclined altitude of axis to orbit. The facts regarding noon altitude and the correlated quantities can all be explained if it be suggested that the axis on which the Earth has been found to turn does not stand vertical to the plane of the orbit in which it has been found to revolve. Here again, a globe is of value as a mental aid and an aid in visualizing the necessary geometrical relations. So are the diagrams that one naturally finds in textbooks, although they are much less serviceable than globes. Footnote. A simple, small, and cheap elementary globe, divested of nearly all names, and showing only the most general relief, is published by A. Donnelly, Oxford, New York. End of footnote. Whether the children of under 14 years of age can discover this solution of the problem or not remains to be proved. At least they should have a good chance to show their capacity to discover it, a carefully prepared chance, approached by the slow accumulation of pertinent observations, all familiarized by repetition. A simple construction of the Earth's orbit is also serviceable at this stage. Draw upon a sheet of paper about a foot square a line through its middle, parallel to one side. Locate the middle point of the line. Construct a scale whose units are 1/200th of the side of the paper, so that 2 pins, 3 units apart, can be driven into the middle line symmetrically on either side of the middle point. Lay a loop of thread or fine string 189 units in perimeter over the pins. Stretch it tight with a pencil and draw a curve thus guided. This curve shows the true pattern of the Earth's orbit, the units of the scale being millions of miles. The orbit is as sensibly circular as are the Earth's meridians. Take out one of the pins and around the other draw a little circle, a trifle less than a unit in diameter, to represent the sun. A good-sized pinhead will not be much too small for it. Assuming that the North Star is above the plane of the orbit, or paper, the Earth moves around the orbit so as to pass from right to left when viewed from the sun. Find the point on the orbit that is nearest to the sun. It must lie where the orbit is cut by that half of the middle line which passes through the sun. Conveniently for our memories, the sun celebrates New Year's Day by passing through this near-sun point, or perihelion. July 1st sees the Earth as the opposite far-sun point, or aphelion. Go backward along the orbit from perihelion 1/9 of a quadrant arc. This is the point occupied in December 21st, the date of the sun's least midday altitude, or the winter solstice. Draw a line from this point through the sun. It intersects the orbit at the summer solstice, which the Earth passes on June 21st. Draw a line through the sun at right angles to the solstical line. It intersects the orbit in the equinoctial points. Set up a small ball on a vertical axis to represent the Earth at the winter solstice. The sun can then be imagined to illuminate the near half of the Earth. The day and night circle will separate the illuminated half from the dark half of the Earth. As the Earth now stands with a vertical axis, the plane of the equator passes through the sun, but this has been shown by observation to be impossible at the time of the winter solstice. On that date, the sun is 23 degrees south of the equator. The axis of the Earth must therefore be tilted 23 degrees from the vertical and away from the sun in order to imitate actual conditions. As the prolonged axis meets the sky in the same point at all seasons of the year, the attitude of the axis must always be parallel to its initial position. Carry the Earth around its orbit, holding the axis properly on the way, and observe the relative attitude of the day and night circle at different times of year. All the peculiar variations of the sun's midday altitude, of the times and directions of sunrise and set, and of the length of day and night, can be explained by this little working model. Hence it may be fairly said to present the conditions of nature. It is well that the scholars should know that it is entirely on the basis of such agreements between hypothesis and fact that textbooks make statements about the inclination of the Earth's axis, the duration of its annual revolution, and so on. There is no other door by which one can really enter the domain of knowledge, where the motto is written, truth for authority, not authority for truth. When beginning to prepare this article, it was my intention to cover other branches of the subject, as well as those treated here. But on advancing into the manuscript, it has seemed better to expand general recommendations into somewhat specific explanations, in order to aid in carrying them into practice. Thus the article has grown unduly long. Something about special exercises on the oceans and the lands may be presented at another time. End of section 15. Section 16 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Professor Henry Allen Hazen. By a sad accident on the evening of Monday, January 22, 1900, the U.S. Weather Bureau lost one of its most prominent officials and the National Geographic Society one of its active members. Professor Hazen, while riding on his bicycle, hastening to his night work at the Weather Bureau, collided with a pedestrian and was dashed to the ground. He received injuries from which he died 24 hours later. Professor Hazen was born January 12, 1849, in Surrey, India, about 100 miles east of Bombay, and was the son of Reverend Allen Hazen and Martha Chapin, his wife, missionaries of the Congregational Church. He came to this country when 10 years old, and was educated at St. Johnsbury, Vermont, and at Dartmouth College, where he graduated in 1871. For some years he was instructor in drawing in the Sheffield Scientific School, New Haven, and later was assistant in meteorology and physics under Professor Elias Loomis. He received an appointment in the Weather Bureau in May 1881, being assigned to special duty on such problems as the investigation of the psychrometer and the proper exposures of thermometers, the study of thunderstorms and other important questions. At a later period, Professor Hazen was assigned to duties of a broader aspect, including weather forecasting and occasional editorial work on the Monthly Weather Review. In addition to his official work in the Weather Bureau, Professor Hazen was a frequent contributor to meteorological and other scientific journals. He was one of the supporters of science during the years 1882 to 1889, and of the American Meteorological Journal, 1884 to 1886. Among his larger publications are The Reduction of Air Pressure to Sea Level and The Climate of Chicago. End of section 16. Section 17 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geographic Miscellanea. The Peary Arctic Club, Brooklyn, New York, in recording its admiration for Mr. Peary's activity and persistence, has pledged its unfaltering support to the remaining work of the expedition. Notwithstanding the greatly increased cost, both of materials and labor, the shipbuilding output of Great Britain in 1899 was the largest on record, having reached the enormous total of 1,713,000 tons. Preliminary returns placed the year's output in Germany at 257,927 tons. In the United States, 178,636 tons. And in France, the only other country exceeding 50,000 tons, at 60,586 tons. A recent number of science announces that an expedition organized by Baron Toll for the exploration of the New Siberia Islands and Sonikoff Land, into which no man has yet penetrated, will set out in June next from some Norwegian port. The party will pass the winter at a point on the banks of the Lena, above the town of Yakutsk. In the summer of 1901, will begin their explorations toward the north. Mr. E. H. Harriman, the patron of the expedition to Alaska which bears his name, will publish the results of the expedition in a series of several volumes, prepared under the general editorial management of Dr. C. Hart Merriam. The first volume is to be a narrative of the expedition by John Burroughs, with the chapter on glaciers by John Muir, and other chapters by well-known writers. The scientific results, comprising several separate volumes, are being prepared by the specialists who are charged of the different branches of work. Some months since the French government, according to the Le Tour du Monde, instructed by P. Frog, director of the Meteorological Observatory near Shanghai, to choose some site in the French Indochina colony and there establish a meteorological observatory. The director has chosen for the purpose a slight elevation near Tonkin called Kalin, which is only 400 feet high. The hill is near the sea, and the neighboring hills, which encircle it, form a sort of enclosure, which is peculiarly sensitive to all the phenomena of the surrounding country, and also to the slightest disturbance from the sea. The observatory will thus have a maritime as well as a meteorological value. The project of maintaining the level of Lake Erie near its high water stage during the navigation season by constructing a dam across Niagara River below Buffalo Harbor is reported by the Deepwater Ways Commission as practicable and desirable. Thus the water lost by evaporation in summer could be partially replaced by accumulating the surplus water during the closed season and releasing it when most necessary in the open season. The best location for a dam is, according to the board, at the foot of the lake, just below Buffalo Harbor. A canal with the lock is provided on the American side around the end of the dam and the rapids at the head of the river. The cost of the regulating works is estimated at $796,923, and of the lock and canal at $2,325,967. The changes would raise the low water stage about 3 feet in Lake Erie, 2 feet in Lake St. Clair, and 1 foot in Lake Huron. The U.S. commercial agent at Vladivostok, Mr. Richard T. Greener, reports that it is proposed to turn the military port of Vladivostok into a commercial port, making it the principal terminus of the Trans-Siberian Railroad. Port Arthur will then become the chief military port of eastern Siberia. Talienwan, which has been renamed Dalny, will be the commercial port and an open one of the Petrili Gulf. Every effort will be made to make it an important trade center. The plans of streets, government buildings, etc. are already formulated and will be put in execution, while the construction of the various lines of railroad is also being pushed to completion. the plan of the Russian government to form an Eastern Asiatic steamship company to open communication between Port Arthur, the Manchurian Railroad, Vladivostok, and other ports of the Far East is now arranged. The service between Vladivostok and Port Arthur will soon be begun. The Manual of Tides, now being prepared in the Coast and Geodetic Survey Office by Dr. R.A. Harris, will discuss, among other subjects, the tidal theory, so far as the study of the tidal oscillations in the great oceanic basins has progressed. It tends to show that the dominating tides of most localities owe their origin to one of two methods of generation. The first is that implied in the corrected equilibrium theory, and pertains to rather small and well-enclosed bodies of water. The second, and far more important method, is that implied in stationary oscillations whose free periods approximately coincide with the periods of the tidal forces. As an example of these oscillating areas may be cited the region lying south of the Maine coast, from Nantucket to the southern end of Nova Scotia. Following a line, somewhat convex, towards the south, joining these 2 points, there appears to be a small tidal disturbance, probably not more than 2 feet, whereas along the entire New England coast, north of Nantucket, the tides are in the neighborhood of from 8 to 10 feet. Moreover, on this nodal line just mentioned, running from Nantucket to Nova Scotia, the currents are well pronounced, so that it appears that we have here an area which oscillates about the nodal line as an axis, thus producing high water at practically the same time along the New England coast. End of section 17. Section 18 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. British South Africa and the Transvaal by F. F. Hilder. Bureau of American Ethnology. To one approaching the coast of South Africa in the neighborhood of Table Bay from the west, the first object which strikes the eye is the great mass of Table Mountain looming up above the lower foothills of the coast. Passing Robben Island, the ship enters Table Bay, a magnificent harbor, protected by nature from all but northwest winds. A splendid system of breakwater and docks now affords safety to shipping at all seasons. Round the base of the mountain lie the suburbs Rodenbosch, Claremont, Wynberg, and Constancia, which are surrounded with luxuriant vegetation, including oaks, firs, shrubs of many kinds, flowers, and vineyards which produce excellent wine. Cape Town lies between the foot of Table Mountain and the bay. It is the capital of the colony, the residence of the governor, and the seat of the legislature. The population, numbering about 70,000, is composed of many races, those of Dutch and English descent being most numerous. But there are also Americans and representatives of nearly every country in Europe. The laboring population comprises the descendants of Negro slaves, Hottentots, Kaffirs, and Malays. The Cape of Good Hope from the time of its discovery by Bartholomew Diaz, the Portuguese navigator in 1486, until 1652 was a place of call for ships of all nations. In that year, the Dutch East India Company sent Jan van Riebeck with a small force and a party of colonists to form a settlement there and hold it as a Dutch colony. The home authority, however, was not the government of Holland, but the directors of the Dutch East India Company at Amsterdam. The Dutch found the country inhabited by a native tribe who called themselves Khoikhoi, men of men, but had been named Hottentots by the Portuguese and Capemans by the early Dutch settlers. The Dutch had difficulty in subduing these natives or making them labor, so that in 1658 they determined to institute Negro slavery. and imported the first cargo of slaves from the Guinea coast. In 1687, the Dutch colonists were joined by a number of Huguenots, refugees who fled from France during the reign of Louis XIV, after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, large numbers of whom sought an asylum in Holland and her colonies. For more than a century, these colonists pursued a quiet existence as agriculturalists and traders, disturbed only by occasional strife with the natives, until 1794, when Holland was overrun by the troops of the French Republic. To prevent the colony from falling into the hands of the French, it was captured by the English in 1795, but was restored to Holland in 1802 by the Treaty of Amiens. As this peace proved to be illusory, war was renewed the following year, and Cape Colony was again captured by the English in 1806, and has since been in their possession. In 1814, after the abdication of Napoleon, it was ceded to England by the Treaty of Paris, which action was confirmed by the Congress of Vienna in 1815, and England paid to Holland a large sum of money as indemnity for the cession of Cape Colony and the territory in South America now known as British Guiana. Leaving Table Bay and steaming eastward along the coast, mountains are in sight nearly all the way. To reach the interior of South Africa from any of the landing places on the east coast, a short extent of lowland must be crossed and steep mountains ascended to the level of the Great Plateau beyond. The east coast presents a fringe of subtropical country, where the magnolia and rose bloom and the orange, pineapple, lemon, grape, banana, cotton, and tea plant flourish. As the elevation increases come the mountain ranges, in the valleys of which are growing crops of wheat and corn. Finally, the high veld is reached. This consists of vast level plains sparsely covered with short grass, dotted here and there by the karoo bush, a stunted shrub from a foot to 18 inches in height, which gives pasturage to thousands of sheep and cattle. There are 4 lines of railroad by which the South African Republic can be reached from the sea. The first extends from Cape Town and Port Elizabeth, with a branch from East London to Johannesburg, and thence to Pretoria, traversing the Orange Free State from south to north. The second line lies more to the west and is wholly in English territory. It starts from Cape Town, passes through Cape Colony, and follows closely the western frontier of the Orange Free State and the Transvaal. It passes through Kimberley and Mafeking, from whence a wagon road runs to Krugersdorp and Johannesburg. This road runs as far north as Bulawayo, about 1,300 miles north of Cape Town. The third road starts from Durban in the colony of Natal, passes through Pietermaritzburg, the capital of the colony, and reaches Ladysmith, where it separates into 2 sections, one section extending westward into the Orange Free State, and the other northward to Heidelberg and Johannesburg in the Transvaal. This road enters the Transvaal territory through a tunnel under Laying's Neck, a pass in the Drakensberg Mountains near Majuba Hill, where the English met such a crushing defeat in 1881. The fourth line starts from Lourenço Marques on Delago Bay, traverses the Portuguese territory, enters the Transvaal at Comata Port, and terminates at Pretoria. This is the only road by which the Transvaal government has been able to obtain supplies since the outbreak of the war. The South African Republic was, until a few years ago, little known to the outside world. It was merely a pastoral and agricultural region, and such notoriety as it had achieved was due principally to the frequent wars and bloody contests between its Boer inhabitants and the British local and imperial authorities and the native tribes. 20 years ago, it was seldom visited except by traders and hunters in quest of big game, but the discovery of the marvelous gold deposits of the Witwatersrand in 1885 brought a rush of adventurers in search of wealth. It is true that gold had been discovered in the Lydenburg district as early as 1867, but not in sufficient quantities to attract great attention. Immediately a multitude of French, Portuguese, Germans, English, and Americans streamed into the country, and the city of Johannesburg sprang up like Aladdin's palace in a day. The Transvaal lies immediately north of her sister Boer Republic, the Orange Free State, between the Limpopo, or Crocodile River on the north, and the Vaal River on the south. The country on the north and west is British. The Republic has no seaport, as the Portuguese possessions in the colony of Natal shut it off from the Indian Ocean on the east. The Vaal River is the chief tributary of the Great Orange River, which rises in the Drakensberg and flows across the continent into the Atlantic. The Limpopo empties into the Indian Ocean. The gold-bearing region, the Witwatersrand, or Whitewater Range, forms the watershed between the two rivers. The Transvaal is a lofty plateau lying within the outer rim of the vast South African tableland, between 4,000 and 6,000 feet above the sea level. In consequence of this great elevation, although it is intercepted by the Tropic of Capricorn at a point between 60 and 70 miles to the south of its northern frontier, it enjoys a healthful and invigorating climate, except in some of the low-lying country on the Limpopo and other fluvial tracts near the eastern frontier. The winter half of the year, from March to September, is dry and cool, especially during the nights, but the days are often as warm as in summer. During these months, cold, sharp winds blow from the south, and the mountain ranges are often covered for several days with snow, and hailstorms are frequent. In addition to its treasures of gold, the country is rich in other minerals, particularly iron. The Jurtsberg, near Barabastad, is almost a solid mass of iron ore of the richest quality. Coal of excellent quality is abundant and supplies the mining industry with good and cheap fuel. Copper, lead, quicksilver, etc. have also been found. The formations containing diamonds have also been found to extend into both the Orange Free State and the Transvaal. Kimberley, the headquarters of the diamond industry, is in British territory, only 4 miles from the boundary of the Orange Free State and 647 miles from Cape Town. There are no natural features that can assist in its defense, but the great mounds of earth and debris from the mines have been utilized by the garrison for that purpose. The dry diggings in the mines of the Kimberley district afford the only locality in which the diamond has thus far been found in its original home, and all our knowledge of the genesis of the diamond has been derived from the study of the conditions there existing. The mines are located in pans, or depressions in which the blue ground is found, that is now recognized as the matrix of the diamond. These pans formed the vents of ancient volcanoes, which had been worn down by the forces of the atmosphere, and are the pipes or tubes through which the lava reached the surface. They are partly surrounded by black shale containing a large percentage of carbon, from which material the diamonds have been formed by crystallization. As a proof of the wonderful progress which has been made in a place which only a few years back was a bare prairie, I will mention that a school of mines has lately been erected and opened at Kimberley. The courses of instruction are intended to prepare students for a diploma of mining engineer, or for the degree of Bachelor of Science and Master of Science in Mining Engineering. The South African Republic has an area of 119,139 square miles, and in 1898 the population was estimated to be 1,094,156, of which 345,397 were whites and 748,759 colored natives. The white population, however, had been largely increased by the rush to the gold fields, and the number of boys included in the enumeration of white inhabitants is probably less than 100,000. In the whole of South Africa in the same year, the white inhabitants, excluding the Dutch, numbered 385,500. The Dutch descent there were 431,000, making a total of 816,500 whites, while the native races numbered fully 15 million, so that there were about 18 natives to every white inhabitant. This sketch of the physical character and resources of the Transvaal is the stage setting of the theater, where a mighty human drama is now being enacted. A just estimate of the actors cannot be formed without considering the influences which have made the Boers what they are, nor can any conclusion be reached as to the future, not only the Transvaal, but of the whole of South Africa, without considering the character and condition of the native population, a factor in the problem which has been seldom touched upon by writers of political and military essays on South African affairs. The Boers are the descendants of the original Dutch and Huguenot colonists, severed from the civilization of Europe 200 years ago. They have not kept pace with the progress that has been made there, and are intolerant and backward in their ideas. But they have developed into a sturdy, self-reliant people, well fitted to cope with the savage animals and savage men with whom they have had to contend in the colonization of the wilderness. They have been, for the most part, stock raisers. The thinness of the pasture has caused them to scatter over a wide area, and they have thus led a solitary and somewhat nomadic life. Like all frontiersmen, they have developed remarkable courage and an indomitable spirit of independence. They have also become imbued with a passion for solitude and isolation, out of which has grown not only their impatience of control, but a certain degree of neglect of the graces, amenities, and even the decencies of civilized life, showing few traces of their descent from the cleanest and neatest people of Europe. Living in the open air, and mostly in the saddle, they are strangely ignorant. They have no literature and very few newspapers. Their reading is confined almost entirely to the Bible. Their religion is the somber and stern Calvinism of the 17th century, hostile to all new light, thoroughly imbued with the spirit of the Hebrew records of the Old Testament, and with but little of the Christian spirit of kindness and mercy taught in the New. In this characterization of the Boers, I do not include the burghers, or more civilized Afrikaners of the cities, many of whom are as cultivated, well-educated, and charming people as can be found in any part of the world. The Boers' skill with the rifle is due to long practice. With them, hunting has been a matter both of dollars and cents, and of self-protection. When they migrated from Cape Colony to the Transvaal, they were compelled to clear the way by killing thousands of lions. Their creditable work of freeing the Transvaal from wild animals that rendered life unsafe in the country has been offset by their destruction of the giraffe, which has been almost exterminated by them from Cape Colony to their northern frontier. In the early days of South African history, they were the most abundant wild animals in the Transvaal, Matabeleland, and the Orange Free State, but they have been exterminated like the American buffalo, and the few remaining representatives of the species have been gradually driven north. Like the buffalo, they were hunted because the skins had a commercial value, and even the bones and sinews were also turned to profitable account. In British territory, they are now protected by law, but it is almost too late to save them from extinction. For many years, the Dutch and English lived together in amity, but in 1834 a law was passed in England abolishing Negro slavery in all its colonies, much to the disgust of the Dutch, who held the old biblical notions on the subject of slavery. They fiercely resented what they believed to be an outrage on their property rights. It is true that the British government paid a compensation, but the amount being less than the current value of slaves in the colony, the Boer farmers considered that they had been robbed, and when the law was put in operation in 1835, they determined to leave the colony and made what is still referred to among them as the Great Trek. They settled in what is now known as the colony of Natal, where they attempted to establish an independent government a proceeding which was objected to by the British government on the ground that people who were still considered to be British subjects had no right to attempt to form an independent state in territory which, while it had not been formally declared to be a colony, was classed as a British protectorate. It was therefore formally proclaimed to be a British colony, and the Boers again migrated. Some settled in the Orange River country, and others crossing the Vaal River founded the South African Republic. The history of the troubles that have arisen between the Boers and the native tribes on the one hand, and the Boers and the British government on the other, is too long and complicated for treatment in this paper. While the controversy which has unhappily terminated in the present war has been so thoroughly discussed in magazines and newspapers all over the world, that I consider comment on that subject unnecessary. There have been faults on both sides, but so far as the British government is concerned, the main cause of trouble has arisen from its vacillation and the want of a settled policy and a course of action. With all the blessings of a government by popular representation, it has its weaknesses, and this is not the least of them. To this cause may be traced in great measure the uncertain and unstable policy which, so far as Great Britain is concerned, forms the head and front of her offending in South Africa. Whichever way the present contest may terminate, it must lead to a better condition than that which has existed for many years past. If by any combination of circumstances the Boer Republic should be successful, and the whole of South Africa were to be united under Dutch Afrikaner rule, even that would be better than the continual atmosphere of strife and unrest that has prevailed. It appears, however, hardly possible that the power of England, when fully put forth, can be successfully resisted by the Boers. Then the logical result would be the formation of a Dominion of South Africa, something on the plan of the Canadian Confederation, in which men of all races could enjoy the benefits of a strong united government, and all classes and nationalities would be equal before the law. With universal suffrage and self-government, confidence would be restored, capital would flow into the country, railroads and public improvements would be constructed, and the boundless resources of the country would be still further developed and utilized. South Africa has the advantage of being a country where the white man can live and thrive as well as in Australia, New Zealand, or Canada. When the passions which have been aroused by the struggle have subsided, there is little doubt that not only the Dutch, but all other elements of the population will recognize the benefits of peace and progress and become peaceful citizens of a free state. When peace shall be restored, the great question that will arise will be the relation of the white man to the native races. And before entering upon that phase of the subject, I will briefly describe the people with whom the white man has to deal. When the Dutch settlement was first formed at the Cape, southern and southwestern Africa was occupied by Hottentots and Bushmen. The latter were the aboriginal inhabitants of the country, but had been driven into the less fertile and desert regions of the southwest by the Hottentots, who were in turn being pressed from the north and east by the Bantu tribes. The Bushmen are a race of pygmies, seldom much over 4 feet in height. They are brown in color, with tufted wool on the scalp, sparkling eyes, high cheekbones, and small feet and hands. They are of the same race as those met with by Stanley on his Central African journey, and there is no doubt that they belong to the same race as the pygmies described by Herodotus, the Greek historian, as being found beyond the Libyan deserts. The Bushmen can be classed with the Australian Aborigines as the lowest race in the human scale, even the Negritos of the Philippine Islands being of a slightly higher grade. The Hottentots are of larger stature than the Bushmen, brown in color, with faces thinner than those of the Bantu tribes, high cheekbones and projecting lips, with tufted, woolly hair. Many of them in Cape Colony are the descendants of slaves, and the race there has been so long associated with the Dutch farmers that their language has practically died out. and most of them have adopted European dress. The most important race of South Africa, however, is the Bantu, which is the generic name given to all the Kafir and Zulu tribes of South and Central Africa. These Bantu tribes are believed to be the result of an intermingling of a Libyan or Arab race with the typical Negroes of Western Africa. In them, the nose is more prominent and the cast of the face higher than in the pure Negro. The principal divisions of this people in the country treated of in this paper are the Kafirs, Zulus, Swazis, Basutos, and Matabeles. But as the Kafirs are the people most in evidence in Natal, the Boer republics, and eastern South Africa, I will address them chiefly. The name Kafir is of Persian origin, and is that applied by Mohammedans to all who reject the faith of Islam. It was in use along the coast of the Indian Ocean when the Portuguese explorers arrived on the east coast of Africa, and has passed from them to the English and Dutch, among whom the word Kafir is generally used to signify any colored native who is not the descendant of an imported Negro slave. They are really the people of the Amakosa tribe of the great Bantu nation. Most of these tribes derive their names from that of their first great chief and founder. The prefix Ama signifies those of, i.e. Amakosa, those of Kosa. It is a curious fact that, although Europeans have given them the name of Kafirs, they themselves cannot pronounce the word, as the English sound of R is wanting in their language. In fact, they have no word to signify the whole race, and each tribe is known by its particular title. The women do not always use the same language as the men, owing to the custom which prohibits females from pronouncing the names of their husbands' male relations, or any words in the principal syllables of which such names occur. In this manner, almost a distinct dialect has come into use among them. As before the advent of white men, the Kafirs knew nothing of letters or signs by which ideas can be expressed. Their history is entirely traditional, and at most does not reach back more than 3 or 4 generations. Ornaments of shells, teeth, and beads, strung on strips of skin, are worn in the hair and on the body by both sexes, and copper and other rings on the arms and ankles. They protect their bodies from the effect of the sun by rubbing themselves with fat and red clay, which makes them look like polished bronze. This is necessary, as their clothing is infinitesimal in quantity. In warm weather, men and children go entirely nude. In cold weather, they use a square mantle of skins of animals called karos, which they wrap round them, as our Indians use their blankets. For the chiefs, the skin of the leopard is reserved. Of the skins of all other animals are used by the people. In consequence of the influx of Europeans and European manufactures, these skin mantles are largely replaced by blankets. Women wear a small leather apron at all times. Since the advent of white men, clothing has been introduced among them, but they still show a propensity to get rid of as much of it as possible during warm weather. Horned cattle constitute the wealth of the Kafir, and tending them and fighting he considers to be the only occupation fit for a man. The women do all the heavy work, not only the cooking, carrying water, etc., but the labor of raising such crops as they cultivate. When the first railroad was built through their country, they were filled with awe at the sight of a locomotive, as they had no conception of locomotive power other than that of oxen. They concluded that some of them must be shut up inside the machine. Hence, when the engine stopped, they gathered in curious crowds waiting to see the door open and the oxen come out. They also thought it an act of cruelty to make so small an engine draw such a huge train of cars. The conditions I have described, however, are rapidly changing before the march of civilization. But beyond the present outlook, there is a cloud on the horizon, very small now, but which may, at no distant day, increase until it overshadows South Africa and sweeps it with the destructive force of a tornado. There has existed for some time in South Africa an uneasy consciousness of danger from the fact that many of the natives are restless and dissatisfied to a considerable extent. When it is considered that they so enormously outnumber the white inhabitants, this is no imaginary danger. The Kaffirs, Zulus, Basutos, Swazis, Matabeles, and other tribes of the Bantu race are not now as a whole untutored savages or weaklings, but a brave, virile race. Many of them, particularly among the Kaffirs and Basutos, are well on the road to civilization, professing the Christian religion, having schoolhouses and churches. Many of them also are tolerably well educated, speaking both Dutch and English, and are no longer willing to quietly endure the lordly superiority claimed by the white man over dark-skinned races. They have begun to realize their grievances and to long for the rights of free men. The Boers have always been harsh and tyrannical in their treatment of the natives, a survival, perhaps, of the consequence of their long connection with Negro slavery and the struggles they have had, first with the Hottentots and later with the Kaffirs and other Bantu tribes. The English had treated the natives with greater humanity and justice than the Dutch had done, and the government regulations for their management are excellent. But the danger is that private cupidity and the struggle for wealth may induce the white man to override or evade these regulations. The supreme question in the development of Africa is not the increase of the power and prestige of England, Germany, France, or any other European nation. All the nations that have been reconstructing the map of Africa must recognize the great responsibility they have incurred toward the native races. After the present war cloud shall have been dissipated, the future of South Africa will rest largely on the question of equity and integrity in the treatment of the natives. If those principles are strictly observed, they will lie a bright prospect before the country and its people, both white and colored. But if the white man closes his eyes and does not recognize the handwriting on the wall, he may receive a very rude awakening. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The History and Geographic Distribution of the Bubonic Plague by George M. Sternberg, Doctor of Laws, Surgeon General, U.S. Army. Although bubonic plague has never prevailed within the limits of the United States, its recent appearance in our island possessions in the Pacific have aroused great interest in the disease and considerable apprehension as to its epidemic extension in the future. It has effected a lodgment in Portugal and in Brazil during the past year, and at least one vessel has arrived at the port of New York with the cases of the disease on board from the last mentioned country. The question is therefore a very practical one as to whether there is any real danger of the introduction and extension of this pestilential malady of eastern countries in our own territory. In view of the interest attached to this question, I have been invited to prepare a paper for the National Geographic Magazine upon the history and geographic distribution of the bubonic plague, and after considerable hesitation, I have consented to do so. My hesitation was due to the fact that I fear it will be difficult for me to present the subject in a popular manner, and the historical details relating to the ravages of this pestilential disease in the past may prove fatiguing to some and repulsive to others. However, while I shall have to present a dark picture with reference to the past history of the disease, and some disagreeable facts as to its recent extension from its endemic foci in the Far East, I shall have the satisfaction of stating that preventive medicine has made such progress during the past 50 years that there is very little danger that bubonic plague will ever again commit serious ravages in the more enlightened countries of Europe, or that it is a serious menace to the lives and prosperity of citizens of the United States. The history of bubonic plague extends back to a remote antiquity. Greek physicians of the 2nd and 3rd centuries before the Christian era have left a record of a pestilential malady characterized by the formation of buboes, which prevailed in Libya, in Egypt, and in Syria, and two Alexandrian physicians, Dioscorides and Poseidonios, who were contemporaries of Christ, have given a description of the disease which leaves no doubt as to its identity with the plague of more recent times. It may be well to explain at this point that the buboes characteristic of the disease were enlarged and inflamed glands in the groins, in the armpits, and elsewhere, which in chronic cases may suppurate and discharge a virulent pus by which the disease is propagated. We now know that the germ of the disease is found not only in these suppurating buboes, but also in the blood of an infected individual. Three forms of the disease are recognized by modern authors. A mild or abortive form, in which there is little pain or fever, and in which the buboes rarely suppurate. In this form, the enlarged glands in the groin, armpit, and neck usually disappear in about 2 weeks. In its usual form, the disease is ushered in with chilly sensations, fever, lassitude, and pain in the back and limbs. The buboes are quickly developed, and the general symptoms soon assume a grave character. If the patient lives for a week or more, the buboes usually suppurate and carbuncles and boils are often developed. In the third or fulminant form of the disease, death may occur within a few hours from the outset of the attack and in advance of the development of the characteristic buboes. These cases could scarcely be recognized were it not for the fact that they occur during the epidemic prevalence of the disease among persons who have been exposed to infection. From the 1st to the 6th centuries of the Christian era, we have no authentic accounts of the prevalence of bubonic plague, but there is no reason to believe that it had entirely disappeared from those countries in which it had previously prevailed. During the 6th century, however, its ravages were greatly extended, and it prevailed as a devastating epidemic in many parts of the Roman Empire, both of the east and of the west. Indeed, in the time of Justinian, it extended far beyond the limits of the Roman Empire. The origin of this extensive epidemic, which raged for more than half a century, appears to have been in Lower Egypt in the year 542. Thence it extended in one direction along the north coast of Africa, and in the other into Palestine and Syria. The following year it invaded Europe, which at the time was in a state of political disturbance and warfare, and during this and subsequent years devastated many sections of the country, depopulating towns and leaving the country, in some instances, nothing more than a desert inhabited by wild beasts. The accounts given of this widespread epidemic indicate that other infectious maladies, which at that time had not been clearly recognized as specific diseases, were associated with the plague and contributed to the general mortality. During the Middle Ages, epidemics continued to occur, but the accounts of the nature of the prevailing pest are usually confused and unsatisfactory, and it was not until nearly the middle of the 14th century that the horrible epidemic known as the Black Death devastated Europe and caused the death of more than 25 million of its inhabitants. There has been considerable difference of opinion among the best authorities as to whether the Black Death of the 14th century was identical with bubonic plague. It presented some features which seemed to distinguish it from subsequent epidemics, and it had its origin from a different quarter of the globe. While bubonic plague has usually invaded Europe from Egypt, the Black Death is believed to have originated in northern China. It is not known exactly when or where this epidemic had its origin, but it is known to have reached the Crimea in 1346, and Constantinople the following year. The same year it was conveyed by ships to several seaports of Italy, both on the Mediterranean and the Adriatic, and also to Marseille on the French coast. In 1348 it extended to the interior of these countries and to Spain, also to England, Holland, and the Scandinavian peninsula. The following year it completed the invasion of Europe. The disease first appeared in London in November 1348, and it continued to prevail in various parts of England for a period of 8 or 9 years. In 1352 the epidemic prevailed in the city of Oxford, to such an extent that this city lost 2/3 of its academical population. The plague again invaded England in 1361 and 1368. As a result of these devastating epidemics in England, as well as in other parts of Europe, large parts of the country remained for a time uncultivated, and owing to the lack of labourers, there was a great increase in wages. The following graphic account of the ravages of this pestilence is by a writer of the period. Wild places were sought for shelter. Some went into ships and anchored themselves afar off on the waters, but the angel that was pouring the vial had a foot on the sea, as well as on the dry land. No place was so wild that the plague did not visit, none so secret that the quick-sighted pestilence did not discover. None could fly that it did not overtake. For a time all commerce was in coffins and shrouds, but even that ended. Shrift there was none. Churches and chapels were open, but neither priests nor penitents entered. All went to the charnel house. The sexton and the physician were cast into the same deep and wide grave. The testator and his heirs and executors were hurled from the same cart to the same hole together. Fire became extinguished, as if its element had expired, and the seams of the sailorless ships yawned to the sun. Though doors were open and coffers unwatched, there was no theft. All offences ceased, and no cry but the universal woe of the pestilence was heard among men. That the Black Death of the 14th century was in fact the same disease which subsequently prevailed in Europe under the name of the plague, and more recently known as bubonic plague, can scarcely be doubted. But the epidemic was characterized by an unusually large number of cases of the pulmonary form of the disease, in which it seems probable that the lungs were the primary seat of infection, while in the bubonic form the bacillus effects a lodgment through some superficial wound or abrasion, or possibly through the bites of insects, and first invades the lymphatics, producing inflammation of the nearest lymphatic glands. General invasion of the blood appears, from recent investigations, to be a secondary phenomenon, which only occurs in very severe and usually fatal cases. The pulmonic form of the disease, which was so prominent in the epidemic known as the Black Death, is extremely fatal, and is known to occur at the present day. Dr. Calmet, a French physician who was sent by his government to study the recent outbreak in the city of Oporto, Portugal, reports that the pulmonary form of the disease was observed at that place, as well as the usual or bubonic form, and that in pulmonary plague there were no buboes, but the cases are marked at the outset by a profound depression of the vital powers, by violent vomiting, cadaveric paleness, a rapidly falling pulse, and death within a few hours. In the 15th century, plague was again rampant in various parts of Europe, and London suffered severely from the prevailing epidemic in 1400, 1406, 1428, 1472, and 1499. In southern Europe, the disease prevailed extensively during the first quarter of the century, and in Germany it was especially severe in 1438 to 39. Italy, France, and Spain were again ravaged by the pestilence in 1448 to 1450, apparently as a result of a fresh importation from Asia. In 1466, over 40,000 persons died from the plague in the city of Paris. These frequent epidemics, and the greater care with which they were studied, resulted, about the end of the century, in differentiating bubonic plague from typhus fever, with which it was no doubt frequently associated, and which was an important but unrecognized factor in the mortality statistics of these epidemics which occurred during this and previous centuries. Typhoid fever is another disease which no doubt contributed largely to the general mortality, but which was not recognized as a distinct and specific infectious malady until the first quarter of the present century. We now know that this disease is endemic in all parts of Europe and America, and that under certain circumstances it may prevail as a fatal epidemic. While modern methods of diagnosis have enabled us to recognize typhoid fever, typhus fever, relapsing fever, and bubonic plague as distinct diseases, it must be remembered that up until the end of the 15th century no such differentiation had been made, and the term pest was applied to any fatal malady which prevailed as an epidemic, and no doubt included in some cases smallpox, which, prior to the discovery of jenno, contributed largely to the general mortality of the population of Europe. Bubonic plague continued to prevail in Europe in the 16th century, and we have authentic accounts of a devastating pestilence in China during this century, which is probably due to this disease. The disease prevailed in London in 1563 to 64, and for a time the mortality exceeded 1,000 per week. Later it prevailed in Edinburgh, 1568 to 74, and in other parts of the British Islands. On the continent, the greatest mortality occurred at Moscow in 1570. Over 200,000 people are said to have succumbed to the epidemic in this city and its environs. The disease prevailed in different parts of France during the century, and in 1572 caused a mortality of 50,000 in the city of Lyon. A little later than this, 1575, Europe again suffered from a widespread epidemic, which appears to have been started by the introduction of cases from Constantinople to seaports in Italy, and by extension from the same city through Austria and Germany. The city of Venice is said to have lost 70,000 of its inhabitants during this epidemic, and in Germany the city of Breslau suffered a most destructive epidemic. Bubonic plague still prevailed in various parts of Europe at the end of the 16th century, and early in the 17th century, 1603, an epidemic occurred in London, which caused the death of 38,000 of the inhabitants. It continued to prevail in this city and in various parts of England, and 6 years later caused a mortality of 11,785 in the city of London. At the same time, it prevailed to some extent in Holland and in Germany. During the year 1603, a most disastrous epidemic occurred in Egypt, which is said to have caused a mortality of at least 1 million. After an interval of 10 or 15 years, during which there was a marked diminution in the number of cases and the extent of its distribution in European countries, it again obtained wide prevalence during the year 1620 and subsequently, especially in Germany, Holland, and England. The epidemic in the city of London in 1625 caused a mortality of more than 35,000. In 1630, a severe epidemic occurred in Milan, and in 1636, London again suffered a mortality of over 10,000, while the disease continued to claim numerous victims in other parts of England and on the continent. Later in the century, 1656, some of the Italian cities suffered devastating epidemics. The mortality in the city of Naples was in the neighbourhood of 300,000, in Genoa 60,000, in Rome 14,000. The smaller mortality in the last-named city has been ascribed to the sanitary measures instituted by Cardinal Gastaldi. Up to his time, prayers, processions, the firing of cannons, etc., had been the chief reliance for the arrest of pestilence, with what success is shown by the brief historical review thus far presented. But this enlightened prelate inaugurated a method of combating the plague and other infectious maladies which, with increasing knowledge and experience in the use of scientific preventive measures, has given us the mastery of these pestilential diseases, and has been the principal factor in the extinction of bubonic plague from the civilized countries of Europe. But it was long after the time of Cardinal Gastaldi before sanitary science was established upon a scientific basis and had acquired the confidence of the educated classes. Indeed, the golden age of preventive medicine has but recently had its dawn, and sanitarians at the present day often encounter great difficulty in convincing legislators and the public generally of the importance of the measures which have been proved to be adequate, when properly carried out, for the prevention of this and other infectious maladies. We have now arrived in our historical review at the period of the Great Plague of London. For some years this city had been almost, if not entirely, free from the scourge, but in the spring of 1665 it again appeared, and within a few months caused a mortality of 68,596 in a population estimated at 460,000. This, however, does not fairly represent the percentage of mortality among those exposed, for a large proportion of the population fled from the city to escape infection. Upon the continent, the disease prevailed extensively, especially in Austria, Hungary, and Germany. The epidemic in Vienna in 1679 caused a mortality of 76,000. In 1681, the city of Prague lost 83,000 of its inhabitants. But during the last quarter of this century, the disease disappeared from some of the principal countries of Europe. According to Hirsch, it disappeared from England in 1679, from France in 1668, from Holland at about the same time, from Germany in 1683, and from Spain in 1681. In Italy it continued to prevail to some extent until the end of the century. At the beginning of the 18th century, the bubonic plague prevailed in Constantinople and at various points along the Danube. From here it extended in 1704 to Poland, and soon after to Silesia, Lithuania, Germany, and the Scandinavian countries. The mortality in Stockholm was about 40,000. The disease also extended westward from Constantinople through Austria and Bohemia. In 1720, Marseille suffered a severe epidemic, probably as a result of the introduction of cases on a ship from Leghorn. The mortality was estimated as being between 40 and 60,000. From Marseille as a centre, it spread through the province of Provence, but did not invade other parts of France. In 1743, a severe outbreak, undoubtedly due to importation, occurred on the island of Sicily. A destructive but brief epidemic, which is estimated to have caused a mortality of 300,000, occurred during the years 1770 and 1771 in Moldavia, Wallachia, Transylvania, Hungary, and Poland. At the same time, the disease prevailed in Russia, and in 1771 caused the death of about 1/4 of the population of the city of Moscow. It would be tedious if I should attempt to give a full account of all the minor epidemics during this and preceding centuries, and I must now briefly review the history of the disease during the 19th century, which happily has witnessed its complete extinction in European countries. Early in the century, 1802, bubonic plague appeared at Constantinople and in Armenia. It had previously prevailed in the Caucasus, from which province it extended into Russia. In 1808 to 1813, it extended from Constantinople to Odessa, to Smyrna, and to various localities in Transylvania. It also prevailed about the same time in Bosnia and Dalmatia. In 1812 to 1814, it prevailed in Egypt, and as usual was conveyed from there to European countries. Its last appearance in Italy was at the seaport Noggia, on the eastern coast of that country, in 1815. A limited epidemic occurred in Greece in 1828 as a result of importation from Egypt. During the same year it prevailed extensively in Moldavia, Wallachia, and Bessarabia. In 1831 it again prevailed as an epidemic in Constantinople and in various parts of Rumelia, and again it appeared in Dalmatia in 1840 and in Constantinople in 1841. Egypt, which, for centuries, had been the principal focus from which the plague had been introduced into Europe, continued to suffer from the disease until 1845, when it disappeared from that country. The last appearance of Oriental plague in Europe, until its recent introduction into Portugal, was the outbreak on the banks of the Volga in 1878 to 79. The disease had previously prevailed in a mild form in the vicinity of Astrakhan, and was probably introduced from that locality. An interesting fact in connection with this epidemic is that in Astrakhan the disease was so mild that no deaths occurred, and that the earlier cases on the right bank of the Volga were of the same mild form, but that the disease there increased rapidly in severity and soon became so malignant that scarcely any of those attacked recovered. This is to some extent the history of epidemics elsewhere, and not only of plague, but of other infectious diseases such as typhus fever, cholera, and yellow fever. In all of these diseases, the outset of an epidemic may be characterized by cases so mild in character that they are not recognized, and during the progress of the epidemic, many such cases may continue to occur. These cases are evidently especially dangerous as regards the propagation of the disease, for when they are not recognized, no restrictions are placed upon the infected individuals, although they may be sowing the germs broadcast. The termination of an epidemic in the pre-sanitary period depended to a considerable extent upon the fact that those who suffered a mild attack acquired thereby an immunity, and that when the more susceptible individuals in a community had succumbed to the prevailing epidemic, there was a necessary termination of the epidemic for want of material. This is illustrated in such cities as Havana and Rio de Janeiro, where yellow fever is an endemic disease. The natives of these cities have an immunity which probably results from their having suffered a mild attack during childhood, and the epidemic prevalence of the disease depends on the presence of unacclimated strangers. Another factor, which no doubt has an important bearing upon the termination of epidemics, is a change in the virulence of the germ as a result of various natural agencies. Time will not permit me to discuss this subject in its scientific and practical aspects, but the general fact may be stated that all known disease germs may vary greatly in their pathogenic virulence, and that in every infectious disease mild cases may occur, not only because of the slight susceptibility of the individual, but also because of the attenuated virulence of the specific germ. In the 18th century, the beginning of sanitary science, isolation of the sick, and seaboard quarantines came to the aid of these natural agencies, and did much in the way of arresting the progress of this pestilential disease. At the present day, these measures, together with disinfection by heat or chemical agents, are relied upon by sanitarians with great confidence as being entirely adequate for the exclusion of this disease or for stamping it out if it should effect a lodgment in localities where an enlightened public sentiment permits the thorough execution of these preventive measures. But when the disease prevails among an ignorant population, which strenuously objects to the carrying out of these measures, the contest between the sanitary officer and the deadly germ is an unequal one, and the stamping out of an epidemic becomes a task of great magnitude, if not entirely hopeless. This is illustrated by the experience of the English in their encounter with bubonic plague in their Indian Empire. I shall not attempt to trace the history of plague in Asia, and indeed reliable data for such an attempt are wanting. But we know that bubonic plague has frequently prevailed in various parts of Asia Minor, in India and in China. According to Hirsch, the first trustworthy information of the occurrence of plague in India dates from the year 1815, when it appeared in the low country of Hindustan, where it has prevailed to a greater or less extent up to the present day. Tropical Africa has never suffered from the plague, and in general it may be stated that a tropical climate is less favourable to its epidemic extension than a semi-tropical or a temperate one. This is shown by the records relating to mortality from the disease in Alexandria, Egypt. During the epidemic period extending from 1834 to 1843, the mortality invariably fell off during the months of June, July and August, and a recrudescence of the disease occurred in December and January, the acme of mortality being reached in March. All authorities agree that filth, famine, and overcrowding of dwellings are potent factors in the propagation of the plague, and it is for this reason that it is to a large extent a disease of the poor, and that epidemics are especially liable to occur during times of distress from insufficient harvests or the ravages of war. The idea that the plague may originate de novo as a result of the causes mentioned as favourable to its propagation is not supported by satisfactory historical evidence, or by what is known of other specific infectious diseases. Whatever may have been the original home of the disease or the circumstances to which it owes its birth, there is no reason to believe that during the period covered by our historical data it has occurred in any other way than by the introduction of infected individuals or animals or articles of clothing and merchandise from infected localities. I must now refer briefly to the history of plague during the past decade. The disease seemed to be almost a thing of the past, and no longer gave any uneasiness in the countries of Europe which had formerly suffered from its ravages, when, in February 1894, it made its appearance in the city of Canton, China, and 3 months later in Hong Kong. The disease is known to have been epidemic in the province of Yunnan, which is about 900 miles distant from Canton, since the year 1873, but it attracted little attention until the lives of Europeans living in the city of Hong Kong were threatened by the outbreak of an epidemic among the Chinese residents of that place. Many thousands of deaths occurred in Canton during the 3 months which elapsed after its introduction into that city, before it effected a lodgment in Hong Kong. Fortunately, This outbreak gave the opportunity for competent bacteriologists to make scientific investigations relating to the specific cause of the scourge of the human race, and to the demonstration that it is due to a minute bacillus. This discovery was first made by the Japanese bacteriologist Kitasato, who had received his training in the laboratory of the famous Professor Robert Koch of Berlin. This discovery was made in the month of June 1894 in one of the hospitals established by the English officials in Hong Kong. About the same time, the discovery was made independently by the French bacteriologist Yersin. From this time, the study of plague has been established upon a scientific basis, and very material additions have been made to our knowledge with reference to the prevention and treatment of the disease. We have learned that certain of the lower animals, including rats and mice, are very susceptible to infection, and that they play an important part in the propagation of the disease. Also that the germs are found not only in the blood and in pus from suppurating buboes, but also in the discharges from the bowels of infected individuals. This being the case, it can readily be seen how important a strict sanitary police is in arresting the spread of an epidemic. As in other filth diseases, in which the germ is present in the excreta of the sick, insects, and especially fleas and houseflies, probably play an important part in the spread of the disease. Dr. James A. Lowson, who has written an excellent account of the epidemic in Hong Kong, says, "Filth and overcrowding must be recorded as two of the most important factors. The district of Torpington supplied these factors in a marked degree at the beginning of the outbreak, the majority of the houses being in a most filthy condition, as owing to the uncleanly habits of the people the amount of what is generally termed rubbish accumulates in a Chinese house in a crowded city to an extent beyond the imagination of civilized people. When to a mixture of dust, old rags, ashes, broken crockery, moist surface soil, etc., is added fecal matter and the decomposing urine of animals and human beings, a terribly insanitary condition of affairs prevails." The period of incubation in bubonic plague, i.e., the time which elapses between exposure to infection and the development of the disease, is comparatively short, usually from 3 to 6 days. From the report of Dr. Lowson of cases treated in the various hospitals of Hong Kong under the control of English physicians, it appears that the mortality was much greater among natives of Hong Kong than among the foreign residents of that city. The mortality among Europeans, 11 cases only, was 18.2%. Among Japanese, 10 cases, 60%. Among Portuguese, 18 cases, 66%. Among Chinese, 2,619 cases, 93.4%. To a considerable extent, no doubt, this difference in mortality was due to the unfavourable surroundings of the natives and their lack of proper nursing and medical attendance, many of them being brought to the hospital in a dying condition. Dr. Lowson pays the following tribute to the trained female nurses who assisted in nursing in the plague hospitals. "If ever this colony has reason to congratulate itself, it was when we were able to procure well-trained British nurses. I think the greatest compliment that I can pay these ladies is to say that had it not been for their presence, there could have been no well-run epidemic hospital during last summer. Amateur nurses at the beginning of an epidemic, or indeed at any stage where there is a rush, are worse than useless, and multiply the worries of a medical officer ad infinitum. Not only this, but all outsiders took care to give our hospitals a wide berth. When in the hospitals, it was often a matter of difficulty for the medical officers employed to keep their meals on their stomachs. It would have been much harder if they had had to remain in constant attendance all the time, as our sisters had to do. Smallpox is bad, but there is something specially awe-inspiring in plague, which seems to appall the onlooker. Cholera and smallpox show external evidences which make a spectator aware of the existence of a severe disease. But to witness rows of plague patients dying off in a hospital has, I am sure, a much more depressing effect on bystanders than the two diseases I have mentioned." 3 attendants in the various hospitals contracted the disease and died. But that attendance in a well-conducted hospital run but little danger of infection is shown by the following statement by Dr. Lawson. "It is to me a source of keen gratification that none of the attendants in the government hospitals were attacked." In this respect, bubonic plague resembles cholera, typhoid fever, and yellow fever. In none of these diseases are the attendants upon the sick apt to contract the disease when proper precautions are taken as regards cleanliness of the patient and disinfection of excreta. The plague bacillus is very easily destroyed by disinfectants. Dr. Lawson reports that a 1% solution of carbolic acid kills the bacilli within an hour, and a 2% solution almost immediately. Quicklime was almost as prompt in its action. Exposure to fresh air for 3 or 4 days usually destroyed the vitality of the bacillus, and exposure to direct sunlight destroyed it in 3 or 4 hours. Kitasato and Jessen both arrived at the conclusion that the disease may be contracted by inoculation through a wound or abrasion, by way of the respiratory tract when the bacillus is present in dust carried by the inspired air, or by way of the stomach when food or drink taken contains the bacillus. Experiments on rats and other animals show that they become infected when cultures of the plague bacillus are deposited upon the mucous membrane of the nose. The Japanese physician Aoyama, who was associated with Kitasato and who contracted the disease but recovered, is of the opinion that in the great majority of the cases, and perhaps in all, infection occurs through an external wound. He calls attention to the fact that physicians and nurses in attendance upon cases of the disease rarely become infected, and states that during the epidemic of 1894 in Hong Kong, only 3 Japanese and 1 Chinese physician became infected, while all the nurses escaped. Also to the fact that of 300 English soldiers who volunteered to clean and disinfect the Chinese pest houses during the prevalence of the epidemic, only 10 contracted the disease. The greater liability of the lower class of natives to contract the disease he ascribes not only to the insanitary surroundings in which they live, but also to the fact that they seldom wear shoes and stockings, and are thus very liable to infection through insignificant wounds, scratches, or abrasions, both of the feet and hands. In this connection, it is well to call attention to the fact that in former epidemics, physicians have suffered severely, and that whatever immunity they enjoy is due to the observance of sanitary precautions, the importance of which has become apparent as we have acquired a more exact knowledge of the etiology of the disease. It is said that more than half the French physicians in Cairo perished from plague during the Egyptian epidemic in 1843, and in the Russian epidemic, having its principal focus in the town of Vetyanka in the year 1879, 3 physicians and many of the nurses who cared for the sick succumbed to the plague. The appearance of the plague in Bombay in 1896 is usually ascribed to importation from Hong Kong. The first cases occurred in the month of August, but it was not until December that the death rate became alarming, the mortality for the last week of this month being 1,384. In January, the mortality was nearly 5,000, and in February, 4,600, although by this time the population of the city had been diminished by about 1/2 by the flight of its inhabitants. In March, there was a notable reduction in the number of deaths, and this continued during April and May, and in August, the disease had almost disappeared. But early in 1898, there was a recrudescence of the epidemic, and in November of that year, the total mortality had reached 26,423. The disease extended through the Bombay Presidency, following, as a rule, the lines of railway. In this way, it reached Surat and Baroda on the northern line, Pune, Karad and Miraj on the southern, Calcutta and Nasik on the eastern, and Sholapur and Hyderabad on the southeastern. The total mortality in the Presidency of Bombay, up to the latest reports, November the 11th, 1899, has been 164,083. At the same date, bubonic plague was prevalent to a greater or less extent in China, Egypt, Japan, Formosa, Madagascar, the Straits Settlements, Persia, Portugal, the Argentine Republic, and Brazil. Quite recently, cases have occurred at Honolulu in the Hawaiian Islands and at Manila in the Philippines. The disease has also been introduced into New Caledonia and from there to Sydney, Australia. What the future history of this disease may be in countries where, owing to a dense and ignorant population, modern sanitary measures are hard to enforce, no one can say. But, as stated at the outset of this paper, sanitarians have little apprehension with reference to its extension in America and the more enlightened countries of Europe. I have already referred to the fact that rats are susceptible to infection by the plague bacillus. During the epidemic prevalence of the disease, these animals die in large numbers. There is good reason to believe that they play an important part in the propagation of the malady. It has been suggested that the infection may be carried from rats to man through the agency of fleas, which swarm upon these rodents and desert them when they die. Plague bacilli have been found in the intestinal contents of the flea, and it is said that when an infected rat is freed from these parasites, it cannot communicate the disease by association with healthy rats. There is nothing improbable in the view that the flea may act as an intermediate host for the plague bacillus, and play an important role in the propagation of the disease under consideration. In this connection, it may be well to recall the fact that the mosquito has been demonstrated to serve as an intermediate host for the malarial parasite, and to play an important part in the communication of malarial diseases to man. Also, that the tick is the intermediate host of the parasite which is the cause of an infectious disease of cattle known as Texas fever. In a recent paper, Professor Galli-Valerio of the University of Lausanne combats the idea that the flea which is parasitic upon the rat can be instrumental in conveying the infection of bubonic plague to man. In experiments made upon himself, he was unable to obtain any evidence that this flea, type Bacilla musculi, will remain upon the body of a man unless under compulsion, or that it will puncture the skin of a man. He admits, however, the possibility that plague may be transmitted from man to man by the well-known domestic flea Pulex irritans. During the past 2 or 3 years, a number of prominent bacteriologists have been engaged in researches relating to the prevention and cure of bubonic plague by means of an antitoxic serum obtained by the same method and in accordance with the same fundamental scientific principle as in the case of the antitoxic serum which is now so successfully employed in the treatment of diphtheria. Experiments thus far made have apparently been attended with a considerable degree of success. Professor Calmette reports that the serum of Yersin, prepared at the Pasteur Institute in Paris, proved to be curative in a considerable proportion of the cases treated during the recent outbreak at Oporto, and that protective inoculations conferred a temporary immunity, which however did not last longer than 20 days. The mortality in cases not treated by Yersin's serum was 70%. In those treated with it, 13%. The inoculations made by Hafkin in Bombay appear to have been quite successful. In his first experiment, 8,142 persons were inoculated. Of these, 18 subsequently contracted the disease and 2 died. Among 4,926 persons inoculated a single time at Darwa, 45 were subsequently attacked and 15 died, while among 3,387 persons in whom a second inoculation was made, only 2 were attacked. Hafkin uses in his inoculations a sterilized culture of the plague bacillus. The inoculation is followed by a slight fever and enlargement of the nearest lymphatic glands. All symptoms disappear at the end of 2 or 3 days. The figures just given are from the report of Mr. E. L. Capel to the Plague Commission. In this report, Mr. Capel says, "If the experiment had failed, the results, judging by the actual mortality among the non-inoculated, would have been appalling. All sanitary measures in the shape of disinfection, unroofing of houses, and segregation were applied concurrently with inoculation, as the government is already aware. But the rate of mortality among those who held back from the inoculation rose at one time to a height which I believe has never been approached elsewhere, standing in the 3rd week in September at the figure of 657 per 1,000 per week." Another form of treatment used in Bombay hospitals is the Heil serum, also prepared under the patronage of the government, at the Parel Government House, by the assistance of Professor Lustig, whose name it bears. This serum has not been extensively employed in India because of its scarcity, and on account of the prejudices of the natives. It has, however, been used in some 500 cases with 60% recoveries and 40% mortality, while the death rate in untreated natives may run as high as 80%. Those who are engaged in making the serum maintain that much better results than those indicated in the above percentage can be obtained by increasing the number of healing units in the serum. In one of his articles, Lustig states that he succeeded in curing completely 26 out of 30 cases of plague with his serum. The appearance of a plague-stricken city in the present day is depicted in a graphic way by Dr. L.F. Barker of Johns Hopkins University, who recently visited India as a member of the medical commission sent out under the auspices of the university. Dr. Barker says, "Twice before, Poona has been ravaged by the plague, and each succeeding epidemic, unfortunately, has been worse than the preceding. In February of the present year, 1899, the chief plague authority stated that the disease had been stamped out of the city. In March and April, the death rate considerably increased, and in July, the disease appeared in its worst form, carrying off from 150 to 160 people a day. Normally, the city has a population of 140,000, but in 5 months it has dwindled to 60,000. But as the population went down, the mortality went up, and even at the time of our visit still persisted at the rate of 150 deaths a day. Such a rate of mortality in New York would mean about 10,000 deaths per day, 70,000 per week. Even in Poona, enough people die in a month to populate a prosperous American city. During August, there was an average of 100 hospital admissions per day, and over 80 deaths. The excursion to Poona was most impressive. Travelling upward for hours through the Western Ghats, the country was so beautiful and the air so much cooler than at the sea level that one could scarcely believe that he was approaching, in the plain a little lower down on the other side, the pest-stricken city of Poona. On arrival at the railway station, however, the first signs of distress were noticed. Trainloads of people were fleeing from the place. A drive through the town to the office of the chief plague authority showed how rapidly it was being deserted. Many of the streets were almost empty. Shop doors and windows were closed and barricaded. Plague notices were pasted on the wall. A preternatural stillness was everywhere noticeable. The few people encountered walking quietly along with heads bowed and faces sorrowful. A visit was made to some houses whence plague cases had just been reported, with the native editor of the principal Poona newspaper, this gentleman having volunteered his services as a plague inspector. In a small hovel, scarcely larger than a ship's cabin, one might find a patient surrounded by several of his friends awaiting the arrival of the inspector. The chances for contact contamination were manifold. At the General Plague Hospital, there were some 800 cases of the disease under the charge of Major Windle. He was assisted by 8 European nurses and a number of native helpers. He complained that it was almost impossible to retain natives as workmen. Even washermen and gravediggers could not be employed in sufficient numbers, owing to the fears and prejudices of the people. Cartloads of the newly attacked were being brought into the hospital at its entrance, while a body was carried out from the wards every 10 minutes to the morgue at the rear. Those who live in the West can scarcely appreciate the enormous disadvantages under which medical men fight plague in India. The people are ignorant and superstitious. The rigid caste rules prevent any successful application of modern hygienic measures, and even the preventive inoculation cannot be utilized to any great extent, owing to the fact that thus far the bacilli have grown in beef broth, and the natives will not countenance such profanation of the sacred animal. Even in death, caste rules have to be observed, and it was found at the morgue that partitions had to be put up separating the low-caste Hindus from those of the high caste, from the Mohammedans, and from the Parsees and Christians. The floor of the morgue presented a melancholy sight. In one of the rooms, no less than 32 bodies lay upon the ground, as closely packed as was possible without actually piling the bodies upon one another. Mohammedans are buried, and high-caste Hindus are burned, but the bodies sometimes accumulate so fast that they cannot be disposed of by the usual methods. Major Windle stated that one day, a short time before, he had burned 24 bodies in one heap. It is absolutely impossible in Poona to employ Occidental methods in the way of segregation or disinfection. The natives prefer to die rather than to submit to rules which are obnoxious to them. It is no uncommon sight to see a widow, after uttering the death wail, beating her face and breasts and throwing herself violently upon the body of her dead husband, kissing his face and lips. It is very strange that no more than do contract the disease. One left Poona and Bombay, thankful that in America no such unfavorable religious and social conditions prevail. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Avery Wade. Ice Cliffs on White River, Yukon Territory by Martin W. Gorman. During the season of 1899, it was my good fortune to make 2 trips across country, from the Yukon to White River. The first a winter trip with dogs and toboggans, the second a summer trip in which we had to depend largely on backpacking, as we had only 1 horse for a party of 4. On the first trip, we left Fort Selkirk, latitude 62 degrees, 46 minutes 42 seconds north, longitude 137 degrees, 20 minutes 22 seconds west, 176 miles south of Dawson, March 24th, traveling a direction of 20 degrees south of west and crossing White River about 200 miles above the mouth 3 weeks later. In the course of this trip, while traversing the headwaters of the Klatassan River, the chief eastern tributary of the White, I observed some tracks which, while composed of fairly rich soil, were overgrown with a small growth of alders, willows, and scrub birch, Botula glandulosa, and a decidedly sparse and dwarfed growth of black spruce, Picea mariana, ranging in diameter from 3 to 8 inches, and in height from 15 to 40 feet, and the only tree found growing thereon. Many of these trees were dying or in very unthrifty condition, while others, already dead, showed great masses of their small persistent cones still clinging to the tops, and thus gave the landscape a rather weird and uncanny appearance, as there was no apparent cause for their death. In close proximity to these tracks, the same tree, fully 80 feet high, and its near congenitor, the white spruce, Picea candidensis, more than 100 feet high, could be found growing on much less fertile soil. In trying to account for this anomaly, I, at the time, attributed it to the possibility of these tracks being the beds of ancient lakes, that the water of the spring freshets lay too long thereon, and that the cold from this source caused the dwarfing of the trees. On the second trip, we left Fort Selkirk July 22nd, reaching White River at a point a few miles south of our former crossing on August 6th. In again traversing the same region, I found that the vegetation on these tracks gave no evidence of any protracted submergence during the spring freshets, that the amount of water resulting from the melting snows in spring was much less than expected, and that the despauperate condition of the trees must be attributed to some other cause. While camped on the river bank awaiting the return of my companions, I frequently heard large masses of earth and trees tumble into the river with a loud report from the face of a bluff on the east bank about 1.5 miles below camp, and finally decided to go down and examine it, as the water was then low, and there was no apparent cause for any serious or continuous undermining of the riverbanks at that season. This bluff was situated about 210 miles above the mouth, and proved to be a truncated hill with strong evidence that the slough from the river at one time divided it from the mainland, and that it then formed an island. On climbing to a spot on the face of the bluff from which it could be more closely examined, I found that the supposed hill was simply a mass of ice about 60 feet high, surmounted by a capping of earth from 5 to 7 feet deep, composed of a superimposed layer of sand and gravel, either alluvial or morainial, and above this a deposit of decomposed vegetable matter about 10 or 12 inches in depth, the whole overgrown by stunted growth of trees such as I had previously seen on the supposed old lake beds. About 2 weeks later, while drifting down the main stream on a raft, at a point on the east bank about 25 miles below the bluff above mentioned, I observed another of these ice masses, this time situated in low ground and only 20 feet high, and surmounted by some 6 feet of earth, and as before covered with a stunted growth of trees. 3 days later, on August 31st, at a point on the west bank about 16 miles above the confluence of the main stream with the west branch, Katrina River of recent maps, in other words, 113 miles above the mouth of the river, I observed the third of these ice cliffs, this one being about 30 feet in depth from the present water level to the top, and surmounted by about 6 feet of earth, with the usual superimposed layer of decomposed vegetable matter. On seeing the first two, I at once recalled to mind an article by Lieutenant J.C. Cantwell on ice cliffs on the Coac River. The diminutive magnitude, almost pygmy in size, of these cliffs as compared with those seen on the Coac by Lieutenant Cantwell may to a great extent be accounted for by the difference in latitude and the amount of winter precipitation. Lieutenant Cantwell does not state the depth of the winter's snow, but says, "The banks of the stream in the region where the ice cliffs are found are not all filled with ice," which is sufficiently suggestive. The greatest depth of snow in midwinter on the White River, except about the extreme headwaters near the coastal range, is about 4½ feet, and it is dry and powdery, disappearing rapidly in spring without causing nearly as much of a freshet as I had anticipated. No loose ice whatever remains along the banks of the river through the summer, though it is found to be in the V-shaped gulches and valleys of the smaller affluents. It was only on seeing the third cliff that the true nature of these ice masses suggested itself to me, viz., that they are the remnants of buried glaciers through which the stream has recently cut its way. There is ample evidence of recent and vigorous erosion, the water at present being so surcharged with a mixture of fine blue clay and granite sand that a bucket of it, on being allowed to settle, will reveal a deposit of about 1/4 an inch in depth, while small boulders and pebbles are being forced along the bars and riffles by all the vigor of a 7 to 10 mile current. On the other hand, the evidence of glacial action, at least of recent date, is lacking, so far as my observation went, though a more thorough examination, particularly among the harder rocks of the divides and crest lines, will, I think, reveal former activity. Such glacial action as did occur will probably prove to be due to local glaciers, as there is no evidence of either a large continental ice sheet or of the amount of precipitation necessary for its formation. The third cliff occupied the bottom of the small valley, and its appearance, together with the stunted growth of black spruce on its surface, so strongly resembled the tracks I had seen on the headwaters of the Clatossen in March, and then supposed were old lake beds, that I was at once forced to the conviction that the cause was the same in both cases, and that the latter as well as the former are underlain by masses of ice. When the face of the cliffs, as in the first two instances, was towards the south, a powerful action of the sun's rays during the long subarctic summer days of the region had made its effects very apparent on the upper portion of the cliffs, both of which were to a great extent hidden by talus, slopes of earth, muck, uprooted trees, and brush, this latter a factor that made their detection from midstream much less likely. The face of the third cliff being toward the north was perpendicular, its base washed by the stream, and was without any talus whatever. All of them, under present conditions, are undoubtedly undergoing a process of rapid diminution. I think it more than likely that both the Kuskokwim and Tanana rivers will, on examination, reveal ice masses of a similar nature to those on the Coac and White, though no mention of such being observed is made either by Halleck or Allen. When such are found, if any, they may enable the geologist to determine the real nature and cause of these bodies of ice, if the above theory of there being remnants of buried glaciers was not accepted. The main stream of the White River and Katrina or West Branch both take their rise among glaciers of a range of snow peaks lying east and approximately parallel to the Coast Range in Alaska, not far from sources on the Tanana and Copper rivers, while the East Branch, Klatassan River on the maps, is non-glacial and has its source in a number of small affluents in Yukon Territory. The water of the Klatassan is clear as crystal, whereas the water of the main stream and the Katrina is almost milky white, thus giving rise to the name White River, first applied by Robert Campbell of the Hudson's Bay Company, 1850, and called Milk River by the early miners. Ladue Creek, on the other hand, which enters from the west some 36 miles above the mouth and takes its rise in the tundra and sphagnous marshes near the headwaters of the 60-mile river, is of a decided brown, being about the color of fairly strong tea. The main river is rather more than 300 miles long, following the course of the stream, and has no rapids worthy of the name, but there are a cannon and rapids 5 miles long on the West Branch, about 60 miles above the confluence. The country is dotted with lakes and lakelets in the vicinity of the confluence of the White and Katrina, scores of them being visible from the summit of a small table-topped mountain immediately west of the mouth of the latter stream. There is no reliable map of the White and its tributaries in existence, since nearly all of them show Ladue Creek is about equal, if not superior, to Katrina in size, whereas it discharges less than 1/10 as much water as the latter, which almost equals the main stream in size. The Nisling River of the maps I was unable to find, unless it is represented by a comparatively small creek which does occur in the vicinity indicated. There is considerable evidence of recent volcanic activity in the valley of White River, and this evidence is much more pronounced in the region between the White and Yukon. It is in this section that we must look for the mountain or caldera responsible for the immense deposit of volcanic pumiceous ash, which forms so noticeable a feature of the banks of the Yukon from Caribou Crossing to Dawson, a distance of 520 miles by the course of the stream. There is not a trace of it to be seen along the banks of the White except near the mouth, while it is very noticeable along the banks of some of the creeks between the latter and the Yukon. This would preclude the possibility of this deposit being caused by an outburst from Mount Wrangell, as suggested by Dawson, as an outburst from any mountain in the vicinity of Wrangell would undoubtedly deposit even a greater layer of ash on the White than it would on the Yukon. Another theory regarding this deposit, that it is not of recent date and that the deposition took place in water while the upper Yukon was yet a great inland lake and before the present river channel had been cut, is also untenable, as the ash in many places may be found overlying old drift piles of perfectly sound wood, notably at the mouth of Stewart River and again above the mouth of the Pelly. It therefore still remains for some energetic member of the next Dominion Geological Survey party that traverses this region to locate the caldera from which such an extensive and remarkable deposit has been ejected. The solution of the question is certainly worthy of an effort. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Hunting Trip to Northern Greenland by Fullerton Merrill. On July 21st, 1899, the steam sealer Diana left Sydney, Cape Breton Island, bound for northwest Greenland. She was commanded by Mr. H. L. Brigman, secretary of the Peary Arctic Club, and was to take supplies for Lieutenant Peary and his party, and to bring back news of what they had accomplished during the previous year. Besides the Peary Relief Expedition, there was on board a North Greenland hunting party, 8 in number, led by Mr. Russell W. Porter of Boston, of which company I was a member. The Diana steamed through the Gulf of St. Lawrence and Belle Isle Strait, and on July 24th entered Domino Run, from whence her course was laid for Disco Island. That same night we encountered an ice pack of small floes, and it was 15 hours before we were again in open water. On July 30th we touched at Godhain, next at Upernavik, and soon afterward we reached Melville Bay. We expected to have a tussle with the Melville Bay pack, but found much to our surprise that it was nowhere to be seen, having probably been blown to the westward, so that we crossed the bay in 22 hours, thus beating all previous records. At the Eskimo settlement at Cape York, we met the first of the Whale Sound natives, the Arctic Highlanders. At Dalrymple Island, we killed many eider ducks, and at Saunders Island obtained 3 Eskimo guides for the hunting party. On August 4th, the Diana dropped anchor between Haklett and Northumberland Islands in the mouth of Inglefield Gulf, this being the region chosen for walrus hunting. With tents and equipments, we of the hunting party landed on Northumberland, with a little cove almost surrounded by mighty rock masses, surmounted by a crowning ice cap. The ship steamed away to the north. As we had not learned the art of harpooning, a walrus, if shot before being harpooned, usually sinks at once, the beginning of the work was left to the natives. When a walrus was discovered in the open water, an Eskimo started off in a skin kayak, we following at a little distance in a large boat, ready to do our part with the rifle when the animal had been harpooned. After the harpooning, we would make for the inflated sealskin float, which was attached to the harpoon line, and make it fast, and then, as soon as possible, draw it onto the boat, and in another second would be tearing along through the water in the wake of an angry walrus. As the huge beast came to the surface, the man whose turn it was to shoot would try to put an end to the animal's struggles by a well-placed bullet in the back of the neck. It often happened that walrus would be seen on an ice floe, sometimes from 6 to a dozen being on a single pan. In such cases, 1 or even 2 of the natives would come into our boat and stand up in the bow while we headed directly for the walrus. Silently we would creep up until the floe was reached or even struck by us before the walrus would take to the water. Then the harpoon would flash, the sea would be alive with angry tusks, and it would look as though the destruction of the boat was inevitable. But after firing a few shots here and there at the more furious of the animals, peace would again reign, with only the absurd-looking floats to tell of the tumult. Early one morning, while we were still on the sea after a night of it, we came upon so many walrus that the natives hesitated to attack them. Everywhere could be seen herds of a dozen or more, now rising high above the water, now disappearing below its surface. and as we drew near, their furious grunts and bellowings rent the air. The shore was miles away. At this point, there was nothing but glacier front and steep gray cliffs, while but a single ice pan floated between us and the land. Nearer and nearer drew the lines of battle, our white boat a conspicuous object against the green of the water, and still the walrus kept closing in about us. Suddenly a herd of 6 or 8 rose out of the water but a few yards away and bore down upon us as we lay with our broadside turned toward them. Each man grasped his rifle, while one stood up and, imitating the grunts of the animals, called them on. Then, when but a few feet of water separated them from us, he raised his rifle and fired at the leading bull in the herd. The shot struck the animal fairly in the face, and, quick as a flash, the whole herd disappeared. They must have gone right under the boat, so great had been their impetus. As the early morning mists faded away, the walrus became quieter, and in a short time only a few dozen of them were seen sporting among the ice cakes of the mouth of Inglefield Gulf. Needless to say, there were several walrus heads in our boat, when, after a long, hard row, we landed before the camp. The next day the Diana appeared. Those on the ship had had walrus hunting as well as we, having received a message from Lieutenant Peary to the effect that he needed fresh food for his dogs. Brave Matt Henson, Peary's colored companion, was also on board, having been picked up at Ada, and on the ship's deck were 10 or 15 Eskimo. For a few days we took part in the hunting, and during that time reached our farthest north, the entrance to Smith Sound, a little above 78 degrees north, and something more than 1 degree south of the ship's farthest north, 79 degrees 10 minutes. Then, one glorious summer day, we left the ship and pitched our tents on the rolling shores of Ulrich's Bay. We knew that there reindeer wandered over the moss-covered uplands, and we had come to hunt them. We stayed 4 days at this place, hunting over the country for some 10 miles to the southeast. We got 5 deer, but we thought there might be better hunting further up the fjord, so on August 15th we moved camp. 12 hours later, after a hard fight against the wind and tide, we landed beside the red-brown cliffs and black lava masses of Mount Gerfalco. For 8 days we scoured the shore and the mountain plateau above for the deer. The country was everywhere open, low ridges and occasional large stones being the only protection afforded us. The stalking was of the most arduous description. When game was seen, the hunter must drop at once and crawl along over marshy places and sharp stones until near enough to risk a shot. The chances were that, in spite of all precautions, the deer would note his approach and be off like a flash. Many were the hunts and many the disappointments. We soon felt, moreover, that the deer were not nearly as numerous as we had supposed, considering the extensive area over which they had wandered. Nevertheless, by August 23rd, 9 had been killed, making a total of 14. As the Greenland reindeer makes very good eating, we lived well. On one occasion, one of our party, while hunting alone, discovered a herd of 5 deer and, by skillful maneuvering, succeeded in killing every one of them. In the intervals between our hunts after larger game, we killed birds and small animals. Specimens were obtained of almost every kind of bird known to frequent those parts of Greenland. Among these were the burgomaster gull, turnstone, black turnstone, parasitic jigger, various shore birds including snipe, and the hawk-like gerfalcon. Eider ducks, both male and female, were seen flying in flocks, and once a flock of geese was discovered sitting on a mudflat. Little auks and guillemots were also plentiful. Arctic hares and rabbits, the latter the smaller of the two, with a fur of a bluish tinge, often graced our table, and were considered by us excellent eating. Almost everywhere along the Greenland coast we had caught glimpses of the Great Inland Glacier, or mighty ice cap, which covers the interior of the country. From the North Water, a vast stretch of the great ice sheet had been seen flowing over the peaks which bordered Inglefield Gulf. On August 23rd, we started with dogs, sledges, and Eskimo dog drivers for a trip upon this mighty tableland of ice. 3 Eskimos with their families had come over with us from Inglefield Gulf, and we had 2 sledges and 8 dogs. In the afternoon, we rowed across Ulrich's Bay. Each man shouldered his pack, the Eskimo took up the dog traces, and we were fairly on our way. Our route lay up a steep glacier to the west of Half Dome Mountain. To the right, Ulrich's Bay ended abruptly in the white mass of the Marie Glacier. Opposite rose the high plateau we had scoured so often for deer, and beyond, in the dim distance, stood out the Purple Mountains on the north shore of Inglefield Gulf, bearing on their summits the eternal icy covering of Greenland. We descended into a valley. Soon the soft, spongy soil of the latter changed to a field of ice, and the dogs were harnessed again to the sledges. But the ice was exceedingly sharp and rough, and the poor dogs howled most piteously. Before long, indeed, their wounded feet were leaving blood spots on the snow. So we harnessed all but 2, which ran away, to one sledge and pulled the other ourselves, until a rocky ridge appearing, we halted and camped for the night. By the next afternoon, we had skirted a river, made another passage over rough ice, and were standing at a point some 6 miles inland, before the towering white wall of the great inland glacier. The steep slope was many hundred feet in height, and it was something of a struggle to climb it. But it was done, and the snow furnishing easy traveling, the dogs were once more divided between the 2 sledges. With sledges, snowshoes, and ski, we made good speed. Gradually the land behind us faded away, and the undulating surface of the ice cap became more level. On every side stretched the snowy wastes of the Arctic continent. 3 or 4 reddish-brown nanatics cropped up through the snow far to the left. A low ridge of ice was ascended, and at the same time a line of pale blue mountains, probably those about Wolstenholme Sound, came into view in the southwest. A sort of snow fog settled upon us, covering us with hoarfrost. Here, some 15 miles from the ice edge, and at an elevation of more than 5,000 feet above sea level, we scooped a hollow in the snow, pitched a shelter tent over it, using sledges and snowshoes as supports, and banked the whole with snow. Snow was melted and food cooked over a Primus oil stove, and soon afterward, with the midnight sun brightly shining, we lay down to rest. We just filled the little shelter, and the natives kept warm by stretching themselves out between our sleeping bags. The next afternoon, as we started on our return, the vast expanse of the ice cap sparkled brilliantly. In due time, the ice edge was reached. Jumping on the sledges, all hands enjoyed a royal coast to the level land. The part of the inland ice traversed by us had never before, I believe, been traveled over by human beings. The Eskimo told us that no natives ever went there. Early on the morning of August 26th, a tired party, we broke our way in the large boat through a thin coating of ice in Ulrich's Bay, and later on walked into our camp on the shore. We were told by our steward that Lieutenant Peary, who had been cruising about on the Diana, had visited the camp during our absence. We were picked up by the Diana August 28th, near the lower narrows of Ulrich's Bay. In Baffin Bay, it was discovered that our coal was giving out. Fortunately, we were soon able to obtain enough from an outcropping seam on the shore of Disco Island to carry us to Battle Harbor, Labrador. There, more coal was purchased, and on September 12th, we landed at Sydney, Cape Breton, after a voyage which had been most successful, and which demonstrated the possibility of a summer hunting trip to the Arctic regions. End of section 21. Read by Nicole Wright, Lyndon, Washington, September 2023.
Section 22 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. a canal from the Atlantic to the Mediterranean. For the past 20 years, the construction of a canal across the Iberian Peninsula to connect the Atlantic Ocean with the Mediterranean Sea has been strongly advocated in France. A bill urging its construction and signed by 130 members was introduced last year into the Chamber of Deputies and is at present being considered by the Naval Committee of the Chamber with a prospect, says Le Tour du Monde, of a favorable report. The strategic importance to France of such a canal in case of war with England is apparent. England's presence at Gibraltar could no longer prevent France from uniting her Mediterranean and Atlantic squadrons. The canal, as proposed, starts from Bassin d'Arcachon on the Atlantic Ocean, thence, with a branch to Bordeaux, passes through Marmande, Agen, Castle-Saracen, Toulouse, Carcassonne, Narbonne, and finally terminates in the Étang des Sigeons on the Mediterranean Sea. The entire length of the canal will be about 280 miles. The plans that have been prepared provide for a width of 37 meters, increased at intervals to 61 meters to allow vessels to pass each other, and for a depth of 8½ meters and 9 meters in the locks. The highest point of the canal, about 655 feet above sea level, it is estimated would be on the hill of Narousse, which is the lowest point in the watershed of the Garonne and of the river flowing into the Mediterranean. To reach this elevation, 22 or perhaps only 18 locks will be necessary. According to careful estimates prepared by some of the most experienced engineers of France, the total cost would be about $160 million. The annual receipts, on the other hand, based at 75 cents per ton, will easily reach $13 million a year. The expense of maintenance, repairs, etc. is estimated at $2 million annually, and the interest at 4% on the investment is $6,400,000, making a total annual expense of about $8,500,000 a year. There would thus be a net profit of about $4,500,000 a year. It is stated that the canal could be completed within 5 years, allowing 1 year for the preparation of the necessary plans, charts, etc., and 4 years for their actual construction. By the construction of this canal, the water route from Ile-de-Sault on the northwest coast of France to the island of Malta in the Mediterranean Sea would be shortened by 1,090 miles. Vessels moving at the rate of 6½ miles an hour could, including time lost in the locks, easily accomplish the passage in 58 hours. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Diseases of the Philippines. The expedition sent out by the Johns Hopkins University to investigate the prevalent diseases in the Philippines has submitted its report to the University Medical School. Notices of the plans of the expedition have previously appeared in the National Geographic Magazine. See Volume 10, pages 280 and 421. 2 months, May and June, were spent in the study of disease among the natives and American troops in Manila and at Cavite. Owing to the military situation, it was found impracticable to visit other ports in the archipelago or to penetrate into the interior of the island of Luzon. Of the diseases affecting the natives, smallpox is the most prevalent. This disease, the Commission states, has been so common in Luzon that the natives have to a large extent lost fear of it. All evidence points to the greatest carelessness in preventing its spread during Spanish times. Isolation of the sick and disinfection of the habitations seems not to have been attempted, and vaccination, even among the Spanish garrison, has not been carried out. Under these circumstances, it could be no surprise that after the American occupation the disease should appear and even become epidemic. But the prompt action of Dr. Burns, Chief Health Officer of Manila, who caused the Spanish garrison still in Manila and the natives of the Chinese within the city to be vaccinated on the appearance of the disease early last year, 1899, has afforded most satisfactory results. Other diseases, especially affecting the natives, are leprosy, of which there was 100 cases in the San Lazaro Hospital, all coming from Manila and the country surrounding that city. Tuberculosis, of the extent of which accurate statistics are impossible to obtain, but the facts would indicate that it is a very common disease. Beriberi, well known among the natives and apparently epidemic and endemic in its nature. Skin diseases, as might be expected, are also prevalent. Of the diseases affecting Americans, dysentery is responsible for the greatest amount of invalidation and the highest mortality. Typhoid fever, while less prevalent than dysentery, is, however, a frequent affection among Americans. Malarial fevers would seem not to be very common. Other diseases which, while not prevalent, affect foreigners to a considerable extent are tuberculosis, dengue, and tropical ulcers. While outfitting at Hong Kong, and later on the return to Hong Kong en route to America, the Commission improved the opportunity to study the bubonic plague, which was still prevailing at that port. 2 members of the party, Dr. Barker and Mr. Flint, also passed 3 weeks in India, where the great epidemic of plague was then raging. This is a brief summary of the results achieved by the expedition. Naturally, the commissioners have not yet been able to complete the scientific portion of the work. They are now making careful studies of the material relating to beriberi, dysentery, malarial and typhoid fevers, leprosy, and the bubonic plague, and later will publish their results in complete form. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Geographic Miscellanea. The United States steamer Nero, in its survey for a trans-Pacific cable, recorded one sounding near Guam Island of 5,269 fathoms, the deepest sea sounding ever recorded. Reports from Valparaiso, Chile, describe a fossil of the whale species discovered on the North Beach at Caldera. It is stated that the fossil measures about 32 feet and is almost perfectly preserved. With the completion of the triangulation between Chatham and Summer Straits, the work of triangulation in southeastern Alaska is ended, and the necessary geodetic data for the preparation of maps have been obtained. The present membership of the National Geographic Society is 1,300 resident and 1,300 non-resident members. This is an increase of 1,000 since June 1st, 1899, when the systematic effort to enlarge the work of the Society was begun. The Constantinople correspondent of the London Times states that, as compensation for the Baghdad Railway concession to Germany, Russia has demanded of the Ottoman Empire prior railway concessions in Asia Minor north of the German line. Announcement is made of the resignation of Mr. John B. Hatcher from the chair of Assistant Professor of Geology in Princeton University to accept the curatorship of vertebrate paleontology at the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. From the fourth report of the International Commission on Glaciers, it would appear that out of 70 glaciers measured in the Swiss Alps, 12 are advancing while 55 are receding. In the eastern Alps, the retreat of the glaciers is noticeable, though not with the same rapidity as in the period from 1870 to 1890. The longitude of Maricopa, Arizona, has recently been determined by a U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey party. The initial station was El Paso, Texas. Signals were exchanged on 3 successive nights, after which the observers changed places and 3 more nights' observations were obtained, thus eliminating the effect of personal equation. Captain George Owen Squire of the Signal Office, War Department, contributes to a recent number of the Independent a summary of the arguments in favor of a United States Pacific cable. A map accompanying the article shows the routes of the proposed United States Pacific cable, the route of the proposed English Pacific cable, and also the proposed international cable spans. In a recent number of the Pathfinder is a description of a set of 5 relief maps of the continent, prepared for the Paris Exposition by E. Howell, the well-known relief map expert. They are all on the same horizontal scale, 1 inch to 120 miles, and average 5 feet square. The vertical scale is 1 to 500,000, the deepest ocean depths being depressed about 3/4 of an inch. It is expected that the committee of judges appointed by the National Geographic Society to award the prizes of $150 and $75 offered by the Society for the best and second best essays submitted during 1899 relating to pre-Columbian discoveries and settlements of the Norsemen on the mainland of North America will reach a decision in the near future, and the announcement of the successful contestants will then be made. William Henry Gilder, an Arctic explorer of the 70s and early 80s, died in February at Morristown, New Jersey. In 1878, he joined the Franklin Search Expedition commanded by the late Lieutenant Frederick Schwatka, USA. While serving with this expedition from 1878 to 1880, he made a sledge journey of over 3,250 miles in King William Land, probably the longest sledge journey ever made in the Arctic regions. He has written the narrative of the expedition in Schwatka's Search. In McClure's Magazine for February is an interesting article by Mr. Walter Wellman entitled The Race for the North Pole, a narration of his Arctic explorations during 1898-99. A detailed account of the geographic results of the expedition was given by Mr. Wellman in the National Geographic Magazine for December. The same number of McClure's contains an article by Cleveland Moffett, The Inside of the Earth, giving Professor Milne's observations and conclusions as to the interior of our planet. The bubonic plague is the title of a report recently submitted to the Secretary of the Treasury by Walter Wyman, Surgeon General, Marine Hospital Service, and issued by the Department in pamphlet form. This valuable brochure is a revision of a paper prepared by Dr. Wyman and published in the Annual Report for 1897. The many facts that have become known within the past few years with regard to the epidemic have been incorporated into the revision, with the result that the bulletin embodies in available form the latest information which may be of value to quarantine officers, health officers, and all interested in the study of the disease. Reports from the 3 field parties of the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey at work on the south coast of Puerto Rico state that satisfactory progress is being made, and that triangulation, topography, and signal building are going on simultaneously. Signals are located to within a few miles of Guanica, and the topography is finished to Guaiania Bay. A large lagoon, to which little attention has heretofore been given, though a prominent feature on the coast, has been surveyed near Point Cuchara. The entire country west of Ponce and as far as Cabo Rojo is covered with a thick growth of brush and trees, which requires lines to be cut at every station, thus considerably retarding the work. The following is the present condition of railway construction in the Chinese Empire. Lines constructed, 365 miles. Lines in process of construction, 2,615 miles. Lines for which concessions have been granted, 4,125 miles. Of this total of 7,105 miles constructed, in process of construction and conceded, 495 miles are under German control, 810 miles under American, 1,380 miles under English, 805 miles under Belgian, 670 miles under Chinese, 490 miles under French, 690 miles under Anglo-German, 1,765 miles under Russo-Chinese. To this total of 7,105 miles must be added 1,970 miles of railroad proposed and 2,885 miles of railroad for which surveys have been made but no concessions granted. The following report is interesting as the latest rumor concerning André. A letter received in London from Bishop Newnham, dated October 1st, Fort Churchill, Hudson Bay, says, "Two Eskimo came here this summer, traveling from the far north, to tell that two white men had come down from the sky in a balloon, the remains of which they had seen, and had been murdered by some Eskimo there. I believe this is authentic, but have not had time to inquire. Sad if this be the last of poor André and his companion. The fact that a letter from Bishop Newnham, dated September 8, 1899, has been received in Toronto, wherein no mention is made of the supposed murder of André, discredits this latest report from London." A very instructive article on the geography of Abyssinia and the manners and customs of its inhabitants is the main feature of the Geographical Journal for February. The author, Herbert Weld Blundell, in March 1898, accompanied the first English diplomatic representative to the capital of Abyssinia, Addis Ababa. Later, in November of the same year, he organized a party of several naturalists and passed the next 6 months in journeying up and down Abyssinia, finally reaching Khartoum June 1st, 1899. The party collected, in addition to 18 different kinds of antelopes, 10 elephants, and 2 lions, 520 specimens of birds, representing 299 species, of which 11 are new. The whole collection has been presented to the British Museum. As a result of the South African War, the supply, and in consequence the price of coal in Italy, have been seriously affected. This is due partly to the increase of price in England, and partly to the fact that the means of transport are becoming insufficient, inasmuch as the English government has hired a large number of transports belonging to companies and to private individuals. From an article which appeared in l'Italie, Rome, and a translation of which Ambassador Draper has transmitted to the State Department, it appears that in January the price of coal reached $9.65 per ton in Genoa and $11.58 in Milan. Owing to the scarcity, it was feared that many industrial establishments would be obliged to shut down and thousands of workmen thrown out of work. Preliminary work is well underway on the railway from Xingchan via Huixin to Isi Nanfu, the provincial metropolis of Shantung, with a branch line to Poshan, the concession for which was granted to a German company by the Chancellor of the Chinese Empire in June 1899. The first delivery of tires, sleepers, rails, and small iron tools was shipped during December 1899, and the foundation work for a double track is already provided for. The company has pledged itself to complete the road within 5 years and the extension within 3 years. By the construction of these 280 miles of railway, the great coal districts in the north of the province of Shantung will be brought into practical communication with the important districts between Tsingtao and Isi Nanfu and with Kiaochan. The series of articles descriptive of the different forest reserves of the United States that were embodied for the Division of Forest Reserves in the 19th Annual Report of the U.S. Geological Survey have recently been published as separate brochures. The series, which were prepared under the general direction of Henry Gannett, Chief of the Division of Geography and Forestry, include The Forests of the United States, by Henry Gannett. The Black Hills Forest Reserve, by Henry S. Graves. The Eastern Part of the Washington Forest Reserve, by Martin W. Gorman. The Washington Forest Reserve, by H. B. Ayres. The Teton and Yellowstone Park Forest Reserves, by T. S. Brandegee. The Priest River Forest Reserve and the Bitter Root Forest Reserve, by John B. Liburg, and the Bighorn Forest Reserve, by F. E. Town. Each paper is handsomely illustrated and accompanied by maps showing wooded areas, distribution of timber species, burned and restocked areas, and other practical facts. The series may be obtained by applying directly to the U.S. Geological Survey, Washington, D.C. Material for the revision of the Coast Charts of New Jersey has reached the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey Office. In order to keep these maps up to date at a comparatively small expense, a party was put into the field during the latter half of 1899. Sufficient data was collected in this short time to practically revise the entire edition of Coast Charts, making them now about equal in value to those which would have resulted from a new survey. South of Bay Head the material changes are not great, but north of this point, where the details are too intricate for the methods pursued, a plain table survey is recommended for areas beyond the local maps. Many changes were noticed in the inlets, and they take place so rapidly that a good channel one year may become a mud flat, bare at low tide the next. These conditions are particularly noticeable at Absecon and Egg Harbor inlets. Where regular lines of steamers traverse the waters just inside the entrance, the steamboat companies find it necessary to locate the channel after nearly every heavy storm. The bars at the mouths of the inlets are all very shoal, few having more than 3 or 4 feet of water at low tide. At the 6th International Geographical Congress in 1895, the Geographical Society of Finland exhibited a number of charts and maps planned to represent the country and general condition of the people, many of the charts having been especially prepared for the occasion. Encouraged by the favorable reception accorded the maps, the Society decided to add to the series and to publish the whole as an atlas of Finland. This atlas, which has recently been completed, contains a series of 32 large maps, from which an excellent comprehension of the present physical, economic, and social conditions of Finland may be obtained. The following charts are especially valuable: a series of 6 meteorological charts showing the amount of rainfall and snowfall a year, the average temperature, the direction of winds, etc. A series of 5 charts showing the proportion of rural and city population, the population by professions, whether of native or foreign origin, etc., and charts giving statistics of farm products, of metals, of exports and imports, of telegraphs and telephones, railways, etc. Perhaps the most striking chart is that which shows that more than 70% of the population is not represented in the Diet, the National Assembly. A recent number of Petermann's Mitteilungen contains an interesting article, which by means of a 2-colored map shows very clearly the proportions of the agricultural and industrial population of the German Empire. Green, which represents the agricultural sections, is the prevailing color in all parts of the empire except in Saxony and along the basin of the Rhine, where red, representing the industrial sections, predominates. In other words, the eastern part of the empire is agricultural, while a considerable part of the western section is industrial and commercial in its interests. As a consequence of the insufficient means of communication between the two sections, the articles manufactured in the east find abroad a more accessible market than in the western section, but the agricultural interests of the west, being handicapped by lack of outlet to the rest of the empire on the east, and prohibited by excessive foreign duties from sending their produce to Russia and Austria, are in danger of being destroyed. Hence the scheme for a canal through the center of Germany, which is at present before the Reichstag, and which has been personally advocated by the Emperor. The map shows that, while German commerce has developed within the last few years to such an extent as to arouse the anxiety of England, it is yet far from equaling the agricultural interests of the empire. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anglo-Venezuelan Boundary Dispute by Marcus Baker. Cartographer, U.S. Geological Survey. Introduction. For nearly 80 years, Great Britain and Venezuela had wrangled over their boundary. No dividing line had ever been drawn by them, acting together. Venezuela always claimed to the Essequibo River. Great Britain, successor to the Dutch, claimed all the Dutch had had. The Dutch never established their limits on the Venezuelan side, and their indefinite western limit did not shrink in the hands of the British. In the course of a long diplomatic correspondence, proposals and counter-proposals were made and rejected. Thus, for 55 years, the squabble dragged on and on, from the days of Schomburg in 1841 to the day of Cleveland in 1895. Cleveland's now famous message has been called harsh, but, as has been well pointed out and as the sequel shows, it made for peace. Sometimes a frank, blunt word, like the surgeon's lancet, hurts cruelly, but cures. Already the story of this dispute is ancient history. It requires some imagination to recall the tension which, only 4 years ago, strained, almost to the breaking point, the friendly relations of the two greatest world powers. War between Spain and America. War between Great Britain and the South African Dutch. Venezuela torn and rent by civil war. And in the midst of it all, a peace conference of the nations of The Hague, striving, working, hoping for perpetual universal peace. Boundary disputes, whether between individuals or nations, are wont to be long and bitter, and oftener than otherwise, changes of boundary result from war. Sometimes the result is direct, sometimes indirect. The bitterness over the Alsace-Lorraine boundary is strikingly in evidence on the continent today. The boundary line between Massachusetts and New Hampshire, surveyed and marked in 1741, has, after a lapse of about 150 years, only recently been accepted. The Alaskan boundary, established in 1825, still drags on, unsurveyed and unmarked, a source of growing irritation and bitterness. The disputed tract. The tract in dispute comprised an area of about 50,000 square miles. England, with an area of 51,000 square miles, and New York, with an area of 49,000 square miles, is about equal in extent to the territory in dispute. The tract is bounded on the east by the Essequibo, on the north by the Atlantic and Lower Orinoco, on the west by a low, flat watershed, separating it from the Caroni, an affluent of the Lower Orinoco, and on the south by the mountainous district forming the watershed, which separates the streams flowing northward to the Atlantic from those flowing southward to the Amazon. It is included between the 4th and 10th parallels of north latitude and between the 58th and 64th degrees of west longitude. It may be broadly characterized as a low bench country, buried for the most part beneath the tropical forest of marvelous density and beauty, lying near the heart of the torrid zone, with the sun passing day after day forever through or near the zenith, and through 2 rainy seasons of each year furnished for weeks together with downpours of warm rain that suggest a deluge. We have the conditions of nature's own hothouse. From these 2 conditions of excessive heat and excessive moisture comes the forest covering, which in density, beauty, and variety, travelers agree in describing the word indescribable. Beyond the forest tracts there are, in the interior, unforested districts called savannas, which, according to character of soil and altitude, are either swampy, hard and grass-covered, or partially desert. The culminating point of the region is Mount Roraima, about 220 miles from Demerara, on the coast near latitude 4 degrees and longitude 61 degrees. This mountain is a sandstone mesa whose almost inaccessible flat top is 8,600 feet above the sea level. Its walls are everywhere cliffs more than half a mile high. From this natural rock fortress, the country gently slopes away and then drops in cliffs of benches as far as we know. In this benched country are deep canyons with numerous waterfalls, one, the Kayatur Fall, on the Potaro, being 900 feet high. Pictures of Mount Roraima and Kayatur Fall may be seen on the current issue of British Guiana postage stamps. Guiana is a name that was applied 3 centuries ago to an extensive and ill-defined tract along the coast between the Amazon and the Orinoco. This has come in course of time to be possessed by French, Dutch, and English. The easternmost is French Guiana or Cayenne, whose Devil's Island Dreyfus has made famous or infamous. Next west is Dutch Guiana or Suriname, and west of it is British Guiana, formerly the United Colony of Essequibo and Demerara. Most of the part yet farther west, which was sometimes called Spanish or Venezuelan Guiana, has been awarded to Great Britain. Great efforts have been made by Spain 3 centuries ago to conquer and possess Guyana, a region reported and believed to be fabulously rich in gold. On the shores of a vast mythical sea rose a vast mythical town, El Dorado, presided over by a mythical gilded king. Raleigh sought to conquer this country and its supposed wealth for his queen, Elizabeth, but the Spaniards contested his advance. His son was killed in the assault upon Santo Tome. He returned to England, was accused by the Spanish minister of piracy, and by order of King James beheaded. But though he wrote a book about Guyana, which set the imagination of Europe on fire, little progress was made in penetrating or exploring it. And why? The answer is easy. The dense forest offered to the white traveler an almost impenetrable barrier. These were traversed by savage animals and yet more savage men, the ferocious, man-eating Caribs. The only practicable route to the interior was by the rivers, but the region is a bench country, rising as one penetrates it by a series of steps or benches. Thus it happens that, ascending the rivers other than the Orinoco, the borderland of alluvium on the coast is hardly paused before the traveler meets a cataract or rapid or series of rapids blocking the way. Patiently carrying or dragging his wood-skin canoe through dense woods around the obstacle, he may paddle a short distance against a strong current, only to find another cataract and yet another in wearisome succession. To penetrate the interior through the water-soaked and swampy forest jungle is well nigh impossible. To penetrate it by the streams is only possible in small boats, and then with difficulty and danger. These are the conditions, and these the reasons why the world was so long in gaining its small store of knowledge about the interior of Raleigh's wonderland, Guiana. Origin of title. Neither Venezuela nor Great Britain holds in South America by original title. Venezuela derives the title from Spain, a title acquired by war, with the resulting conquest and cession. Great Britain similarly acquired a title from the Dutch by war, with the resulting conquest and cession. Venezuela succeeded to Spanish rights and Great Britain to Dutch rights. Thus, the arbitral tribunal was engaged in trying the title to a piece of real estate. True, the estate was large. True, the parties were great corporations. Trial to the title of a tract claimed by 2 states of our Union may be tried before our Supreme Court. But no permanent court exists for trying the title to lands claimed by 2 nations. The appeal, therefore, has often in such cases bend to the force of arms rather than to the force of argument. By agreement of the claimants in this case, the matter was to be settled by a battle of brains rather than by a battle of bullets. Spain's title to the disputed territory is thus stated in Venezuela's case. Spain first discovered the New World, first explored its continents, first explored, possessed, and settled Guyana, and first firmly established herself in that province as its sole and lawful owner. Similarly, Venezuela's title is thus stated. Venezuela revolted from Spain April 19, 1810. On March 30, 1845, Spain recognized Venezuela's independence and formally renounced in her favor all the sovereignty, rights, and claims previously her own in the territory formerly known as the Captaincy General of Venezuela. Such territory included the region now in dispute. Such is the Venezuelan title. The British title cannot be so succinctly stated. In very brief, however, it is as follows. In 1581, the Dutch, then subjects of Spain, revolted and entered upon that long and bloody war which resulted in their independence in 1648. During this war, the Dutch, in 1598, made a trading voyage to the Guiana coast. This voyage, made 100 years after the Spanish discovery of this coast, was the first Dutch voyage thereto of which we have any definite knowledge. Already Trinidad had been occupied by the Spanish, a Spanish settlement planted on the lower Orinoco, and formal and ceremonial possession taken of Guyana by Spaniards in the name of their king. In June 1621 was created by the States General of the United Netherlands the Dutch West India Company. But the terms of its charter, no native or inhabitant of the Netherlands was permitted, except in the name of the company, to sail upon or trade with the countries of America and the West Indies. From Newfoundland till Cape Horn, and from Cape Horn to Bering Strait, trade to the New World without permission of the company was, by the charter, forbidden to all Dutchmen. The company existed for 53 years. After several extensions of its charter, it finally died in 1674, and a wholly new Dutch West India Company was then created, which lived for 117 years, being finally dissolved in 1791. Under the original charter of 1621, the company, in or about the year 1626, established a trading post of 50 miles up the Essequibo, at the junction of the Cayuni and Mazaruni rivers, on a small rocky island, which they named Kikavero, or Sea Over All. Here lived a few unmarried employees of the company and carried on with the natives a trade for the dyes of the forest, balsam, hammocks, canoes, etc. There were no colonists, no cultivation, save possibly a bread garden, and no industries save, probably, fishing for the use of the post. It was a trading post and was, down to 1648, the sole Dutch occupation of the disputed tract. Under these conditions, the long war between Spain and her rebellious subjects ended in 1648. By the Treaty of Peace at Munster, in that year the Dutch achieved their independence. At the same time, and by the same treaty, Spain agreed that the Dutch should remain in possession of and enjoy such lordships, towns, castles, fortresses, commerce, and countries of the West Indies and America, as they then held and possessed. This, then, was the Dutch title, a title which remained Dutch for 166 years. In April 1796, Great Britain and the Netherlands being then at war, an English fleet appeared at Demerara and took possession of that river at Essequibo. Possession was held by the English for 6 years. In 1802, by the Peace of Amiens, these possessions were restored to the Dutch, but war broke out again the next year, and Great Britain again took the possession which has since remained unbroken. The war, which broke out in 1803, was terminated by the Treaty of London in 1814, whereby the Netherlands ceded to Great Britain the Cape of Good Hope in Africa and the establishments of Demerara, Essequibo, and Berbice in America. Such is the Dutch-British title, which may be still more succinctly stated as follows. The Dutch, while subjects of Spain, revolt and squat on Spanish land in America. When the war ends, Spain confirms to them the possession they have taken. This possession is afterward, in war, taken from the Dutch by the British. The possession taken by the British is confirmed to them by treaty, and such is the British title. Schomburgk and his line. Much has been heard during the controversy between Schomburgk and his line. A few words, therefore, on this theme. Robert Hermann Schomburgk was born in Freiburg, Saxony in 1804 and died in Berlin in 1865, aged 61. Between 1825 and 1830, he was in the United States, first in Boston and later in Richmond, Virginia, where he was in the tobacco business. Failing at this, he went to the West Indies, where he surveyed the island of Anegada. His published observations on the cultivated plants of the West Indies brought him to the notice of the Royal Geographical Society, which in 1834 engaged him to explore in Guyana. He reached Georgetown, or Demerara, as it is usually called, for the first time on August 5, 1835, and for 9 years thereafter was engaged in exploration and survey work in Guyana. For the Geographical Society, he made 3 journeys of about 6 months each into the interior, and in October 1839 returned to England. Early in 1840, he published his little book entitled Description of British Guiana. The Geographical Society awarded him a gold medal. The King of Prussia knighted him, and the same year Great Britain engaged the now Sir Robert Schomburgk to survey the boundary between British Guiana and Venezuela. This was not to be a joint survey, but only a British survey. The results to be presented to Venezuela and Brazil as a statement of the British claim. He returned from England to Georgetown in October 1840 and made 3 more trips to the interior, now under government auspices. In May 1844, he took final leave of Guyana and went to Barbados, where he stayed some time and wrote a history of the island. In 1848, he was made British consul at Santo Domingo. In 1857, he was sent to Siam as Their Majesty's Consul General. In declining health, he returned to England in 1864 and retired on a pension. He died in Berlin the following year. With him during a part of his explorations was his brother, Richard Schomburgk, a trained botanist, who published an interesting account of the Guyana exploration, a work in 3 stout octavo volumes. Sir Robert, having informed himself as well as the means at hand, and his zeal for his employer would allow, proceeded to trace out on the ground a line, setting up posts, blazing trees, and marking them with British insignia. His zeal seems to have overmastered his judgment, and all doubts were resolved in favor of his employer. Why not? Was not his line, after all, only a claim? But alas, it came later to be treated as a line of Wright. The Schomburgk boundary survey previously offended Venezuela. She protested at once and insisted upon the removal of the marks. To this Great Britain at length consented, with the usual proviso that by such an act she waived none of her rights. This survey of 1841 and the resulting correspondence may be regarded as the beginning of the controversy. In 1841, Schomburgk submitted to Sir Henry Light, the governor of British Guiana, a report setting forth the grounds upon which he laid claim to the Amacura and Barima for Great Britain. This was an official report intended for the public, and was given to the public in a parliamentary paper. On the same day, however, he wrote to Governor Light a confidential letter, pointing out the importance to Great Britain of the possession of Point Barima, as a point commanding the entrance to the Orinoco River. In this letter he dwelt at length upon the fact that the occupation of Barima meant the commercial and military control of the entire Orinoco region. He also furnished a map showing the line claimed by him for Great Britain. What the Foreign Office thought of Schomburgk's claim, I do not know. Certain it is, however, that this map was not made public for many years. The line shown thereon says Great Britain at the arbitration is the only Schomburgk line, i.e., the only line Schomburgk ever drew. Without assenting to or denying this, it may be remarked that the phrase the Schomburgk line had come to mean, both in popular and official usage, something different from the line on Schomburgk's map that was sleeping, unknown to the public and unknown to some of the officials, in the government archives. There was published early in 1877 in London a large, fine map of British Guiana, which has been often referred to as the Great Colonial Map or Great Map of the Colony. The map was engraved and printed by Stanford of London. It is dated 1875. Its long title indicates that it was compiled from surveys by Schomburgk and corrected to date from surveys by the Crown Surveyor of the colonies and by the government geologists Brown and Sawkins. The map bears this note. The boundaries indicated on this map are those laid down by the late Sir Robert Schomburgk, who was engaged in exploring the colony during the years 1835 to 1839, under the direction of the Royal Geographical Society. But the boundaries laid down between Brazil on the one side and Venezuela on the other, and the colony of British Guiana must not be taken as authoritative, as they have never been adjusted by the respective governments. An engagement subsists between the governments of Great Britain and Venezuela, by which neither is at liberty to encroach upon or occupy territory claimed by both. This map, compiled from official sources and with an explicit statement that it shows the Schomburgk line, was accepted as the official map of the colony. When the geologists, Sawkins and Brown, made a geological survey and map of the colony, they carried their work to the boundary line shown on this map and stopped there. In 1886 or 1887, another edition of this map appeared. There is nothing in its appearance, however, to indicate that it is a second or different edition. The title is unchanged and the date is still 1875, as before. But the note as to the boundary has disappeared, and in place of the old line a new boundary, differing materially from the old one, appears, a boundary which enlarges British Guiana and contracts Venezuela. The change, made at the instance of the government, may be regarded as the first publication of the line submitted by Schomburgk in 1840. It is, perhaps, needless to comment on the anger aroused in Venezuela by this publication, or to wonder at their designation of the Capricoso lines de Schomburgk. Early in the history of the United States Commission on the Venezuelan boundary, a piece of elastic was sent in bearing the printed words Schomburgk line. Thus much for Schomburgk and his line, of which little was said in the arguments of counsel for Venezuela at the arbitration. Whatever temptations the story offered for unkind words, those temptations were resisted, and the arguments were maintained upon a plane commensurate with the great cause and the great tribunal designated to try it. Diplomatic correspondence. The story of the correspondence between the governments touching their boundary is too long and tangled for recital here. Suffice it to say that there were proposals and counter-proposals, all of which proved fruitless. No agreement was reached. Several times Venezuela proposed arbitration, and several times Great Britain refused arbitration. In October 1886, the British government inserted in the London Gazette a notice reciting that information had come that Venezuela had made grants of land in this disputed territory, and declaring that such grants would not be recognized. The notice continued as follows. A map showing the boundary between British Guiana and Venezuela, claimed by Her Majesty's government, can be seen in the library of the Colonial Office, Downing Street, or at the office of the Government Secretary, Georgetown, British Guiana. What map this was does not appear, but it was at about the time that the second edition of the Great Colonial Map appeared, the map bearing the expanded Schomburg line. Prior to this notice, viz., in March 1885, the British minister had commissioned 2 rural constables for the Amacura River, and in August 1886, a British post was established on that river. Venezuela protested, and in January 1887 demanded the immediate evacuation of the territory between the Amacura and the Pomeroon. This was not complied with, and Venezuela then broke off diplomatic relations. But 10 years thereafter, fruitless attempts were made to settle this old and irritating dispute. Meanwhile, and as early as 1886, the United States had manifested its interest in the question by offering to Great Britain its good offices in the matter. Finally, in February 1896, after the famous Cleveland message of December 1895, were begun the negotiations which led to the Treaty of Arbitration, which in turn ended the long dispute. United States intervention. Mr. Olney, Secretary of State in 1895, following up a correspondence begun as early as 1886, corresponded with Great Britain with a view to bringing about a settlement of the boundary question. This correspondence was, on the part of Mr. Olney, direct, vigorous, logical, and forceful. In due time, which means several months, came, late in 1895, Lord Salisbury's careful, courteous, diplomatic, and dignified reply, again declining to arbitrate. Thereupon promptly followed Cleveland's message to Congress, a message wherein, after briefly summarizing the situation, he said that, having sought in vain to induce a just settlement by impartial arbitration, and being finally apprised of Great Britain's refusal to so settle, nothing remained but for the United States to determine for its own purposes where was the true divisional line between Venezuela and British Guiana. He thereupon recommended that a commission of 5 be appointed to investigate and determine the true divisional line between Venezuela and British Guiana, and that an adequate appropriation be made for its use. Then followed these weighty and significant words, whose power to thrill has not yet vanished. When such report is made and accepted, it will, in my opinion, be the duty of the United States to resist by every means in its power, as a willful aggression upon its rights and interests, the appropriation by Great Britain of any lands, or the exercise of governmental jurisdiction over any territory, which, after investigation, we have determined of right belongs to Venezuela. Within 4 days from the writing of this message, its recommendations had been enacted into law, and almost, if not quite, without parallel. Not a single vote was recorded against it in either house. A stronger evidence of its nonpartisan character is plausible, and yet only last week a prominent London newspaper could say, "We were brought to the verge of war 4 years ago for the sake of Mr. Cleveland's re-election, and a pretext for a diplomatic quarrel will never be wanting when the anti-English elements of the Republic have to be conciliated." Thus, in January 1896 was born the United States Venezuelan Boundary Commission, composed of David J. Brewer, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, Richard H. Availle, Chief Justice of the Court of Appeals of the District of Columbia, a skilled Spanish scholar, Mr. F. R. Goode, a distinguished member of the New York Bar and a counsel for the United States in the Bering Sea case, Dr. D. C. Gilman, geographer, president of Johns Hopkins University, and Dr. Andrew D. White, historian and diplomatist. As its chairman, the commission chose Judge Brewer as the secretary, Mr. S. Mallet Prevost of the New York Bar, a thorough Spanish scholar and trained lawyer. Thus jurists, lawyers, and scholars composed the United States Commission, which organized forthwith, established an office in the Sun Building on F Street, and began investigation. Floods of information were poured in upon it, and floods of applications for employment. For a few weeks its work was the leading news item of the British and American press. To its aid it invited scholars. Justin Windsor of Harvard College, distinguished for his great work on American history and cartography. Professor J. Franklin Jameson of Brown University, especially familiar with the history of the Dutch in America, and especially did it summon Professor George L. Burr of Cornell University, upon whom fell most of the historical research work. I have not ceased to marvel at the amount and excellence of the work done and results achieved by him. For aid in geographic matters, the Commission came to the Geological Survey, availing itself of the special knowledge of several of the experts in that office. After preliminary studies, the work was organized, and Professor Burr went to Holland and to London to study the Dutch records. Here he was joined later by Mr. Goode. The secretary made, in the Harvard Library, a special study of the maps of the region, and similar studies were carried on in Washington. It is not too much to say that the studies thus conducted threw much new light on the question, that supposed facts were in some important instances shown to be not real facts, and that consequently neither Great Britain nor Venezuela was master of its own case. Rarely, if ever, has a great case been sifted or studied with more thoroughness, impartiality, or care. Meanwhile, the diplomatic correspondence was proceeding with its usual deliberation, secrecy, and silence. It came to be seen that a finding adverse to Great Britain would produce an awkward situation. What influences were potent to bring about what actually resulted, I cannot say, nor would it be wise to say if I could. But the result everyone knows was an announcement by Lord Salisbury at the Lord Mayor's dinner in London in November 1896 that negotiations were in progress and so far advanced that he was justified in believing that a satisfactory solution of the much vexed boundary question was about to be reached. This courteous and diplomatic statement meant arbitration, the arbitration which finally concluded at Paris on the 4th of last October, this ancient quarrel, some 3 months after Lord Salisbury's announcement, to wit, on February 2nd, 1897, Sir Julian Paunsfolk for Great Britain and Senor Joseph Andrade for Venezuela signed in Washington a treaty of arbitration. That done, nothing remained for the United States Commission but to close its work and disband. The work of determining the boundary now passed on to the new tribunal constituted by the treaty. The United States Commission had gathered a large amount of material useful for determining the question. Accordingly, in closing its work, it prepared a brief report of its operations and accompanied it by appendices containing the material collected. This report consists of 3 octavo volumes and an atlas containing 76 maps, the whole constituting a distinct contribution to knowledge along geographic and historical lines. The Arbitral Tribunal. By the treaty there was constituted a tribunal of 5 jurists, composed of Lord Herschel and Lord Justice Collins, 2 of the foremost judges in Great Britain, Judges Fuller and Brewer of the Supreme Court of the United States, and the 5th to be chosen by those 4. The English submitted the names of several jurists acceptable to them. Similarly, the American jurists submitted names of several jurists acceptable to them. In both lists was found the name of F. D. Martens, a distinguished Russian writer on international law, and he was chosen as the 5th arbitrator. Before the case came to trial, Lord Herschel died and was succeeded by Lord Russell. On March 15, 1898, each party submitted in print its case with accompanying papers. Venezuela's case was contained in 3 volumes and an atlas. Great Britain's in 7 volumes and an atlas. 4 months later, on July 15, 1898, each submitted its counter-case. Venezuela's counter-case made 3 volumes and an atlas. Great Britain's 2 volumes and a portfolio containing 6 maps. 4 months later, on November 15, 1898, each submitted its printed argument. Venezuela's being contained in 2 volumes and Great Britain's in 1. The formal sittings for hearing the oral argument began in Paris June 15, 1899, and lasted through 54 sessions of 4 hours each, ending on the 27th of September. Just 1 week later, on October 4, 1899, the unanimous award of the tribunal was presented, and a controversy which had lasted for 58 years, which had brought 3 nations to the very verge of war, was over. Great Britain was represented by 4 counsel: Sir Richard E. Webster, Attorney General; Sir Robert T. Reed, ex-Attorney General; Mr. G. R. Asquith; and Mr. Rowlett. Venezuela was represented by General Benjamin Harrison, ex-President of the United States; Mr. S. Mallet Prevost, formerly Secretary of the United States Venezuelan Boundary Commission; General Benjamin F. Tracy; and Mr. James Russell Soley. Sir Richard opened for Great Britain in a speech lasting 13 days. Mr. Mallet Prevost followed for Venezuela in a speech of 13 days. Finally, Sir Richard closed for Great Britain and General Harrison for Venezuela. Can I be mistaken in thinking General Harrison's argument much the stronger one? The speeches were reported in shorthand and printed from day to day, the whole making 11 folio volumes. The award. The award was completed and signed October 3, 1899, and is signed by all the judges. It is a short document, making only about half of an ordinary newspaper column. After reciting in legal phrase the creation of the tribunal, its membership, and its duties, it declares, "Now we, the undersigned arbitrators, do hereby make and publish our decision, determination and award of, upon, and concerning the question submitted to us by the said treaty of arbitration, and do hereby, conformably to the said treaty of arbitration, finally decide, award, and determine that the boundary line between the colony of British Guiana and the United States of Venezuela is as follows. Starting from the coast of Point Playa, the line of boundary shall run in a straight line to the river Barima and its junction with the river Mararuma, and thence along the midstream of the latter river to its source, and from that point to the junction of the river Iowa with the Amacoro, and thence along the midstream of the Amacoro to its source in the Imataca Ridge, and thence in a southwesterly direction along the highest ridge of the spur of the Imataca Mountains, opposite to the source of the Barima, and thence along the summit of the main ridge, in a southeasterly direction of the Imataca Mountains, to the source of the Aracabisi to the Cayuni, and thence along the northern bank of the river Cayuni westward, to its junction with the Wanamu, and thence following the midstream of the Wanamu to its westernmost source, and thence in a direct line to the summit of Mount Roraima, and from Mount Roraima to the source of the Caatinga, and along the midstream of that river to its junction with the Takatu, and thence along the midstream of the Takatu to its source, thence in a straight line to the western point of the Akari Mountains, and thence along the ridge of the Akari Mountains to the source of the Corentin called the Kotari River. In this award are involved 2 things. First, the sovereignty of a tract of country claimed by 2 nations. Second, international arbitration as a mode of settling such disputes. As to the first, the award is clear, sharp, and decisive, though it will be contrary to general experience if difficulties of interpretation do not arise when the line is surveyed. As to the second, viz., the international arbitration of such questions, this is strengthened by a unanimous award, but weakened by the absence of a written opinion setting forth the facts and principles upon which the award was reached. as the common law has grown up and been established by the opinions of great jurists dealing with great cases, so here was, it seems to me, an exceptional opportunity to expound and establish principles of international law that would be most helpful in the future. The award is obviously the verdict of a widely disagreeing jury, which finally compromises on a line satisfactory to none. Such a decision concludes a particular dispute, but affords little light for the future. In theory, principles of international law control, in fact, compromises control. The award is on its face a compromise. Moreover, on the day on which it was published, there was cabled to America an interview with Justice Breyer, in which the reporter quotes him as saying, "Until the last moment, I believed a decision would be quite impossible, and it was only by the greatest conciliation and mutual concessions that a compromise was arrived at. If any of us had been asked to give an award, each would have given one differing in extent and character. The consequence of this, that we had to adjust our different views, and finally to draw a line running between what each thought right. Courts other than criminal are constituted to settle disputes, justly if possible, but to settle them. And so this august tribunal had settled this old and irritating dispute peacefully, lawfully, and I wish I could add justly. Contrasted, however, with any other device for settlement, arbitration is the best practical mode yet devised and is cheap. Last week, a statement of the expense in the case of the Venezuelan boundary arbitration was presented to the House of Commons. The cost to Great Britain from 1895 up to the last week was £65,625, or about $320,000. The cost of Venezuela is not published, so far as I know, but is probably not less. The appropriation by Congress for the United States Commission was $100,000, so that the total cost of the nations involved in a fierce and hot dispute, lasting 4 years, conducted by peaceful means, was about $750,000, equal to war expenses for about 1 day. In the way of cost, then, arbitration is most economical, and as to justice, Venezuela gets not all she desired, but she does get control of the mouth of her great river, the Orinoco. Former British ministries had recognized the justice of her claim to this, and had proposed to cede to Venezuela this Orinoco mouth. But since the British moved forward into this tract some 15 years ago, and took possession by establishing police stations, issuing mining and timber licenses, etc., Venezuela's efforts to induce her to withdraw from the Orinoco mouth have been unavailing, nor could she drive her out. By the arbitration, therefore, Venezuela, the weaker power, gets something which is of much value to her, which she has always prized, which Great Britain possessed herself of, and the title to which she refused to arbitrate until after intervention. The very pith of the award lies in the possession and control of the Orinoco mouth. That Venezuela gets this, to my mind, an act of justice and a triumph for arbitration, which does much to reconcile to a decision which I wish were in all respects as just as this. But the European and American view of American questions is far apart, as to prior rights resulting from discovery, occupation, etc., as to rights based on relations with the Aborigines, as to the nature, extent, and effect of political control. Respecting all these, America and Europe are far apart. Jurists of the highest ability and integrity assert to find themselves holding irreconcilable views. All this is most significant and should never be lost sight of when arbitration is proposed as a mode of settlement. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Korea, the Hermit Nation, by Commander Harry Webster, United States Navy. Korea, called by several writers the Hermit Nation, and by its inhabitants Chosin, the land of the morning calm, is that singular country in eastern Asia which stretches south from the elevated plains of Manchuria, and is bounded on the east by the Sea of Japan, and on the west by the Yellow Sea. Its area of approximately 80,000 square miles sustains a population of some 12 million. But in both geography and population, much is necessarily left to the imagination, for an accurate knowledge from any point of view is yet to be obtained. The historical records also are meager and tinged with the Oriental tendency to assert as facts much that cannot be proven. Situated as she is between two nations, each jealous of the influence and favor of the other, it has been her unfortunate fate to suffer attack and outrage from China and Japan in turn. She has been a battleground for centuries. The physical characteristics of Korea have been aptly described by an English traveler as a sea suddenly congealed during the progress of a gale of wind. The mountainous character of the country can only be appreciated by actual experience. The traveler is always certain that from the top of the next mountain plains and level ground will be disclosed. But no such good fortune awaits him, for the sole outlook from the ridges of Korea is upon other mountains, which in turn conceal still others. It has been said there is no level land in the country, and this is almost literally true. As a natural result of the lack of plains, the rivers are frequent and small, the Han being perhaps the most important. At the mouth of this fine river is Chumulpo, and some 60 miles farther up the capital Seoul. But navigation between the 2 points is very difficult, as the tremendous tides along the coast exercise an influence even above the capital city. The Han River is wild and picturesque, and numerous bends and rapids giving it a character unique for this part of the globe, where the vast alluvial plains of the Chinese Empire remind one of the prairies of our western territories. The trip from Chumulpo to Seoul takes an entire day, a day fraught with incident and accident from start to finish. Numerous ruined forts, partly demolished walls, and picturesque villages lend an air of antiquity to the prospect, well seconded by the dress and character of the people. The traveler has no definite means of transportation except those furnished by nature and called in our own country Shank's mare. The wealthier officials, it is true, have sedan chairs borne by 4 or 6 men, but beyond this and an occasional saddle pony, the average Korean does his traveling on foot, and it is marvelous to contemplate the distances which can be covered by one of the native runners when engaged on government business. The roads are even poorer than the means of traveling over them, and from the writer's experience it is evident that no attention has ever been given to laying out, making, or repairing roads in the kingdom. The wandering bridle paths doing duty for roads spread aimlessly over the landscape, changing direction with the seasons, but crowded with travelers at all seasons of the year. For the Korean is a restless being, and the custom of his country enables him at sundown, when the day's travel comes to an end, to accept the unquestioning hospitality of the nearest family. During the rainy season, October and November, these roads are almost impassable by reason of mud, and many of them become rushing torrents of water. The climate is not very different from that in similar latitudes in the United States from New York to North Carolina. At Chumulpo, the principal seaport of the country, snow falls frequently from December to February, but does not remain on the ground for any length of time, owing to the proximity of the 2 seas bordering it on the east and west. The winter season, however, becomes very tedious by reason of the persistent winds which find their way through the innumerable gorges, chilling the traveler to the bone and rendering comfort impossible. They start far away to the north among the mountains and plains of Manchuria and sweep across the Korean peninsula with great force. It is for protection against the winds that the Korean tiger, that singular exotic from tropical regions, wears a thick coat of fur in place of the thinly distributed hair with which we are accustomed to see his Bengal brother clothed. In northern Korea, rich harvests are gained by hunters of the smaller fur-bearing animals, such as squirrels, martens, and foxes, which find their principal market in China, a few of the poorer sorts going to Russia. One of the striking objects in every landscape is the immense number of graves clustering on the sides of hills and in the neighborhood of groves of evergreens. On casual inspection, these graves appear to be simple circular mounds of earth, varying in size according to the importance of the person buried, and scattered without plan or order. But a careful examination of several hundred graves has convinced me that instead of being arranged subject to the whim of the survivors, a very definite plan is followed, not only in their shapes, but in their disposition and arrangement. I found them, without exception, following the outlines of the tortoise. So much care is bestowed upon this fancy that even the serrations of the shell and the flimsy tail possessed by the animal are carefully wrought out in these mementos of the dead. Trees are generally planted in close proximity to a favorite cemetery, and it is looked upon as an act of desecration to destroy a tree standing near a grave. Respect for ancestors takes a curious direction here. While it is not unusual to hear one's father reviled in no measured terms without inciting anger, if so much as a pebble is cast at the grave of that father, blood alone can wipe out the affront. In appearance, the Korean differs materially from his neighbors, the inhabitants of China and Japan, the coloring matter in his skin belonging to a different class from either. In common with them, however, his hair is black, straight, and coarse, and it is rarely that a bald Korean is seen. Their eyes do not have the slanting appearance noticed in their neighbors, and the aquiline nose is not a rarity. Unlike the Japanese, however, the Korean does not wear his hair short, but apparently lets it grow from youth to old age with no attempt at clipping or trimming. The Korean boy, up to 16 years of age, is generally a delight to the eye. With his large, wide-open eyes, smooth skin, plump cheeks, and hair plaited down the back and parted in the middle, he has been compared to an angel. As the years advance, however, his beauty gives way to the coarseness and stolidity which have become national traits, and by the time the boy becomes a man the angel has disappeared, to be replaced by a very commonplace human being. Girls and women, except for the laboring class, are seldom in evidence, and those of whom one gets a glimpse are not very prepossessing, but so far as my observations extended, they are plump and well kept, and if it were not for the plainness of the method of hair dressing, would be regarded as quite interesting in appearance. As may be seen from the illustration, the Empire type of dress is adopted, giving them somewhat of a stumpy, high-shouldered appearance. The Korean girl wears beneath her dress, encircling her bust, a swathing of 2 or 3 thicknesses of some thin material, which is drawn tightly around that portion of the female anatomy to which nature generally gives no little prominence, with the result that all Korean girls are flat-breasted. This fashion of compressing the bosom is continued until marriage, when the opposite extreme is adopted, and the bosom is exposed in a horizontal line by the curious arrangement of the little jacket, so that a nursing baby has no impediments to displace in his search for food. Babies are cared for after the style of Japan, and seem to be as happy and as well pleased with life. Owing to the miserable sanitary conditions existing in the Korean domestic arrangements, the mortality among children is said to be very high. Those who survive are literally the fittest for the battle for existence. The first object to strike the visitor to the land of morning calm is the clothing of the inhabitants. The universal adoption of white, the singular hats, the foot gear, all tend to impress upon the stranger the fact that he is in a part of the world which is uncontaminated by the customs of Western civilization. The peculiar hats shown in the illustration are made of horsehair for the wealthy wearer and of finely split bamboo for his poorer brother. But beneath the hat proper is a sort of cap of the same material and so shaped as to protect the curious little top knot into which the hair is gathered after marriage. The band of this undercap is drawn tightly about the brows, oftentimes inflicting severe headaches upon the wearer. The other type of head covering shown is made of rice straw and is worn by country people and mourners. The material of their white clothing may be either cotton, silk, or the so-called grass cloth of China. The larger part of the cotton material used in the country is woven in Japan, but the silk and grass cloth are frequently the product of domestic looms. Many years ago, long before the Western barbarian reached the shores of Chosen, the Koreans were noted among their Chinese and Japanese neighbors for the skill and taste displayed in textile manufactures, and the products of their looms could be found side by side with their pottery in all the markets then open in the East. By the slow but sure degradation of wars, insurrections, and invasions, manufactures and arts in Korea gradually lost their value in both quality and quantity, until today her people, rich and poor alike, are dependent upon China and Japan for a large percentage of their clothing and pottery. There is, however, one branch of manufacture, the working of bronze, in which the hermit nation easily leads, the use of this metal for domestic purposes being peculiar to this country. The bronze, which is of good quality, hard, and takes a good polish, is of an alloy of copper and tin, with a small percent of zinc and a trace of iron. The bronze spoons, with which every family is liberally supplied, are models of grace, as are the hibachis or fire pots, which are largely exported to Japan. These graceful bronze bowls are applied to every domestic use imaginable, in the kitchen for eating purposes and in the sleeping rooms. The same material is used in the manufacture of tobacco pipes in universal demand, and much taste is displayed in their ornamentation. From the regularity and finish of these various bronze articles, it is difficult to believe that the tools employed are scarcely in advance on those of 2,000 years ago. For a lathe, the Korean artisan uses an apparatus propelled by his feet as he sits on the ground, the motion being but a half revolution in each direction, while the turning tool is held in the hand. Necessarily, the process is a slow one, but, as is common with all Orientals, time is no object, and the work turned out by these crude and archaic processes would do credit to an American workshop. Recent investigation has shown that Korea is rich in many of the better classes of minerals: gold, silver, copper, iron, and coal. The gold is almost solely in the more northern part of the kingdom, and is associated in many cases with silver. A peculiarity of the gold mine is its intense yellow, resembling in this respect the flake gold winnowed from the sands of the African Gold Coast. The coal measures have not been very accurately exploited, but so far the output, which has been entirely by native enterprise and labor, is a fair bituminous and of considerable extent. The great and principal drawback to the prosecution of mining lies in the inaccessibility of the country to modern methods of transportation, as its physical characteristics preclude development on modern lines. Little is known of precious stones, for this form of personal adornment is not much in vogue among the Koreans, and few attempts have been made to develop the industry. In religion, the Korean must be marked with a minus sign. To all appearances, he has none. There are, however, several Buddhist temples and monasteries in and around the city of Seoul. The only temple I had an opportunity of visiting while at the capital was that devoted to the god of war, and the edifice does not differ in any respect from Buddhist temples elsewhere. As an architect, the native of Chosen, in times past, seems to have shown much skill in construction and boldness in design, several of the city gates of Seoul indicating artistic ability and a desire for impressiveness. The Great South Gate is a remarkable piece of work, and the fact that it is still in use as an entrance to the city shows the excellence of its construction. The North Gate is built of carefully hewn granite blocks, and is as well proportioned and as true from an architectural point of view as though erected yesterday in commemoration of a modern victory. Granite seems to have been a favorite material for the stoneworkers of the country. The delicacy of treatment shown in the huge dogs guarding the palace gate, and the skill shown in the picture of the guardian of the temple of the god of war, confirm the Korean boast that from them Japan and China received a large part of their skill and taste in art. However this may be, it is undeniable that Korean art must have been at one time of high character. One of the objects of interest in Seoul, and though in audible evidence each day, seen by few foreigners, is the Great Bell. Unlike the Great Bell of Moscow, the Big Bell of Seoul, said to be third in size in the world, is as perfect today as when first cast, and as the centuries roll by, its tone grows mellower and more musical. It hangs in its original tower in the center of the city, where its sonorous booms fill the air to all parts of Seoul, and has opened and closed the gates of the city for nearly 5 centuries. In shape and general outline, it is of the Japanese type. In fact, the Korean claims that the bells of Dai Nippon have been modeled after those of Korea. The quality of the bronze was so excellent that the metal filled every mark in the mold, reproducing with perfect fidelity the delicately cut classical Chinese characters forming the inscription Sei Cho the Great, 12th year Mancha, year of the cycle, and Moon, the 4th year of the great Ming Emperor Hushuan-Hua, A.D. 1468, the head of the Bureau of Royal Dispatches, Sei Kyo Cheong, bearing the title Sa Ka Cheong, had this pavilion erected and this bell hung. The condition of the bell is perfect, and the method of sounding it with blows from a suspended beam has no tendency to injure it, as does the more modern metallic tongue or clapper. Gongs are seen everywhere in this country, and though hardly credible, many of them are sweet-toned and harmonious. 20 years have elapsed since the hermit nation opened its doors to the representatives of Western civilization. Its progress in some directions has not been inconsiderable. Already the American trolley car runs beside the great bell, and the first steam railroad in the kingdom is approaching completion under American supervision, with American material and backed by American capital. The political and commercial future of this interesting country will be watched with a widespread interest, and no people will extend a more willing and disinterested hand than the people of the United States of America. End of section 26.